is that server. Is that server. Is that server. Is that server.
Hey, J1, das Flinks, man, bro.
Is that server?
Hey, J1 the Flings, my bro.
Is that server?
Hey, J1 the Flings, my bro.
Is that server?
Hey yo, cousin, you made this? You made this? You made this?
server.
Hey yo, cousin, you made this? You made this? You made this?
Is that server? Is that server? Y'all see.
What's good, y'all? Let me know if y'all can hear us. Let me know how we sound. Let me know how we sound. Let me know how we sound.
Let's get it started. Huh?
Let me know how we sounding. I say, yeah, I can hear you calm. Somebody put the mic in the. All right, cool. I guess that's a good sign. Do we sound clean? Or Frank, just talk real quick. Let me know.
Testing, like butter. Okay,
Like
cool.
butter.
Cool,
All right,
cool.
that's always good to know. You know, that's one of the dope things about doing this, like over time, like seeing and feeling the gradual improvement. Because like, the first time doing this, like we was doing like the listening parties, a headache, like getting everybody coordinated, sounds clean. All right, yeah, and then being able to have the HD quality, recording in HD. Oh, this is godlike.
I'm just looking at myself right now. Like my boy got these new lights. I'm telling you, they cooking right now.
What a guy. I say our lights are set pretty good. We got some good light on you, some good light on me. Not too much of a shadow casted. Sounds clean. All right, cool. So y'all hear Frank and me. I'm not doing the usual like YouTube projecting into the camera thing yet. So let me know how I'm sounding just talking with my regular voice. I'm sorry if at any point in time this feels a little disjointed. You know, I have 3 different monitors going on right now. I have 3 monitors, one
2
monitor
devices.
that's split screen. I have a tablet, one monitor. Y'all can see it here in. What am I doing? Yeah, I can see it here in the reflection. I have this monitor, my main monitor.
It's crazy. I
split
didn't
in
even
half.
clock that until you put it. You see, you too vigilant on the background.
Yeah, so sorry if at any point in time this feels a little thing. And we have this conversation broken up to also be recorded and edited as a video itself. So, you know, from time to time I'm gonna stop the recording, not the live, but the recording on my end. So if I forget to mute and I just randomly clap into the mic, sorry, that's for syncing purposes, for syncing up audio later.
Brace yourself. He claps loud.
Yeah. But nah, the goal is to mute myself every time I do it. So, got the window open, so we got some nice winter breeze because it usually gets hot in here. Yeah, so let me know. He said sound clean as always. Oh, rotted. Okay, there's people in the Instagram. There's only one person now, but how does this guy not have a lot of followers? Hey, man. Happens. React to baby mate. How do we get here? See, this is turn up the treble. I can't do that. I'm sorry.
It's all about the bass. About the bass. No
Man said
trouble.
Hollywood production on the live show. Don't gas me up. All right, so just want to make sure. I know. So Frank hasn't seen the 10 list. I've seen. So I haven't seen the 10, but you've seen the 50 to 11.
Yeah.
I've seen pieces of the 50 to 11. I haven't seen the whole thing. So it's gonna be interesting to see us react to what we've already seen. All right. So we got the banners here. Boom, we got this going. We got 16, 15. All right, cool. So we have a nice. So, you know, somebody said this on like. People say this all the time on social stuff. People be like, oh, I don't get that many views. I'm just like, imagine there being 15 other people in the room with you right now. Put that into perspective. Yo, this chair. If I suddenly start getting shorter, it's because of the chair, y'all. All right.
You are now locked in.
I should.
You gotta add that to your sounds.
Sorry. I have to. Only because Frank said something, now I have to do it. One last thing before we get started, y'all. Literally only because Frank felt the need to say it, now I have to do it.
Back.
Now he's about to go to the bathroom.
No, you're getting chopstick.
Oh. Yeah, but you know, before we get into the business, how y'all feeling? How y'all doing? How's your day going? I know, sorry y'all had to wait so long. Lead to the VI is supposed to be joining us. I know he's sorting out some stuff right now offline. I haven't heard from him, so that's why we started so late. But
You are now locked in to Crossover Media. You are now.
it's gonna loop though, so I can't like play it once. That's the only thing.
Crazy. That was crazy once.
Yeah. So y'all heard it.
Now locked in to Crossover Media. You are now locked in to Crossover Media. You are now locked in.
I'm sorry, y'all.
That's mad annoying, right? Yeah, my fault. But it had to be done at least once. Yeah, all right, so we don't get straight into this list. Let me mute so I can sync record.
Clap one.
All right, so we're synced up. All right, so needless to say, for those of you who have been tuning in, this list has created so much controversy. It is not easy to put together a top 50 list of anything. It's too difficult, especially things that are subjective, that are opinion-based, things that people have emotional attachments to, things that speak to different generations of people. Putting together a comprehensive list, let alone of 50 people, it's no easy task. So I want to say shout outs to everybody over at Complex that put this together and for their input and everything.
Word.
We're gonna see. You know, I haven't seen the 50 to 11. I've seen pieces of like maybe the 25 to 11 or so. Frank has seen 50 to 11. He hasn't seen the top 10. I've seen the whole top 10. So this is gonna be interesting. And we're also live on Twitter and Instagram as well. So for those of you who are on any of those other platforms, we're mainly on YouTube. But yeah, they shouldn't have put Grime MCs on this. Oh, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it.
Oh boy.
We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. So, where we at? Sorry. Don't look at the screen, Frank. So from the top, right? So we're going to start with talking about the criteria. And that's actually a really good point. So somebody started this up by saying that Grime MC shouldn't have been on this list. I get it. I understand the point of view. And so I'm going to get there. But in terms of what was used in order to measure this top 50, it was ability, which included lyrical ability, delivery, things of that nature, body of work. But that didn't just include projects. That included freestyles, anything that involved the artist putting themselves out there. Mm-hmm. It included longevity and their impact/influence. So as we're going through this list, keep in mind that these are the 4 things that we're mainly measuring: ability, body of work, influence, and longevity. Okay. Also, as you all are giving your feedback, my question to all of you at any given point in time is going to be, how can you prove this based on the criteria? Again, this is all going to be subjective, so we can only debate but so much without really kind of grounding it in something that we can kind of universally measure and agree upon to be the criteria. But with that being said, my question is, for all of you here and then for you as well, what would you measure or what would you use as a measure for a top 50, a top anything? So we have these 4 things. Honestly, I think if I didn't see that list of criteria beforehand, that might have been the things I would have picked as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe not worded the same way, but I think that's a pretty solid set of criteria without kind of dragging it out or not being specific enough. I think also too, having criteria that speaks to how a person is received and how they perform kind of creates some balance for some of those people who you may say aren't recognized but have really good ability. Mm-hmm. Or maybe some people who may not necessarily have the ability, but they've reached a lot of people that says something about whether or not other people think their music is good. So I think having that kind of criteria does really balance it out a bit. So I personally don't really have any gripe with the criteria, but if you had to pick a criteria in order to measure something like this, like what would you say would make the most sense?
I think, well, firstly, I would actually drop one of them, and that would be the longevity piece. My reasoning for that, though, is because I find that the longevity conversation doesn't really zero in on the actual impact of a lot of the artists. Like, you think of someone like a Drake, right? Where he's been around forever, and he's probably going to be around for another 5 or 6 years, easy, right? Yeah. But then when you listen to the people who grew up listening to him, a lot of them are starting to fall off from that sound that he produces now, right?
That's fair.
So he still has the success, but does he still have that impact that he had on the crowd, right? So, and then when you think of somebody like a Soulja Boy, right, where hands down, Soulja Boy is probably one of the pioneers of just releasing music on the internet, right? And we'll always talk about him, but his biggest song to date is Crank That, right? So His longevity is not necessarily in the conversation, but his impact is felt forever, right?
Yeah.
So longevity is one of those that it's a slippery slope. I would probably drop that one.
Okay.
What I would add to zero in on that impact piece, though, is probably global reach.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of those things that when you start factoring that in, some of these artists, I can understand where they ended up, right? But even with that being said, though, so I think we can generally agree that with the exception of longevity few, that the criteria that they picked is kind of it's pretty sound, right? I think I would probably throw. Now that I think about reach, because I think reach doesn't necessarily speak too much specifically to impact and influence. I do agree. I do think that reach should probably be like that fifth X factor kind of, not X factor, but like that fifth kind of criteria. But these are things that are measurable, and when we're talking about people's opinions, you're never gonna find common ground.
That's true.
But what you can't deny is what can be measured. And I get it. People are gonna say, "Oh, but the numbers." But what I always say on social media, especially those of you who follow me, maybe see me lurking in some comments, if those numbers were able to justify other people's picks, they would use them.
Yeah.
Right. So if there was an artist that people feel like deserves to be there and they had the numbers, they're going to throw those numbers out there as a part of their defense, because they recognize that's also part of the conversation. So I think that people choose to discredit the numbers when it doesn't work in their favor, but when it does back up their worldview, they'll throw those numbers back out there too. So I think that it'll be dishonest to say that people who aren't good, air quote, can get a lot of reach.
Yeah, it's true.
And people who are really good don't necessarily get the reach. But at the same time, if you were so good, people would want to share your music. People would want other people to hear it. So that would also kind of help expand your reach. Even though it's a little more organic, yes, it's slower, but that would also help. And that's something that we may or may not see. I just start diving into some of these artists' numbers and everything. So that's why I get it, but we got to be real too. It means something. Not factoring in the fact that maybe bought streams and all the other content. I'm not thinking about all that. I'm thinking about assuming that everything is genuine. I think also, if we had to rank these criteria though, right? Again, ability, longevity, impact and influence, body of work.
Yep.
What would you say is weighted the most and weighted the least out of those four?
So if I had not already seen a big chunk of the list, I would say body of work would probably be one of those things that you want to rank way up there, right? Because when you think of certain artists, the thing that makes them ring bells in your head is really the songs that they released at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's a list of artists,
Yeah.
right? So body of work should be way up there, especially since lyrical ability is one of those things that we're seeing sloping downward throughout the years. But it's not that it's becoming worse. It's just more so it's transitioning into a different kind of ability, right?
Yeah.
We used to see earlier rappers that were more focused on like the actual punchlines, the bars,
Yeah.
and it didn't matter if the song didn't hit. They just wanted to tell you like, I can drop a hot 16. Now we're at a point where they have to kind of like pencil in a vibe there so that it's more catchy. You can play it in the club, but like if you listen to it in your car, it's not so jarring.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to kind of rank lyrical ability up there the way that we would have if this was 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think it's tricky because part of the reason why this caused so much controversy, right? People was like, "Oh, this person is better than that person. This person can rap circles around that person. This person should be hired because they're better than everybody else within their range." Cool. But if you can't construct a project, that also speaks a little bit to your ability as well.
Yeah.
Because the ability to construct a cohesive narrative, or even if not necessarily a narrative, a cohesive experience, also speaks to your creativity as well. Even before starting this, we talked about Good Kid, Mad City, which to me is the best album of our time in terms of the range of production, the content, the everything about it. I think the only thing it was missing was like a short film. But everything about Good Kid, Mad City touches on all the pieces that make a good artist. So you can have artists who can slap together a project with banger after banger after banger, but if I don't want to listen to the whole project, that says something too. Because it's a little bit of overwhelming experience, maybe hearing certain songs and you have the filler in the middle. But you could also have an artist who may not necessarily be your favorite in terms of their substance or your favorite in terms of how they deliver, but the way that they thread everything together, it feels so cinematic and beautiful. I use Logic as an example. People aren't a fan of Logic like that. But when you listen to his projects, if you can put aside how you feel about him, he makes some really good audio experiences with his projects. But then hearing some of those songs one-off is like, when you hear them in context, it's like, wow. So that speaks to your ability to a degree as well. And then that also translates into your body of work too, and how that body is recognized. Some people have a project full of really good songs, but if people don't talk about it, then...
And I think a great example too, since the main focal point is UK artists, I keep bringing up people from the US because that's just, that's just the body of work that I'm following more frequently. But someone like a Potter, right?
Yeah.
I remember when I first got introduced to Potter, I was like, I can't listen to a full project of Potter because I just felt like he was rapping at me. And like he could rap so good, but I could not get past like the 6th track. It was just so much rapping.
Yeah.
So like, Thanks for Waiting was probably the project that actually made me like a fan of Potter. I was able to sit down and listen to him make songs. And then from that point on, Real Back in Style was just, all right, I'm locked in. You got me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I agree.
I think that the lyrical ability thing is always going to be part of any hip-hop conversation. You're going to sit in the barbershop, you'll hear people talk about King Los, and a lot of people don't even know who King Los is, right? But the people that do know who King Los is, they're like, oh yeah, he's always going to be in a conversation. But when it comes to like a list like this, it's like, I don't know if just because you can rap attack me, does that mean that you're in the top 50 of just rap? It's not always going to be the case.
I agree. And again, I get it. The purists they're gonna rip our heads off for that, right? I get it from a standpoint of who raps the best. So I think part of the thing too is a communication issue. When you hear top XYZ rappers, I think most people, not most people, again, that's a measurable statement, right? Most. I think a lot of people are thinking who raps the best. You could be a great rapper and be a very bad songwriter. Or when I say songwriter, I mean, again, being able to put together everything, the lyrics, the hook, everything. You could be a great rapper. You can write really well, but maybe have poor beat selection. Look at, for example, we talk about it out here a lot. There's a lot of battle rappers that can rap circles around.
Until they get on the beat.
Until they get on the beat. They sound awkward on the beat. They can't pick beats that really match this. But they can rap. But are we including them in the top X conversation? And when we talk about rappers in America, for example, just talking about this America, they're rappers, but we don't think about these people when we say top whatever, because there's so much more that we're factoring in and that we care about. So I get it. So now, in terms of the criteria though, I feel like ability is I think it's gonna be most people's de facto number one. I think I might lean towards body of work then ability in terms of first and second, just because you may not necessarily be the best rapper in terms of on paper, but you can construct an experience. You can construct something that is pleasant to listen to. I could play it in a car. I could play it casually, or I could listen to it maybe a little bit more intentionally, and I can enjoy it. So that's probably why I lean a little bit more towards body of work being up there, especially considering the fact that within body of work, they're factoring in freestyles, being on platforms. Again, there are some artists, some of them who I've seen on this list, who don't even have that many projects, but their freestyles are crazy, or some of them, their projects aren't really that well received compared to their name, but when you talk about them, you're talking about they're this free, talking about their SBTV, their warm-up sessions, their daily duppies, they're mad about bars, because those are their iconic culture-defining moments, and not necessarily their projects. And sometimes artists who are really good and have those really good videos, it don't always translate that well into their projects either, especially when we're talking about Grime, for example, where a big piece of Grime is having, let's be real, like you're set, like these are my bars. These are the, when I say it, people know it, people can say it with me, it gets me the reloads. Then when you hear the song that the bar originally came from, or the song that those bars ended up on, it's like, I'd rather hear this in a set. When there's the energy around it, maybe a different beat. Because again, sometimes they had some really dope bars and they didn't really choose the right beat for the project. But does that discredit the body of work and what they put out there in terms of their freestyles, the platforms they've ended up on, how those freestyles have gone viral, how they became culture-defining moments. So that's why I personally am kind of throwing body of work a notch above ability, because I say that very loosely. I think that they lend into each other. Yeah. And then for me, it then goes ability, because there are people who can wrap circles around you, and again, they can't construct a project or a song for their life. I think then for me, it might go into the impact and influence, because again, if you can reach a lot of people, that says something about your music.
That's true. That's true.
If you can make people feel something that makes them want to play your music over and over again, that makes them want to share it with other people, it may not be good, air quote, in terms of what they're saying or how they're saying it, but if I enjoy listening to it, doesn't that still make it good music? Inversely, you can have something that has a huge reach. I use Ice JJ Fish as an example. We all know that's a parody artist.
If you know, you know, right?
If you know, you know. He has an insane reach in terms of, maybe if you look up his videos and everything, I'm sure it's probably in the millions. You go on to Spotify, it's like 50,000 people monthly. The fact that anybody's actually listening to him is crazy. You probably listen to it for like entertainment.
But you don't. He's actually really good at writing. That's the hilarious part.
I'm not even gonna get into it. That's just an example in terms of like influence and reach. But then, let's be wiki.
I know, yeah,
right?
I know.
But it says something about your ability in order to create something entertaining. Music is entertainment at the end of the day too. So if you can entertain people, that says something. I think also too, being able to create something that can then get you recognized. And not just recognized in terms of awards. That's actually something I wanted to throw out there too. Like, should awards be considered when we're talking about the criteria? I kind of throw awards a little bit into the impact and reach, just a little. Because again, I know there's so much more politics as it pertains to award shows and these kind of things. So I can understand why that isn't a criteria. But I think it's worth kind of recognizing if somebody has been recognized for something that they've done. But scaling back, when I think about impact and influence, and again, kind of tying into the reach, as you said, if you can make something that makes a music producer say, I want this in my... if you can make something that a movie producer could say, I want this in my movie.
Yeah.
Or that a Netflix series could say, I want this in my series. That should also kind of speak a little bit to, the quality of your music and the fact that you were put on a platform to then be able to reach so much more. And then furthermore, draw people into whatever that song was on. We played T-Way before jumping on live. My introduction to T-Way was Feeling It from Top Boy. I heard that and I was like, yo, what is this? I jumped online. That's how I discovered Walks' channel, because I started looking up his name. I started seeing all the songs that Walks reacted to by him. That then put me on to so much more of drill, so many other more of T-Way's contemporaries, because of that one song that ended up in the Netflix series, Impact and Influence. That then exposed me even more to a whole genre. And then furthermore, the fact that he was able to be recognized to be able to put on a Top Boy, that says something to a degree. When we think about somebody like Stormzy, who I know is a controversial one on this list as well, feel how you feel about him as an artist, as about him claiming Grime, King of Grime, or whatever, but you can't deny the fact that Stormzy's reach is insane and what he's been able to do for the scene. There are people out here who we know personally, who they may not necessarily be too in tune with the whole scene, but they know at least of Stormzy. Or, for one of our fraternity brothers, TJ, who you all have seen in some of our videos maybe, he wasn't too keen on the UK scene before. He heard gigs and he wasn't crazy about gigs. Heard Stormzy, resonated with that, and now he's listening to the whole UK scene. Impact and influence that then put him on. Down the line, he's able to appreciate a gigs in context now. He's able to appreciate somebody like Suspect, who's drill, completely other world, but because of Stormzy, in having something that's palatable, and again, it sounds good and isn't bad music, that then exposed him to more people reach, right? So now, can we discredit that?
I mean, I have a label for artists like
What's
that
up?
now. I would call them like the gateway artists.
Yeah,
You know,
yes.
There's certain artists that their impact was just so great and so greatly received across the world that like they just open doors every time they get on a mic.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the Kanye effect. That's like the Stormzy effect. Now that's becoming the Central C effect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like the gateway artists where like you discover this guy and they're like, well, where does he come from? Oh, what other artists has he collaborated with? Who are they beefing with?
Yeah.
Just so many questions just start being raised after you listen to certain artists, and like it opens up that whole new world, as you said. You know, TJ was somebody who wasn't really following it. Stormzy is now one of his favorite artists.
Yep.
Like, period. Right? I remember you introduced me to Pounds, and from that point on, I fell down a rabbit hole. I discovered GBG. I discovered like it was just like a whole different world to me. Right?
Yeah.
So there are those artists that like that impact that they have. And then not even only the impact, it's like them also drawing influence from other areas of the world.
Yes.
Like Pounds is one of those people that does like the patois when he's rapping.
Yep.
So he catches the ears of people who are into that, who are into dancehall. And then when you hear him, that you're wondering if there's other artists that do the same thing.
Yep.
And there are several artists in the UK that do it. So those are examples of people that I think are like gateway artists. And those are people that you have to mark as greats. You know what I mean?
I agree. So yeah, so that's why I personally put why I consider the sorry, sending a message. That's why I personally recognize the importance of weighing in impact and reach because of what it does for the whole scene.
True.
And even if you may not necessarily be a fan of the rapper or what they're rapping, if somebody is able to do something for everybody else around them, should we not recognize that? And again, if they had something like then open gateways, as you're saying, for more people to listen to this scene, is that not still something that's noteworthy about them? Something that says something about their ability? So that's why I throw that up there, personally. And then I can kind of agree with you with the longevity piece. I think that there are people who, they may not have lasted long, but for the time that they were there, they did what they needed to do.
Yeah.
Or there may have been people who they had a very strong upfront career, then they became more of a niche artist, or they became somebody who's more of a, you recognize the name, you may not listen to them that much, but you know, yeah, I can't deny this person's greatness. Should that also not be factored in? But there's too much variation in what longevity means and how we can weigh longevity. Right, because like there's some people who may not have necessarily been at the top or as highly regarded with their contemporaries, but they outlasted their contemporaries, and then now because they come from a legendary era, they're now legends alongside the modern artists. So that's just something to their longevity and their ability to then put those artists on a higher platform, impact and influence. So that's why I put longevity, towards the bottom, but I recognize its importance, and the reach piece. So yeah, let's see what everybody in the comments are saying. Okay, there's a lot in here. This is a good point.
That was a very good question.
So there was a conversation in here about if Grime can't be in there. If Grime MCs can't be in there, should or can drill artists be in there? I think that's a good point. I think where that kind of becomes a bit of a muddier conversation is that drill is more of an acknowledged offshoot of rap than grime. Anybody who is understanding of the culture recognizes grime is more of a parallel to hip hop than it is an offshoot. Some people may say it's an offshoot because of some of the influences that American artists had on the scene. I personally say that they are more parallel than they are offshoot. Versus drill is, and even now again, drill is a little bit of a muddier situation too, because UK drill is a bit more of like a marriage of grime and rap. It's like grime with the production, the BPM, etc., but then it's American rap with the culture of drill, and that's something that I think is really tricky when it comes to defining drill, because something we talk about all the time is do you define drill by the content? Do you define drill by the production, or do you define drill by the culture? And that's a video. That's a whole video in and of itself, right? So, yeah, I think that's trickier. But as it pertains to the UK specifically, that is an even more muddy thing because of there's some people who the super old head grime purists. So it's like, oh yeah, drill is just grime. It's 140 and it's right. But then you have the people who are younger who are just like, no, we recognize the influence of Chicago and America. So it's complicated as it pertains to the UK.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good conversation. I do think that because drill in general, in the broadest spectrum of the whole genre, it's more of an offshoot of rap. It makes more sense. But that is a good question, though.
I mean, when it comes to things like that, though, right? When you want to exclude something, my first question is always going to be, okay, well, why, right? Now, as you're pointing out, grime in itself is not necessarily classified just rap, right? You're saying it's something that's separate but equal, so to speak. And in my opinion, when I look at these things, I'm like, hip-hop is such a wide spectrum of sounds. Hip-hop was never just boom, bap, talk. That's just not what it is, right? Because even if you go to the inception of hip-hop with some of the earlier names, like Grandmaster Flash, Africa Bambaataa, people like Planet Rock should not be a hip-hop song.
Yeah.
When you think about it, right?
Yeah.
But it has such a wide range of sounds that are allowed to be classified as hip-hop that I would have to ask, why not grime, why not drill, right? So it's tough for me to jump on that bandwagon and assume they shouldn't be on the list, right? Because as you said, even drill is something that's difficult to define. What makes drill drill? Is it the lyrics? Is it the beat? Is it the slides of the 808s? Is it the producer, right? Is it the artist, right? Is it the persona? Is it the person that's riding the beat that we look at and say, okay, well, because it's him, it's drill, right?
Yeah.
And because none of those questions have clear answers, at this point, it's still just hip hop in my mind.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Let's see. Should have only been rap. He sees somebody saying, "What's next? No trap rappers either."
Right.
Yeah, I mean, see somebody said it here, right? Drill and grime was subgenres of rap. It's so tricky to. It's too tricky. We already addressed that, and so we're not even gonna dive into that. If grime MCs aren't rapping, then what are they doing? Singing, spoken word, hype men, toasting. see now, but now again, and this is why like, this is so tricky, right? I think that rapper becomes a simple, easy way to say hip hop artist, because hip hop artist is 20 syllables, right? Let's be real. But then it's like, is rap a genre or is it an action? Is it something that you do? So now that becomes a thing. Even like back in the day when I used to organize my music in iTunes, I used to separate. At first, I used to separate hip hop rap. Then you have some of those sounds that are a little bit too. So I started just putting hip hop / rap, because there's some songs you think like a 50 Cent, right? Or like I don't know, you said some of like the more traditional boom bap. That's rapping. But then now I used to incorporate more of the pop, some of the more mainstream elements or whatever. Then it becomes more hip hop in terms of you're able to. Cause let's say, I shouldn't even say that. Let's say when you start incorporating vocals and all these things, then you start combining rap and R&B. Then you start having that. But then you have those who are just like, well, hip hop is the culture, rap is the music. So even these things don't have a clearly agreed upon definition.
Yeah.
So this is why I say if grime MCs aren't rapping, then what are they doing? So now this is where we start talking about how are we defining things. Is rap the action? And then are we defining the action as you have a on beat, particular rhythm, you have a rhyme scheme? Like, is that what we're defining rap as? Or are we defining rap based off of the kind of music? So when we say are grime MCs rap,
They're griming.
I mean, they're MCing, right? So the thing that people may say is MC, because even with hip hop, you have MC as a thing, right? Before we have rap as a recognized genre or category of music, when people were starting that kind of music, you know, in New York, whatever you would say, you're just an MC. You're on a mic. You're working the mic, right? Because you're in a spot. Somebody's playing the records. They're mixing. It started with people being on the mic, as far as I know, before it became a record thing. So I think MCing is really the original verb. Is the original verb. And then it became rapping because we now have a genre and a label for the music. But now, yeah. So that's. No. It's good. It's a good conversation to have. No, are you MCing or are you rapping? I think it depends on the genre. But that's a good point.
Mine's rapping, isn't it?
You can rap on any genre. There's no genre called sing. Right? So now again...
you know what's crazy?
A good point is a good point.
That raises the question. I remember I was talking to somebody a while back. I was like, does Adele count as an R&B artist?
Because she's singing.
And the thing is, like, she's not just singing. It's like she has an R&B vibe to her. Mm-hmm. But, like, you know, people look at her because she's not necessarily, you know, a woman of color. They assume that you can't put her in that pool of R&B artists. But I'm just like, but she sounds just like them.
Yep.
So what do we call her?
A good question is a good question. If I rap on drum and bass, I'm still a rapper? Now here's another thing, right? Now, are you categorized based off of what you were doing before? Or is it the song? So now, again, if I started out as a rapper, but now I'm rapping on drum and bass, I'm not a drum and basser, right? But let's say if drum and bass was what I started out on, and I started rhyming on drum and bass, would you call me a rapper? Because the sound is there. It's a different sound, right? So I think you're a rhymer, you're an MC, you're MCing. I think, because then even like amongst, again, the old head rap purists, a modern artist, they don't acknowledge them as MCs.
They don't, yeah. Even though they have the same lyrical ability, and sometimes even better lyrical ability than the people that they compare them to. But, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, man. So, Shadiq, have you made a gateway list for non-UK followers? You know, I'm happy you said that. Yes, kind of. I have maybe like 30-something playlists on my Spotify.
Yeah, you do.
Of just introducing people to things. Shout outs to Lena in the chat. But something I want to work on, I'm going to call upon all of you to help me with this. I'm going to make a playlist featuring one song per artist for each one of the 50 artists on this list. And that's going to be the UK Gateway playlist. So whoever heard that, you got the inside scoop.
And I'm trademarking the gateway term.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? But now, yeah, say that that's not what we're going to do. We're going to put together a list of one song per artist for this. That's going to be an interesting.
Tough.
That's going to be very tough.
Oh my God.
Especially for the artists I'm not familiar with, as well. So that's going to be tricky. Or if maybe the catalog isn't on Spotify because they're like before even streaming was a thing. But yeah, good question. You can't separate grime from UK rap. I'm reading from here because it's harder to read it on the thing. You can't separate grime from UK rap. UK rap grew in an environment where grime was everything. No one can tell me that UK rap artists don't have any influence from grime. Now, there's that word influence. So now, if the rappers who probably never spit on grime, or maybe grime is like this much of their catalog, were influenced by the grime scene, should the grime MCs be included in this conversation? If they're I'm talking about influence is one of the categories. If they're influence and if they were good enough to be recognized within, so now you already hit influence and ability right there.
Yeah.
So now, you feel me? So that's why I think it's fair. I think it's fair to include the grime MCs if they weren't just a grime MC and that wasn't their whole identity, and that wasn't
But like, it's still.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
It's so tough.
It's tricky.
I don't know. Look, the way I see it, right? I also take into account that the people who put together these lists on mass platforms like a Complex, for example, right? I can't do the homework to see what their background is and how well versed they are in the culture of hip hop, right? Taking that into account. And then when you think of a large award platform like the Grammys, right? And you see certain artists win certain awards, and all of us are just scratching our heads like, but we do have to remember they didn't create the genre. The people who created the genre didn't even create the genre. Think about it. Like, hip hop was born in an apartment building from someone scratching records.
Yeah.
Okay? So there's nothing written that explains what it is. There's nothing written that actually defines what rapping is, because even spoken word can be considered rap, right? Even slam poetry can be considered rap, but it depends on who you're asking. The way I see it, when I see the word rapper and it's something that's reported by a large platform like Complex, I immediately just think hip hop, period,
Yeah.
right? So anything that sounds like hip hop, anything that can be contributed to an influence of hip hop or influenced by hip hop. So that would include grime, that would include drill, that would include anything really that sounds like many dancehall artists that we grew up with. They meshed well with hip hop.
Yeah.
Because they just understood that lyrical delivery. Their music, when you listen to it, you can say, yeah, this is dancehall. But when they jumped on a rap beat, it was like, okay, yeah, nah, this is it's something else. So you have to just take into account who created this and who we're thinking about as we discuss it. But when you have that conversation in the barbershop, you can go back and forth.
Yeah, you can go forever. Yeah, man. Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Yeah. And then somebody said half the grime artists on our list wouldn't agree with the label of grime artists. Anyway, most of them have rapped on hip hop too. Yeah, it's too complicated.
Yeah,
it's too complicated. So I hear it. Overview. So in terms of the criteria, we agree that longevity is probably the lowest in terms of its importance, but it's still important, but it's probably the lowest. But then longevity, maybe somewhere in the middle of longevity and impact and influence should probably include reach.
Yep.
Or we should maybe include that as a bullet point when we're thinking about impact and influence. And then from there, ability and body of work, they're kind of hand in hand, but we're probably thinking body of work is a little bit more of a stronger measure from there. Is that a fair assessment of how? Cool. So.
Recording.
Is there? Thank you. All right, so now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of this, right? So let's actually take a look at this list. But first...
they've all been waiting.
The moment they've all been waiting for, right? But real quick, let me just... So let's check out these honorable mentions, and let's see what all the fuss is about, right?
Oh, I can't wait to see the reactions.
Alright, so let's check out these honorable mentions. Now again, factoring in that we're considering ability, well, we're considering body of work a little bit above ability. And actually, let's take a step back real quick too, right? As it pertains to body of work, what exactly are we measuring? Are we measuring how many views it has? Like, what are we measuring? Are we talking about it's how revered that project is? Like, what is body of work? Like, even that's something that we have to that's probably a bit of a gray area too for us to acknowledge as we're looking at this. Do we consider the critical acclaim of a project over whether it's been gold, silver, platinum, or whatever, or do we factor in how many views it's gotten? So what are we?
All right, so I mean, we could break this criteria down all day, and I promise you, this will turn into like a 52 criteria list, right, with some bullet points for each. But what I will say for body of work, right, we do have to acknowledge the numbers because it's the only quantifiable measure that you can use to highlight someone's commercial success. However, I think when it comes to body of work, it's always going to be like 90% qualitative, 10% the numbers, because there are things that blew up that were absolute garbage, right? But the things that blew up because they had some way of catching people's attention, even if it was for a bad reason, right? So we have to factor it in because it's the only way to measure it.
Yeah.
But I think you follow the scene a lot closer, so you'll be able to think of it from a qualitative approach and still be able to speak for the masses, so to speak. And from me being someone who doesn't watch it as closely, if I still have the ear to catch when certain people are talking about certain things for a longer period of time, it's easier for me being an outsider to look at it and say, okay, this thing has a high impact on the scene.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So that's how I'd personally look at it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So I guess as we're looking at the criteria, as we're thinking about this with the criteria in mind, and we're looking at the honorable mention list, we're gonna kind of teeter between what matters more for this particular artist. Is it how acclaimed? Because something can be very well constructed, it can be great music, but maybe this didn't have that reach. Yeah. But something can also have been extremely influential and genre and culture defining, but maybe wasn't that artist's best work. So we can kind of, right, let's just keep all of that in mind as we look at this, right? So I noticed this honorable mentions list had the internet in flipping shambles. So, and I didn't even really look at it that deep. So let's check this out.
I mean, it already starts off kind of tough.
I get it. You know, some of these names I saw, some of them I haven't yet, right? So, Tiny Temper, it's a sticky one still. You know why? I feel like Tiny Temper was like. Now, let me not say this comparison. Actually, no, I'm gonna say this comparison. I know it's gonna have people. I know the internet's gonna be in shambles when I say it, but let me explain. I feel like Tiny Temper was like a central C of his contemporaries, in the sense that when Tiny blew up, at least from what I saw on socials, people was not respecting him. It was like he went pop, he sold out, he diluted his sound, da. What was the song that was it? Pass Out? It was something out. I'm gonna feel so bad if that. I have to. See, now I'm on two different things. Yes, I was right. It's Pass Out. When Pass Out. Oh man, I'll open up the. Yeah. Let me backpedal. Even though I know this is gonna be a really controversial statement, hear me out. I think that Tiny Temper was like the central C of his contemporaries in the sense that he was doing incredible things, but the culture wasn't respecting him after he diverted away from doing like the more hardcore stuff that people really wanted to hear and what people respected at the time. I could be wrong. This is one of those moments where I will yield to the fact that I'm not from there. I can only go based off of what I've seen in comments and things like that. But my perception of him was that people was not respecting him, despite what he was doing for the scene. Now that we're beyond that time, there are people looking back and being like, how could you not include Tiny Temper? My question is, genuine question, if you're somebody that feels that way, were you also championing him as loudly when he was getting the kickback that he was at the time? If so, I respect it, you're consistent. But, right, so we gotta think about that. I do think that it's kind of crazy though, just based on the fact that, granted, I also only know him for that one song. If I'm being really real with you, I know of him. I know he's one of those names. It's like you hear that name, it's like how could you not rate him? But I personally know him for Pass Out. It's the only song I've ever actively listened to by him. But I recognize what he is for the scene. Now, if you have such a culture-defining moment and song, does that need to be factored in when we're talking about the criteria that we have here? Let's look at what Tiny Temper has this on Spotify, right?
Yep.
So he has 4 million monthly 4.9 million monthly listeners on Spotify. I know y'all can't see this right now. We're looking at Spotify. 4.9 million monthly listeners.
Yeah.
That's insane. I also know MF Doom has like 7 million. I know MF Doom was another another really controversial one on here. But then when we look at where he's most listened to, his top region is London, and then his next 3 aren't even in the UK, right? It's Amsterdam, Sydney, and the Netherlands again, and then it goes Birmingham. So his largest listener base right now is 200,000 London. The rest, that means of this however many million people, there's almost 5 million. Not even a fifth of that is the UK. So now, if you think about that, does it make sense now why he's not in the 50?
I mean, the thing is, for me, that's why I said, like, his name alone, I was like, because I remember being introduced to Tiny Temper without looking for any artist from the UK.
Yeah.
And that was a long time ago. You know what I mean? I don't remember exactly which song it was, but, like, just seeing his name, it just... Because I haven't listened to Tiny Temper since then.
It just rings bells.
But
his name rings bells.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, I remember being a kid hearing Tiny Temper. So I'm like, how could he not...
Make it in the 50? So, but so now, if we're going to the top just the criteria.
Yeah.
I've listened to enough to know about his lyrical ability per se.
Right.
But he isn't one that I've heard revered for his lyricism though. So I will yield to the fact that isn't my experience, and I don't know what other people are thinking. But I can say just based on the fact that he isn't one of those that has been talked about like as a how could you not when I'm reading these comments, it might be safe to say that lyrically he probably wasn't as highly regarded by the scene.
The criteria is the killer.
Right, but by the scene. Influence though, we're two people from New York. I started listening to UK music since like 2010, so it's about 13 years now. Tiny Temper was one of those, like, when I saw him kind of being acknowledged and recognized by American platforms, I'm like, okay, cool, so there is potential for this to actually... For me, it was like a Tiny Temper, Skepta, Stormzy. Those are like some of the 3 big ones in gigs. When I think of, like, these are some of the first people that I've seen who don't even listen to UK music, playing his music or posting his music. So influence, again, if we're talking about putting eyes on the scene, I think it's kind of hard to deny that. 5 million monthly listeners, that could also just be one song for me, who knows? But not even 1 million of that is, well, they break it up by city. That's the other thing too. So a chunk of his listeners could probably be from, now that I think about it, could probably be more from other areas in the UK. Yeah. But it has to be less than 81,000, because that's the next largest region with Birmingham for in his top 5 list, right? So yeah, he said he's our flow rider. That's crazy to me. Someone said Tiny Temper is out, and when you put it that way, I get it. When you put it that way, I get it.
You shut me up real quick. I can't say anything about it.
Is what it is, right? But again, we're talking about somebody. He has, some of his songs have insane reach. Look at this, hundreds of millions of listeners. But now his projects, he has 3 albums. Body of work off rip, he's taking a hit. I'm saying at least albums, because there's EPs also something to factor. He also might be one of those that is coming from a mixtape era too. But just in terms of just albums on here, 3 albums. Kind of makes a little more sense now. A little more sense. J Spades, I'm not familiar with. I will acknowledge. Big H. Big H. Big H is a Grime MC, right? He, the most recent portion of his career was a clash with P Money. It didn't go very well. didn't go very well. It was a sticky situation. I'll put you on to the. But Big H is an example as it pertains to grime.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about like grime sets, like the Logan Sama sets, like you just go on YouTube and people just playing beats and you just gotta catch it. Big H is one of those when you hear that, yo. There's certain bars when you hear from Big H. When that man talks about his AK, instant reload. He's one of those, right? Bodies of work though, I didn't even think he even has a
Yeah, I didn't even know who he was before this list.
Yeah, Big H. Yeah, he's one of those like. I keep typing on the wrong thing. He's one of those. If you know, you know. Right? I think Big H is one of those where if you've dived down that rabbit hole, you can't even find him on.
He probably doesn't even have music on it.
He might, but anyway, right? But now if I can't even easily find his reach on, I'm just using Spotify as one measure because it's accessible, it's there, it's a tool.
Yeah.
But if I can't even find that, then that speaks to a level of his reach because then that means people can't even find him on there. They can't even stumble upon him by chance. So that speaks to impact and everything. So it makes sense. It makes sense why he's there. Section Boys is a sticky one too. Because they define moments in drill. And I think they're examples of artists that put drill on a huge platform. But I think their career taking a bit of a slowdown, having to change their name from Section Boys to Smoke Boys. A lot of things happened with them that I think slowed them down. So I get it. It makes sense. I don't even think they had that many projects, if any projects out there. At most, they may have one project, if I had to guess, out there. I could be wrong. Black the Ripper, another one whose name I recognize, but I'm not familiar with his music, so I can't speak too much to it. I know... so let me skip to the ones that I know, like, people would just like, how could you? Frisco is an example of one of those where I understand why people may want it to be included. Frisco is a part of Skepta's set, right?
Okay.
BBK. His pen is mud. Can't even lie to you. But again, criteria considered, body of work. I don't think he has any albums. He might have some tapes though.
Yeah.
He might have some tapes. I believe he definitely has some tapes out there, but album, and even if he does have, he has a lot of albums. Now that speaks to something because I don't hear people talking about Frisco projects. I've listened to Back to the Lab. These are actually mixtapes that he put up here. The Back to the Lab, those were definitely some like big in grime at the time. Like Back to the Lab, I think this is my favorite ones, Volume 4, as some of the ones I listened to the most back then. But Frisco, I think, is one of those that his body of work is more so his freestyles, what he did on the platforms, right? But he was also one of those that he was known for, he was primarily known at the time for one particular bar. And try to jump out of your face. Hey, don't be mad at all your face. Don't ever jump out of your face. Yo, you don't want to see me. You don't want to see me get mad at. Like, you hear that and it's like instant reload. But like that was really his thing at that point in time. So I can understand why he may not have gotten broader recognition. I think he had trouble breaking through and reaching a Skepta level, a JME level, despite having a pen that rivals them. I think it's more so the brand and the persona. Yep. So I get it. Lyrically, he's up there. But if the rest is kind of sticky. Tiny Boost, I'll be real. He's one of those artists that I think I maybe have heard his name here and there, but I didn't really like become familiar with until like the last like year or so. In terms of like, I know his face, I've heard his voice. You can kind of think of him along the likes of like the Gigs, Nines, like that kind of lane of music. Yeah. I think that the fact that he is Chris like, I'm a teaser, honorable mention. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Chris. Right, so Tiny Boost is one of those rappers where I think he's if you know, you know. If your ears are to the streets, you know about Tiny Boost. But if you were to go out in the streets and maybe ask like the average listener in the UK, I'm not sure. I'm not confident he's one of those that would ring bells off rip. So I get it. Benny Banks, familiar with the name, I'm not familiar with the artist. Crazy Titch, I think, is sticky as well because of his position in grime. But I think because he was primarily grime and never had the opportunity to even break out into other lanes, it makes sense. Let me skip to some other ones that I'm at least familiar with. Fecky is a sticky one too because I think that he's another one of those that I don't know him or I don't know of him being somebody who's regarded for his projects. So body of work off rip. But his freestyles, that's how I was introduced to him. SBTV, GRM, like his freestyles I used to listen to, but his songs, not so much. Slick Rick, I put Slick Rick and MF Doom in a similar category of I understand why people are like, how could you not? I think they're probably bigger in America and outside of the UK than they were in the UK.
Yeah, their home country wasn't their platform.
And I think that's what makes it so tricky. When we're talking about top 50 UK rappers, now it's about the connotation of what we're measuring. Are we measuring people who are from the UK and are good at making music? Or are we talking people who are from the UK and had a specific impact within that region, within that specific lane of music? I didn't even know that Slick Rick and MF Doom were of British origin until maybe the last 2 years or so.
I didn't know until I saw this list.
So it's like, now, on the flip side, I hear the arguments because it's like, yeah, they're so big internationally, how could you not put them in the 50? But then it's like, okay, Slick Rick, older artist, so from longevity off rip, he's taking a bit of a hit because his longevity isn't even necessarily in his songs, but more so his name, and is like you recognize him as one of those like fundamental early eras of pioneers of hip hop. So longevity, he takes a hit. Body of work, he takes a hit, I imagine. Because I imagine he probably doesn't really have that many albums out there. Actually, no, I lie, because he is from an era where I think albums were a bit more of a thing. Let's see. Slick Rick has 5 albums.
Still
four albums.
Monthly.
And about a million streams. So he definitely, at least he's be recognized the fact that people listening to him. Same thing as Tiny Temper. You have to recognize that people are listening. And he has iconic songs, like children's story. Like these are songs you hear, he has an iconic voice. So you have to acknowledge him. But body of work, I don't know people revering his albums the way, for example, people revere an Illmatic. People revere Tupac's albums. People revere Biggie's albums and his songs. So body of work, Slick Rick is taking a hit. Same thing with MF Doom. I have never listened to an MF Doom song a day in my life.
But I've heard his name a million times and never went looking for him.
I know who he is. Rest in peace, first and foremost. I know who he is. I know who he looks like. Have I ever listened to him? No. Personally. I think where MF Doom takes the hit, despite having, I think he has somewhere between 4 to 7 million monthly listeners. So, again, acknowledging the fact that MF Doom undoubtedly has a fan base, 7 million monthly listeners, undoubtedly has a fan base. And it isn't even like it's a fluke, because people are listening to his music. It isn't even like it's just specific songs. But on the flip side, I don't even at least hear people talking about MF Doom's albums the way that they talk about, again, a Biggie, a Pac, etc. So he's taking a hit for body of work. Does that mean his body of work isn't good? No. I'm not hearing people talking about it. Like, even as somebody who knows the name, I don't see people actively sharing and revering his music. I think even MF Doom fans exist in a microcosm within themselves. They don't even outwardly revere him until it's time to talk about a list or a... So, Mad Villainy is a revere classic. I'm not sure... Who's the artist for Mad Villainy? I'm not sure how far behind you are.
I think you might be talking about MF Doom. Check on...
Oh, okay. That might make sense, And there may even be some... okay. A project. And you know what?
It was produced by Madlib.
Here's what I would say. So I haven't listened to these songs, but I recognize this specific album cover. I recognize this cover. And I'll acknowledge as well generational differences, maybe what creates a bit of a divide for me in terms of what I listen to, etc. Right? So, yeah, so I at least recognize the cover. So that's why I think he's worth mentioning honorably. You can't not acknowledge him. But if this wasn't even put out there as a list, would any of you out there have been throwing MF Doom on your top 10 without knowing he wasn't in somebody else's top 10? Probably not.
You got to be real about like what market these people are actually targeting. I think realistically, a lot of the bigger like UK artists now, I think they really are more focused on providing music for the UK, right? And some of them just happen to like bleed into other markets. But when you think of Slick Rick and MF Doom, those names were ringing on our side because there was an appeal to just Americans, period, with following those artists. I didn't go listening to MF Doom. but I've heard too many people saying his name for me to
not
assume,
know
like,
who he is.
You know, his market was somewhere other than us.
I agree. So let's look at his so body of work. He has a lot. Just looking at the thing, he has 10 instrumental albums, 7 collab albums, 6 studio albums, 2 live albums, 3. So he has a lot of projects. Within, and when you look at his charting, let's look at his charting alone. I'll put this on the screen for y'all to see. Just looking at his charting, they don't even put the UK in what charts they're thinking about him as an American market.
Yeah.
So that, and then within the American market, it has to be indie for you to even rank him relatively high. In the broader spectrum, he's not really revered. So, again, and then his highest ranking album in the UK was at 58. And this is the broader UK, this is the broader UK charts too, not just hip hop or rap. This is like the whole of UK. So he peaked at 58 and gold, certified gold. So yes, so for those who said Mad Villainy, yes, I can now point out my gap in knowledge and understanding. Cool, we have an album here that's definitely highly regarded. But even within the UK, it's not even up there. And then within his main market, the US, it was ranked 73. And then when you do go into hip hop R&B, which knocks out some other categories, it's just a couple levels above what it was ranked in the UK. So body of work, his best body of work isn't even that highly regarded and revered within the broader spectrum. So body of work, longevity, I don't see MF Doom even being one of those artists where his passing amplifies his legacy. You know, there's some artists, now this is one of those, I know people won't get on me. Tupac and Big, I feel like their legacy was amplified by them passing.
They still, it's...
I think if they had a chance to become irrelevant, they may not be regarded as highly. But because they left us so early in their career and at such strong, pivotal moments in their career, that's why our last memories of them is them being greats. I can't even see MF Doom being somebody whose legacy is amplified by him not being with us anymore. So for longevity alone, he takes a hit. Unknown T. Now, Unknown T is one of those where I love Unknown T. I get it as honorable mention. He's only been out less than 10 years. First of all, he has 2 projects. And in my opinion, his second is better than his first. Sorry, his first is better than his second. So you have somebody who doesn't, I think he just has maybe about 5 years in the game, if I had to guesstimate to a nice number. So roughly 5 years in the scene, if that, 2 projects. His first project is better than his second. It makes sense.
I'm laughing in advance because I feel like something's coming. Go ahead.
So it is what it is. And now Unknown T is my top 10 UK. He's one of my most listened to artists. But in the broader spectrum of a more objective list, I understand based on the category why because ability, undeniable. He's there. If he continues, he's going to continue to reach higher levels. Body of work needs some developing. His longevity needs time to develop it. And his impact and influence, I think Unknown T is one of those artists where you learn about him as you dive into the UK scene. I don't think he's one of those gateway artists as you're saying. But with him tapping into the fashion space and all these other lanes, acting, etc., I think he's going to get there. But as of right now, it makes sense why he's in honorable mention.
I would have to challenge people who are going to oppose that by saying one thing. You have to let go of Homer and B. You have to let it go, right? I understand what it did, right? I understand why it did what it did, but if you were to let that go and just think about Unknown T as we know him now, does he fit in the top 50? I'm sorry, but no, right? As in, he definitely belongs on honorable mention. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
But I know everyone's going to nitpick but Hummer and B, but no, you have to, it's one track.
Holistically,
You have to let it go, right? it was great. And Unknown T is still great. Like the things that he's releasing now is like
It's phenomenal. Some of the best music. Yes.
We're looking forward to everything coming out. Like
That's
when he promotes something, I'm like, I don't even care what it is. I just hear a little I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts.
But if I was to say like, okay, even somebody like me who just started following the scene just a few years ago, I still don't look at him and just automatically assume like, oh yeah, he's up there with the... He's not there yet.
Yeah.
He's definitely getting there.
He's en route.
He's showing signs of someone who has potential to have longevity too, because he's so versatile.
Yes.
Right? So all it takes is probably 5 or 6 tracks blowing up as big as Hum and B did, and everybody will be talking about Unknown T being a great. But
I agree.
He's just not there yet. You have to let Hum and B go.
I agree. And again, he's in my 10.
Yeah.
So I could separate that personally. Now the fact that it was Abs even mentioned in this list. Now this is where I have to call a little BS. Because if you could put Unknown T in here, Abracadabra gotta be, unless he's included in the other part, which I don't know if he is. But don't spoil it for me. But if Abs isn't in the 50 to 11, he had to have been an honorable mention. Abracadabra with his breakout with Robbery, and then him getting a Movo at the age that he got his Movo, with the fact that song in and of itself had such a huge, just huge everything. It did numbers at a huge reach on the culture. It was a culture-defining song. That bridging of the gap of the old school and the new school. Abracadabra, if not in the 50, had to be an honorable mention. And then on top of, despite the fact that he had a calm year or two where he wasn't as consistent, he came out swinging from 2019 through 2020 with at least one song every single month, sometimes 2 to 3, and then ending that year with a project. That's honorable mention worthy. And then considering the fact that he has a couple iconic, we're talking about bodies of work.
Yeah.
He has a couple he has a couple very noteworthy freestyles in terms of the content and the ability. We're talking about the ability aspect of it. So being on a Daily Duppy, being on a Mad About Bars, being on these platforms and having good music there. And he has some songs that aren't even streamable. You have to listen to the music video. And he did Afroswing. He's done road rap. He was on drill in the early sound of drill. He's been through the whole evolution of drill. He's done love songs. Talking about range. He's primarily known as a drill artist, and he has several Valentine's Day projects, not songs, projects.
Yeah.
That's honorable mention worthy.
One thing you have to consider.
He's
always going to get overshadowed by the collective.
Think so?
OFB as a whole. Here's the challenge. OFB already had the name before Abs got a name, right? Take into account, yes, he did win an award as an individual, but even when you think of, like, if you think of Section Boys, right? Do you immediately think of the individual names and you think of Section Boys? And the influence on, let's say, drill specifically is not Abs, it's OFB. So I think that would be the challenge with like trying to give an honorable mention for Abs, because there's even bigger names in OFB than Abs. He just happens to be one of the few that won an award. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Because even somebody like SJ, so there's people out here that know SJ. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, you gotta...
But you know what makes it stickier for me though is the fact that not only did Abs win the award as a solo, Abs was like OFB associated before he was like outwardly claiming OFB as the brand.
That's fair.
So him even being out, it's hard for me to even say that he is overshadowed by the OFB brand because he added to the OFB brand actually, because it was where OFB to me was Heady One RV, then it was YOFB with SJ, Bando, and Els. Then it started expanding. Then Abs, who we know was within their atmosphere, became associated with the brand. Then you have Kush by virtue of being associated with Abs. Then you have Cash and all these other artists that OFB added to their brand per se. But Abs was like an addition to an already growing and amplifying brand. So that's the reason why, if it was somebody like, let's say if Desi came out and then he was OFB, or if Desi, for example, was one of those artists who I started listening to because I saw OFB next to his name. Yeah. Then I listened to him. versus Abs, who it was Abs, then it was, oh, it's OFB Abs.
But it's tough. You see, the reason why it's tough though is because, right? I made that argument for Abs, but I didn't make that argument for Unknown T.
It's hard because to me, Unknown T defined 98. Not defined.
He literally, he's like hands down, and it's no shot at any of the artists in the collective,
Yeah,
but he
100%.
is hands down like the star of that collective, right?
Yeah.
In 98s, right? But then when it comes to OFB, the reason why he as the individual gets overshadowed so much by it is because there's so much talent in OFB, right? As you pointed out, the pioneers of OFB are really Heady One RV.
Yeah.
How do you pencil in Ab's name in competition with somebody like a Heady, right? The easiest way to do it would be collective, because there's just so many big names in that collective alone that if we really wanted to, let's say we wanted to take this list, throw it out, and say we were going to do top 50 in drill.
Yeah. Top 50 in drill, yeah.
You would have to throw like everybody in, or you know what I'm saying? It's tough. So that's why I think like looking at Abs, we know what he did.
Yeah.
We know, especially in recent years, what he's been doing.
Yeah.
But it's like it's really hard to look at him separate from OFB when you think about what OFB as a collective has been doing with all those names.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
I hear it. I would still say, especially because there's a finite amount of, there's an infinite amount of people that we can include in the honorable mention.
It's true.
I think it doesn't do any harm. Now, it isn't like it was, here's 50 honorable mentions. Like, so, to me, it's like he could have at least been thrown in. Anyway, that's just me. But I understand that, though. When we look at Miss Banks is one of those artists where I think she has a name and a brand that supersedes her music. And then, so it's probably going to take some time. And I think she's also extremely niche, so I get it. Morrison, I think it's a challenge for Morrison. Whoa, this is a surprise. Whoa. Hold on. Morrison, I could hear it because I know he was around from like the SBTV days. I didn't even know that until when I started reacting to his more recent music, and then I started searching, I started seeing all of those older stuff. So I didn't even know he was around that long. So that, to me, just for me, is an indication of, okay, cool, maybe there's something there in terms of his reach and how prevalent he was able to remain and things like that. So I get it. But you also can't deny, I want to say he's from London. I could be wrong. Y'all let me know in the chat if Morrison is from London or if he's from one of those areas right outside of London. I always kind of know him associated with the West London artists, but yeah, so y'all let me know. But I hear it. I understand Morrison. Tion not being in the 50 is kind of...
Is it though?
That's a sticky one. You know why I say...
Because isn't more of his catalog more of that Afro swing vibe, and he kind of really just started touching on drill, like.
And that's why it's a sticky one, because even his Afro swing, he has a strong catalog of songs in the Afro swing lane. He was one of those that, like, when you're thinking about Afro swing, he was there because he was rapping so well on. He's making great songs. And then he pivoted into the drill, cool. And then even as he's doing drill, people are just like, yo, I want to hear him jump back on the Afro swing. And then with what Afro swing was at that particular time when it was so much more prevalent, it's like you can't separate Tion from that particular like lane. And then it's hard. And especially, and then factoring in what he's done in recent years with drill. Tion has viral drill banger after banger.
Yeah.
I hear Body Out Here.
Yeah.
Randomly cars driving by. We know people out here know Body.
Yeah.
Yes, it was for the RD moment, but people know Body. So it's like, damn, for him to only be honorable is kind of sticky. I think where he may be having trouble is because of the body of work and the ability thing. Tion isn't one that you're thinking lyricism and like insane. Delivery is up there. Charisma is up there. Consistency is up there. And when he has a moment, whether it be a lyrical moment or a flow moment, it's a strong moment.
Yeah.
But I don't think when you think Tion, you're thinking of his rapping on a technical level. His ability to construct a song, though, is unmatched. So I think that's why it's fair why he's an honorable mention. But it's like, dang, for him to not be in the 50, that even in somewhere in the 40 range, is kind of sticky.
I mean, and then it also raises the question of like the cultural impact, right? It's like I want to say that I've been exposed to his Afro swing sounds, but I never went looking for his Afro swing sounds.
That's fair.
So it's something Basically, my question to you would be, was he one of the pioneers of one of those sounds, or is he one of those people that adopted it and kind of just got really good at it?
I'll be real with you. Tion is one of those artists that I became more familiar with as I started diving into the scene and his name started popping up. And I landed on the fact that he did Afroswing and that was like his thing. And then he started doing more of the drill. If I had to guess, I don't think that people position Tion's name next to Afroswing when you think and talk about the genre the way that they do, like a J Hus, for example.
Okay.
Like when you say Afroswing, there's names that just boom, 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 boom. You think of J Hus, you think of B Young, you think of a Kojo Funds. There's certain names that is just like you can't not think about and say. Tion, I think, is one of those when you say his name, the genre comes up.
Okay.
And even that is more of an asterisk because it's like you know him for the drill, but Afroswing was already put him on his platform that he has now for his drill to then have the reach that it did.
Yeah.
So it's sticky.
So then, that basically is what I was trying to drive at. I don't know if we're looking at the 4 criteria that they use to select these names, right? As you already pointed out, his lyrical ability, as far as constructing songs, they're really catchy. He makes great hooks, but I'm not looking for Tion to drop a hot 16, right? And then when it comes to like the cultural impact, it's a question of, is he impactful or has he taken impact that was already created and then just made it better for his own purpose? You know what I mean? Like, are people looking at Tion and said, yeah, I was inspired by Tion to make this sound, but we cannot deny his commercial success, which is why he would belong in this list. But I don't know if he had a few more points in those criteria, I think that we could say, all right, hands down top 50. But I haven't heard of Tion being that inspiration to other artists to make certain sounds.
I agree.
I haven't really gone chasing down a Tion project, right?
Yes,
so
I agree.
Those things are kind of justifying, in my opinion, like why he belongs here.
In the honorable. And I think also considering the fact that we're more highly regarding the ability and body of work aspect up there, because body of work, which is what is our main category for now, if it was like a build an artist and you have like a finite amount of points to give somebody for these categories, right? I'm probably putting more into Tion's category of influence and impact. Longevity with an asterisk in terms of his potential for longevity, but the challenge is that the genre that he's currently now most regarded for is such a revolving door of a genre that it's like, it's sticky, but because of his impact, I think that he's one of those that it's going to be hard to separate Tion's name from drill and what he's done in that genre. Now, when we start talking about the 2 categories that we more highly regard, you go up now. Ability, I agree, I'm not listening to a Tion song for a Hot 16. But he has songs that I love.
Yeah.
He has verses that I love. His verse on Options, to me, is iconic. He has his song 2 out of 10, one of my favorite songs within the lane of Afroswing and within the UK in general. But do I go chasing down, as you're saying, to listen to his projects after hearing any of those songs? Not really. And then furthermore, I don't even think he's dropped an album yet. I think those projects have been EPs or tapes. I think the Green with Envy, was his debut album. I could be wrong because Spotify categorizes everything as an album, but it's a project. But even with this, like, I wasn't like super excited to go jump in and listen to
I don't think I've listened
the
to a top
project.
to bottom
Me
since
neither.
then.
I've heard some of these songs on here, but it also speaks to the people within this space aren't even necessarily super highly regarding a Tion project. Doesn't mean that it's not good, but in terms of the impact and how regarded his body of work is, challenge. I don't know if Tion has a Daily Duppy. I don't know if he's been on any of those platforms now that I'm thinking about it. So now he starts taking a hit for bodies of work, even if you want to try to lean more towards some of the other ways in which artists have built their platforms out there. And if he does have a Mad About Bars, a Daily Duppy, or any of those, or even a F64, any of those, a warm-up session from earlier on in his career, those aren't the ones that people are even talking about when you talk about those platforms. So that also says something to a degree of his body of work, and then within that lane, if he even has those.
Right.
So as I'm talking it out more, I can understand the honorable mention more. Primarily because of the body of work. I think that's where it becomes a bit of a challenge. Low-key, admittedly, is an artist whose name I know, but music I'm not familiar with. But because I know of the name from hearing people talk about him, seeing his name in comments, etc., I can understand why he's in the honorable. Mover, I know it's hard to kind of talk about him because I believe he's in jail. If you ever hear Potter talking about money, I believe it's Money Mover. I think is the full name. I could be wrong. Y'all let me know in the chat if it's the same person. He's in jail, if I recall correctly, so it's going to be hard for him to have really built out a career. But I understand why, because of what he was able to do while he was out and present, how synonymous he is with Potter's era and Potter's brand as well. I get it. Scorcher, Grime MC, I understand. He's one of those I think had trouble being able to withstand the test of time that Grime had to struggle with. So I get putting him in the category of honorable because he's an artist who I know I think he's kind of started to dabble outside of Grime. When Grime was prevalent, he definitely had an impact.
He was a scorcher.
Moorish, Delta 7, I'm not familiar with. Lioness, I believe, is a female Grime MC. If I recall correctly, the name I'm familiar with. If so, I hear it. Devlin, I know this one was one of those a lot of people were just like, how could you not? Devlin, again, I think is another one who had trouble maintaining some spotlight as the genre started shifting and the sound started shifting. But I think that with who he had, he maintained that audience and their belief in him. So I hear it. Little Torment, I'm not familiar with, admittedly. Akala is another example of one of those artists where it's like, when I think about somebody who could wrap circles around you, but has he made a song or produced a project that really got like the scene like up in arms? I don't think so. His freestyles, extremely highly regarded. So when we're talking about body of work, his freestyles, I know are up there. Again, he's an example of one of those artists. He has 80,000 monthly listeners. So that means that the people who like him is in and of itself is a small pool. I think people are probably more so listening to Akala for his fire in the booths, his freestyles, because he is an insane lyricist. And he's an intellectual, right? He could wrap circles around you. But are the people who listen to him even listening to him? If you follow what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm seeing some of his most highly regarded songs are all from the same project that dropped in 2016. Those are the ones that have some of his more higher streams. And even within that, one of them is a fire in the booth in a project. So that also says something as well. Bro,
Damn,
what?
23 tracks, isn't it?
Yeah. This is 2016. So that says something as well. I hear it though. I think Akala is an insane MC. That's why he's worth mentioning. But we're talking about influence. There ain't that many conscious rappers out there to say, well, Akala, not conscious UK rappers, to say Akala like really paved the way for this huge lane of conscious UK rap.
Yeah.
There's that. And then bodies of work, we already addressed that. Lyrical ability, I think is his highest selling point. And even that, it's hard to let that be what guides his whole justification to be within the 50. Because longevity, again, for somebody whose name remains ringing bells, people ain't listening to him. So that says something about, again, even the people who listen to him ain't listening to him. So I get it. Squeaks, again, is another artist whose name I recognize, but I'm not familiar with his music, admittedly. Stefflon Don, I hear it because she's one of those artists that you now have to start questioning, are you a rapper? Or should I include you in a conversation about rap? If we're just talking about especially contemporary UK artists, I think she's worth mentioning. Because there are people out here who know Stefflon Don. There's people who, when I talk about Stefflon Don, when I'm doing presentations about UK music, things like that, they just say, I didn't even know she was from London. So that again speaks to something in and of itself. But at the same time, what she's done within her lane, being able to not have to jump on drill, not have to jump on grime or anything. She's maintained her lane and she is very good at it. Yeah, she has 5 million monthly listeners. Like you have to acknowledge her as a highly rated UK artist, but maybe not in the 50 rappers of all time.
Nah, I'm indifferent about both, honestly. Like the commercial success is there. It's definitely there. Can't even question it. But I just associate her sound so much with more of like that like dancehall kind of vibe. Cause I'm like, we're really digging into other pools of sounds here that are very difficult for me to just say rapper list.
Yeah.
I don't know, because if you want to be real, right? Ella May doesn't have the lyrical ability of a Stefflon Don, but Ella May's primary producer for her biggest project was Mustard.
Yeah.
She was practically singing on, so to speak, like R&B-ish rap beats. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm indifferent about this one. She has the talent, she has the following, she has the reach, she has all of it. But I don't know if I classify her as rapper, hip hop artist. I don't know. Unless there's other work that she has that I just haven't been exposed to. I'm
Yeah.
I'm humble to that, but
yeah, I think
it's a tough one for me.
Yeah, there's not much to say. I do think she's worth an honorable. I have nothing against her being mentioned as honorable.
Yeah.
Besides, it's just saying the genres is where it kind of starts becoming challenging. Skipping through to some names that I'm familiar with. Harlem Spartans, again, it's understandable why they're honorable mentions. You can't talk about UK drill and not talk about Harlem Spartans. One, if this was a top UK drill list, 100%. Furthermore, something you asked me earlier about, when you think Section Boys, you think of the individuals. When you think Harlem Spartans, you think of the individuals and the collective. That's tricky. Even in American rap, that's tricky. So you got to give them their credit. Clavish, I hear it, I understand because of his inconsistency. Clavish is an incredible artist. He just had challenges with maintaining a constant flow and output of music. But with everything he has dropped, I don't think I've heard a miss from Clavish yet. There's some songs that I like more than others, but not a single miss. I personally think that there was a misstep in Clavish's management, in my opinion, having him drop a 20-plus song project at the top of this year. I think those songs should have been split up into quarters, give each song an opportunity to breathe and develop its own life, and make some of those songs more memorable. And then, boom, now you drop another one. You're looking at 27 songs to the project. Like, when I look at his only project as far as I know to date, it's hard for me to look at the titles and start reciting the songs because there's so many flipping songs on it. He has one project that he's on Spotify, right? Like, I'm familiar with the intro to that project. No Difference, I'm familiar with. Public Figure, I'm familiar with. Just so I'm like, in terms of what starts playing in my head, just looking at the title. Rocket Science plays in my head. Four of Us plays in my head. Grease plays in my head. But then when I start looking at some of these other ones, I'm just like, how does that song go? Because you have 28 songs.
28 tracks is crazy.
That to me was a misstep. Clavish, one, may have had a stronger body of work category if they would have allowed those songs to become a category. But then we could say, he at least deserves a top 50 mention because he dropped 4 projects in a year and each of them were filled with bangers. Because I've listened to the project top to bottom. There aren't many skips on the project. But in terms of noteworthy, memorable ones, it's hard because 28 of them. So the ones that jump out really jump out, and they didn't give the other ones enough time to breathe for me to appreciate them properly. But in terms of ability, he's up there. Because of his inconsistency, it's challenging to put him up there with body of work with regards to his projects and even his platforms. So I get it, I understand. Novelist, another one of those artists where I get it. If this was a top 50 Grime MC list, Novelist would have been there. He's just one of those names. Dot Rotten as well. Jammer as well. What Jammer did for the culture with Lord of the Mics, insane. But are we really thinking about Jammer's bars when we're thinking about Jammer? Not as much. C-Biz, another one of those who the name rings bells. I've heard a couple songs. I'm not super familiar. I know P-Money, and we're going to end with P-Money.
I thought you were going to cry about this one, honestly.
I'll be real with you. P-Money is my number one Grime MC. I think he probably deserved maybe closer into the 50. I can understand the mention. Why? Because P-Money is one of those artists who has continued to own Grime MC as his identity. He isn't one of those like, I'm just an artist, or I'm just an... No, he's owned Grime as his thing. So from the beginning, when I first started listening to Grime in the early 2010s, through now, his projects have been overwhelmingly grime. The things that have gotten him some of the most reverence have been drum and bass, dubstep, and grime. So it hasn't even been rap, per se. He's another one of those that will probably be a topic of conversation for what we were talking about earlier of, is what you're doing on the sound what defines you, or is it what you're mostly known for?
Yeah.
He's rapping, rhyming, MCing on drum and bass, on dubstep, on grime, but he is not a rapper, I don't think. Even or he isn't a self-proclaimed rapper. So in that regard, I could get it. Body of work, I can get it too, because even as a P Money fan, what made me a fan was his freestyles. I was listening to his freestyles more than his projects. When I started diving into his projects, it was another example of one of those moments where when I'm hearing the bars that I'm hearing in the grime sets, I'm like, I'm reciting it because I know it from the set, but I prefer it on the set than on the actual song that it's from. The delivery of it, the energy behind it, etc., the instrumentals, right, the rhythms that he was actually on, I prefer it in his sets. So for body of work, I can get it. Furthermore, I even think his body of works themselves are highly revered within the scene. Great songs on them. Again, my favorite MC. But I don't even think people are talking about a Money Over Everyone 1 through 4 when they're talking about greatest grime tapes, if that. So I get it. I understand it from a brand standpoint. That's why I understand. Ability, he raps circles, if not on par with a bunch of the names on here. Longevity, undoubtedly, because he's maintained since grime. Not only has he maintained since grime, he's done other genres, and he's continued to do grime. So longevity, which is what we agreed to be the lowest category, the lowest important category here, the least important category, he maxes out. Ability, which we kind of agreed is our second highest, he maxes out. Body of work, he kind of starts to lag, and in influence, he starts to lag. So that's why I get it. I can be objective about that, as much as I love him, and he is my number one UK artist of all time.
I genuinely thought this one was gonna not actually make him cry, but
Yeah,
I thought this one was gonna make you cry. Like what? Yeah.
I hear it. I understand.
Because I heard
rationalize
how
it.
highly you speak about him, for the longest. So I was like, oh yeah, he's getting ready to explode.
Now,
look at you being objective. Well, you're always being objective.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But I could look at it and I could understand the point of view. If I was constructing it without having the criterias, I may have kind of knee jerk threw him up there.
Just pencil it.
Right? Yeah. But I get it. Now, if we had to look at this honorable mention list and pick, let's just say 10.
Okay.
10 of these honorable mentions to slip into a top 60. If I had to, off rip, I think Tiny Temper is worth it.
Yep.
I think Tiny Temper, even if it's 60 itself.
No questions asked.
I think Tiny Temper is worth it. I think that Frisco with an asterisk, because again, he's more so known for his grime, and his projects is what makes it kind of shaky. But as of late, everything he's been putting out on any genre has been insane. So Frisco, I think we can throw up there in a 60. Slick Rick and MF Doom, just off principle, I could see throwing them in there in a 60. In terms of the names that I recognize as well, I can understand a 60 for them. Everybody else on it, and P Money, just because he's my favorite on this list.
I mean, Harlem Spartans is up there too because they're on the list of the early pioneers of drill. I want to say, considering that it looks like there's a lot of gray area when it comes to selection of artists, I will throw Stefflon in there. You know, I mean, like I said, I'm indifferent about her placement, not because of her talent, but because of her sound. So considering that this list is still inclusive of her, I would throw Stefflon on there, personally. That global reach is just unquestionable.
That's fair. So we're at 7. I have a point on Harlem Spartans, but we're on 7.
I would say, because it's difficult for me because I don't know a lot of these names.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
You know, maybe Tion, because of his recent success, and we're seeing that he has that consistency to, continue to do that.
Yeah.
And I know some people are probably gonna kill me for picking him over T, because I'm not throwing T in there yet.
Yeah, same. It's sticky for me based on the categories. People saying Benny. He's one of those names that I know when I hear it, people are speaking very highly. Now here's the thing, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we could say Harlem, it's kind of hard to not say Section, because Harlem Spartans, I think, the collective brand was more of the earlier phases of their career, and then they started kind of being able to develop their own individual identities.
Mm-hmm.
With the things that have happened to Harlem Spartans, creating so many difficulties for them to reach a higher platform. It's tricky for me to put the whole platform or the whole brand of Harlem Spartans in there. But at the same time, I think that the name and the brand kind of supersedes, in terms of impact, each individual artist. Because we think about Mizar Mac. Mizar Mac is one of the best in drill, undoubtedly. But you're thinking Mizar Mac when you're thinking UK rap as a whole. Lowski, by virtue of being a part of Harlem Spartans, is undeniably influential and has a big place in the culture. But are you thinking about him in terms of best rappers?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're thinking about him more so in terms of what he was able to do as a part of that collective. Then you have SA, you have Bis, R.I.P., who it's hard to really factor them into a broader list because it's hard. It's different, right? So now, and then you have Blanco, who's been able to continue, but now Blanco, he's been able to branch out from just being more. Blanco has been able to branch out into being more than just a Harlem Spartan. Blanco is an artist in and of itself who's defining his own lane.
Brand, yeah.
So, but the whole brand of Harlem Spartans, I could see as in a top 6. That's why I kind of threw an asterisk on there. They would probably be closer to the tail end of that 60 because of that. So we hit 7, I think. I agree with you with Steph. I can hear it with Tion. So let's go from the top. So we have Tiny, undoubtedly. We have Slick Rick and MF Doom, just off of the principle of their global reach, undoubtedly, for a top 60.
I think you said you had Frisco.
I said I had Frisco with an asterisk in there. I had P Money in there out of my personal preference. Then you threw in Tion and Steph London.
Yep.
Cool.
And Harlem Spartans.
So we have 8. And then based off of names that I've heard, right? Yes, Benny Banks, I know, is a name that I've heard has been highly regarded. So for me, it's kind of like a toss up from there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, pick an artist that was either super influential in grime, or pick an artist who's super influential in the development of road rap, or pick an artist who's super influential in the development and advancement of genres before even either of those two that created a platform for those. And then cool, I think you have a top, a top 10 for top 10 for your 60. You know, for your 60 through 59. So y'all let us know in the chat what you think about, of this honorable mentions, which 10 deserve to be within the top 60. But I think that kind of makes sense to me, though. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, I already clapped. So boom. So now we just did the honorable mentions. We took a little bit of time now for the other categories. We're gonna Abra. If I had to, off of bias, I would throw Abra in the honorables. Now, for this next part, we're just gonna comb through the 50 through 25. We're not gonna look at it too meticulously. If there's any jump outs, I'll let y'all know, but I think we're gonna just address them based off of the categories, and I'll yield to any lack of familiarity with certain artists and just kind of move past it and just acknowledge the fact that I don't know enough to say anything about them. So I'll just chalk it up to the game and move it and move on from there. So from the top with London Posse, huh? Yeah. Okay. What's up?
No.
Yeah.
So you started recording.
So with London Posse, admittedly, artists I'm not familiar with, just off their vibe alone, they give me that boom bap 80s era, right? Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
1986. So just reading what was said about them, it's only right we acknowledge a group whom many on this list owe so much. UK hip hop's journey could arguably be summarized in 2 chapters: before London Posse and after London Posse. If you
That's
if your existence splits, creates a timeline, it makes sense. They were the first set of British rappers to spit in American accents. That's sticky. To define, okay, what British rap could look and sound like. Yeah, just from looking at them, you could see like they bring in that swag of, of that 90s, late 80s kind of vibe. So I hear it. That's simply choosing to rhyme in their native accents. Mesh with patois and UK street slang, yeah. Which is really what kind of starts to define a lot of genres right now. Grime, road rap, drill right now. So if these are some of the first artists to do that, then I hear it. Makes sense. But like I said, I don't really know enough about them to have a strong opinion, so I'll just chalk it up right there.
I don't even know these.
I'm not familiar either. Poverty-driven children. I'm not familiar. Okay. So they had different names. Late 90s. So they give me like an NWA kind of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And streetwise South London. I know South London is like, when we're talking about rap in the UK, South London comes up in that conversation a lot.
USS too with the baggy jeans and white tees.
Yeah. Facts. Streetwise, the potential dangers. Yeah, they were all for protecting the manor by any means necessary. Yeah, I'll charge it because I have no idea who they are to have anything to say that's meaningful. So I'll charge it there. Rimsey, I know, was one of those that some people weren't happy with. I get it though. I get it because he's one of those artists that's like adjacent to a Nines. He's adjacent to a Gigs in terms of rap, in terms of that brand and that notoriety and having an outstanding reputation within UK rap, specifically, not drill, not grime, not these weird gray areas. Rimsey is one of those that when I hear people talk about him, they talk about him specifically within the lane of UK rap. So I understand why he made it into the list. I think that understanding his brand and his reach, I could see from the category of influence and longevity, I could hear it. Now we're talking about bodies of work. I don't hear people talking about Rimsey's body. I don't hear them revering his work. I don't hear them revering his freestyles. I'm sure he has some of them though. I'm sure he probably was one of those in the warm-up session F64 era. But just as an outsider looking in and just kind of just like glancing at comments and stuff, I don't really see people talking about him now. But then even the stuff I've heard him on, I can understand why he's one of those that people regard highly, but I don't necessarily think too highly of him in terms of his when I'm thinking about UK rap. He's not the first person that comes to my mind. You know what I mean? I
mean, like, one thing I noticed though is like, I mean, of course this can just be algorithmic, but on Spotify, if I go and I tap on any UK artist, I feel like if I tap on like two more where they say fans also listen to, I always end up running into Rimsey every single time. So I don't know. I don't even know what he sounds like because I personally haven't listened to him. But that's literally how I'm familiar with his name. Every time I look at a UK artist and I just tap like, oh, fans also listen to, I always end up running into Rimsey.
Yep. Yeah. And you know what? Rimsey is one of those artists that, and you're going to hear me kind of make this, he had time in prison. That also is going to put a dent in your longevity if you spend time in prison, right? Rimsey is one of those artists, you're going to hear me make this kind of comparison later, where it's like, if you know Potter, you listen to Potter, you listen to Nines, you listen to Scraps. Or not even. If you listen to Potter, Nines, artists like that, you listen to Rimsey. You know of Rimsey. Right? However, I don't think people know... Hold on, let me backpedal. What am I trying to say? I know how I want to say it for other artists down the line. How do I want to say it? It's like you have him adjacent to some of those contemporaries, right? They're in that same lane, that same category, but he's not the first you think of within that lane in that category. So it's like if you listen to Rimsey, you probably listen to Nines, Potter, etc. If you listen to some of those other artists, you may listen to Rimsey. If I had to guess, I think he might be one of those that's further down the pipeline in terms of the people who really dive into the scene and really are familiar with the scene.
Why is he looking at us like that, though?
Yeah, I'm going to keep scrolling for that exact reason. Going up in Hackney. Yeah, so there's the East London influence as well. 7 years. See, it's just gonna be hard to really maintain with 7 years. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. You gotta charge it. Yeah, you just gotta charge it. Mist is one of those. He's gonna be one of those interesting ones.
Yeah, I don't know who this is.
And I'm gonna show you why it's interesting. I'm gonna click paste, and you're gonna see how many people listen to him. You're gonna be like, okay. He has 1 million monthly listeners, right? And he has some big flipping songs.
Yeah.
So High is one of my favorite UK songs of all time. It's one of those that I kind of forget about it, but when I play it, I'm just like, yeah. Like, this might be the one that I put in the playlist to represent Mist.
Okay.
The thing with Mist, I think the challenge with him is that he's not from London. And by virtue of being one of those artists that isn't from the epicenter of UK music to non-UK listeners, is going to be harder to kind of position him as highly. It's like when you think about, if there's a rapper from Long Island that's tough, yeah, they're tough, but it ain't from Brooklyn. It's
okay.
just, if you understand what I mean, like, or even better, somebody from White Plains or Yonkers. It's like, they're tough, but you ain't from the Bronx.
Especially if they jacking it at like a New York rapper. It's like,
you know what I'm saying? He owns where he's from. He owns the fact that he's from Brum. So that kind of puts a little bit of a notch in terms of who relates to him, who's going to go further to advocate for him. I do agree also, So High is one of my favorite Fredo songs too. I agree 100%. I agree with that. Now the thing with Mist is that he's also one of those artists that I think he has an extremely strong core niche audience that's really loyal to him. I think of like a Bugsy Malone, for example, and I think of like a Meeks. But I think that because his niche audience is so strong, it's like it's hard for me to rank him highly. It's hard for me to rank Mist highly in the influence aspect of it because I think he's such a niche artist. But he is one of those where his name rings bells. You see him on a feature, you're just like, oh, you got a Mist feature. Or when you see other artists featured on him, it's like, yeah, like that was a link up that needed to happen. You know what I mean? So that's one of those things with Mist. He absolutely deserves to be on this list, and I can also understand why he's within this 50. Sneakbo.
He's another one of those that every time he's always recommended as fans also listen to.
I agree. Yeah. Sneakbo is one of those artists where you can't deny his brand and his name, and you can't deny the fact that whether or not you listen to him or you like him, he's a household name. I learned about how big of an influence Touch a Button was through just reading through the comments, like just unprovoked. We talking about, oh, like what is the UK anthem? It's always something like Talking the Hardest, and Touch a Button, and others, and The Essence by Giggs. Giggs on top of that, and we'll get to that when we get to Giggs on this list. Giggs has 2 songs that I consistently see pop up when we're talking about UK anthems. Talking the Hardest and The Essence. And then you have Touch a Button with Sneakbo. Like the kind of songs that I didn't grow up on it, but then when I heard them, like, yeah, I could see how this could have been culture defining. So I get it. Makes perfect sense to me. Body of work is why I think he may start to lag. I also don't think of like hot 16s when I think of Sneakbo. So just off of our 2 highest categories with ability and body of work, I get it. But in terms of longevity, being able to withstand so many different eras of UK music, the road rap phase, that era when people were freestyling on dancehall beats, the era when grime was kind of still a thing, and as it started to slowly fade and transition into other sounds, jumping into drill, all of that, it makes sense from the influence and longevity standpoint why he's up there. K Coke is one of those artists that I saw his name in the comments and people were so angry about the fact that he wasn't higher. Okay, so Pain, you know what's crazy? I'm a backpedal. I know Pain is the Essence. I also have seen The Essence as a song. So I was wondering if it was one of those things where people just kind of like wrongly refer to this song. So you know what I'm saying? Like the song is actually called The Essence, but because he says Pain is the Essence, everybody says Pain is the Essence. I don't know. But yes, what I was talking about is Pain is the Essence. When I say Giggs has 2 songs that are like regard. Pain is the Essence and Talking the Hardest are 2 like almost like highly regarded UK anthems. Then there's The Essence as well. So I guess it's a whole other song with the same cover art. So it's kind of, if you're not from that era, I could see it being tricky to keep up with. K Coke is one of those artists that I saw people were angry as hell.
I mean, bro, the LRG hat says it. All of these. This man had years in the making for sure.
Yeah, 2009 he dropped a debut. So from a longevity standpoint, I get it. He's also one of those that whenever something drops, people in my comments will react to the new K-Coke, or even when I'm looking at bigger reactors who have more people commenting, he's a name that pops up. He's one of those that I think like when his name pops up on one of the platforms that are current, everybody's like, oh, he got a Daily W, oh, he got a Mad About Bars. I'm not sure if he's on Mad About Bars. I think he has a Daily W though, that when it dropped, people would just say, yo. So I'm gonna say, all right, so I can understand it from the longevity and the impact and culture. But then again, I haven't listened to him enough to really have a meaningful thing to say about his ability and his bodies of work. So that one, I think we just gotta charge it. Let's check out his. Who's firing the booth in the comments, by the way? Let's check out how many people listening to him. So same thing. So he has just under 300K listeners. So he's probably one of those that has maintained a consistent core audience, but maybe just had some trouble kind of really breaching into the broader, larger mainstream, if I had to guess. Joe Black is one of those names that I recognize the name. I'm not familiar with him in any way.
I actually went looking for him after I saw this list, and I believe it's not a Dilly Duppy, but he has a track on GRM, and I can see the appeal. Apparently, he's one of those pioneers, as is written there, of like pain rap, and like if you actually go listen to him, you'll understand. Like he belongs here. Understood.
So people were saying that K-Coke had the first Fire in the Booth to hit 1 million views. So that, again, from a impact standpoint, you gotta acknowledge it. Estelle, I know there was some people had some things to say here. I don't listen to enough Estelle to have an opinion. I know her name for features on American songs. I think this might be one of those instances of, do you even consider this person a rapper?
Like the Lauryn Hill conversation.
Yeah, so it's like, are you weighing Estelle's contributions to rap? Maybe having spit a couple times, or maybe primarily singing, but contributing to rap as a whole? Or are you talking about her rapping ability? Yeah. So that's where it's like,
I think she got more of her brownie points here for cultural impact based on the description of why they added her to this list. Because they were stating she's one of 4 to win a Grammy. I mean, I get it.
It's a big deal. That's a big deal. And that's going to be a talking point for later. Remind me, because we meant to run through it during overview of criteria, but it actually makes more sense to touch on it later. But talking about whether or not nominations and awards matter. All right, so we'll move that down a little bit later on, because I do think that that's it's something that's important to talk about.
Yeah.
Right. So again, I'll charge it because I don't have enough to say that's meaningful about her. Right. So I will charge it to the game. Ty, I'm not familiar with this artist. Okay, and he passed. So I can't speak much. Honestly, I can't speak much. Let's see based off of the description. Unconventional, cerebral, unconventional. So just off the description is giving me like indie, if you know, you know, kind of an artist, based on the way that they're talking about him here. But for his community, after spending so much time in child, okay. Education program and utilize rap and spoken word. So we're talking about impact. Shout out to somebody who's using their talents, to do something positive for the youth. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so they're saying that...
Can't argue with that, bro.
So they're saying they're in the early 2000s, even with Garage and Grime.
With Fela Kuti, wow. Hold on.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have much meaningful things to say here, so I'll just charge it as well. But based off what I read, it makes sense. I'm also not familiar with this artist.
Nope.
As well. Do you remember anything from reading the description?
No.
Okay. East London. Channel U. Okay. That's a big deal. So Channel U is like, think about how we talk about like a BET, MTV, when it was actually for the culture. That's like what Channel U was. You could say. So like you turn on the TV, it's like if I recall correctly, it was like the first like black music television platform for the UK, if I recall correctly. So anybody who was big on that platform, I can understand why they would be included on a list like this. But yeah, I don't have anything meaningful to say. So Skinny Man. I know there were people in the comments who felt the way. Again, I'm not familiar enough to have anything to say. I imagine he's probably one of those that's probably more prevalent in like the earlier years of hip hop, maybe sometime around the grime era.
He looks like one of those personalities.
Yeah, I imagine I wouldn't even be surprised if he either has Jamaican ties, or he's one of those like maybe grew up around a lot of Jamaicans and then kind of adopted aspects of the culture and help further amplify it. Just by having a name like Skinny Man, like that's a Caribbean name. Yeah. Let's be real. Somebody Caribbean named him that. Chances are.
Yo, Skinny Man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Chances are. But let's see what it says. Leeds born. Okay, so Leeds is like outside of London. For reference. It's what we call like the Midlands. So like we start talking about like Brum, Manchester, like areas outside of London. So think about like how we talk about like an upstate. Oh, here. London raised. Yeah, I'll just charge it. I'm not familiar. I believe this is another one that I know people were upset in the comments. I haven't listened to enough Avellino to have anything thoughtful to say. But from the little that I have heard, the moments that I have listened to him, from the way I see people talk about him, ability-wise, I think he's up there. I think where he may start to have some trouble, if I had to guess, might be in his bodies of work.
Yep.
I would imagine maybe if I had to guess, he was probably more prevalent and more anchored in the freestyle, the YouTube freestyle era of UK music. When we're talking about the F64s, those platforms I keep talking about. I imagine that's probably where he maybe gained a lot of his notoriety. He has 5 projects on Spotify. I imagine he probably
which came out this year.
And this is also one of those projects that I've been holding off on because I know people have been speaking highly. I want to do a reaction with you and maybe the bros. One of his projects here is also with Wretch 3.2. This one right here, I recognize this cover. I know that's with Wretch. So he has, let's say, 4.5 albums and maybe some tapes. If I had to guess, he probably has a lot more tapes than projects. But from a body of work standpoint, I could understand it. We're just talking about the bodies of work. And then even with that, it seems like it really took until this year for one of those bodies to really become a part of a larger conversation. So again, this is just from my outside kind of looking in kind of point of view. So ability-wise, I'm going to go based off the comments. I'm going to say I'm pretty sure he's up there. I think where he's probably starting to lag is in his bodies of work. I would imagine as it pertains to influence, he's probably one of those, like, if your ears are to the streets and like, or if you're one of those like rapper kind of listeners, when you're listening to the kind of artists that rappers highly regard, he's probably among one of those, as I'm sure there's going to be some others that I'm going to feel similarly about. Again, I think Avellino is one of those where it's like, if you know Wretch 3.2, you might know Avellino. If you know Avellino, you definitely know Wretch 3.2. That was the analogy I was trying to make earlier. So I think he's one of those that he's kind of adjacent to some other artists, but maybe this hasn't been able to build a brand that was super large compared to some others. So I get it. I can get it, but...
Pause.
Yeah.
Leak.
Do your thing. Yeah, so let's see in the meantime, while we wait for Frank, let's see what y'all are saying in the chat here. Avellino's insanely cool. Yeah, I definitely want to check out his albums. I know, again, that people regard him really highly. I just haven't taken the chance to listen to him. Also, admittedly, I want to listen to him with friends because I think he's probably going to be one of those artists that when you hear him with other people, you might be able to appreciate it a bit more. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, and his Daily Duppy is one of those that stayed on my list to react to, but I just haven't gotten to it because just things going on. And I definitely want to check out that album. I've been holding off on listening to it because I know that it's one of those that people were really highly regarding. So I definitely want to check it out. So Little Sims is an artist that I'm familiar with her. I've heard some of her songs. I've heard clips. She's also an artist that I've been holding off on because I want to do album reactions. I've seen how highly regarded her albums are, and I want to listen to that with other people. I want to share that experience for my first time with a bunch of other people. So I've been holding off on listening to Little Sims. Imagine if Avellino was slightly more street. I'm sorry, imagine if Akala was more street. Okay, that's interesting. So somebody said, Frank, imagine if Akala was more street, that's Avellino. That's interesting. That's an interesting description. Very interesting description. Yeah, so you know, I'm definitely looking forward to checking him out though. He's from North.
Yellow.
Yeah. So considering how people talk about Avellino, I can understand why he would be where he is right now, but also considering the fact that it seems like it's taken time for his projects to receive mass critical acclaim to the point where now I'm seeing it in social media posts, like people are talking about it kind of unprovoked. I could get why he isn't further down the list, despite the fact that he is a really talented artist based on what people are saying about him. Nole. This was one, cause I saw it like at a glance, just like skimming through the list. I get it from an influence standpoint, especially as a woman. She's one of those that has withstood the test of time, so longevity. There's a point in time when there were a lot of women MCs, bro. After this, if we have time, I want to play for you an old freestyle set with some female grime MCs. And Nole is one of those that was able to withstand the shifting of the paradigm away from grime into other sounds. She's been able to rap in general, like on top of other things. So from that standpoint, I get it. Lyrically, she's cold. She's definitely cold. I'm more familiar with her music because of her freestyles, though. So I think for body of work, it's kind of hard to have anything to say there. I haven't said, let me go play a Nole tape or a Nole album. She's one of those that when I listen to, I'm listening to videos on YouTube of her freestyles and of like her doing sets and ciphers. Also, as one of those where it's so annoying that we have to talk about people in this way, but from the standpoint of for a woman or like amongst the men, she holds her own. Like she really deadass holds her own. Like I've never seen her in a set with men and it feels like, oh nah, she's getting overshadowed. Like she steps up and she bars it. She kills it. I think the challenge for her, I think it is the body of work standpoint. Because I'm looking at, she has 2 albums or 2 projects on Spotify. I'm not sure how many, and then she has some EPs. And again, despite how cold she is, I don't see people revering her projects. I don't see people talking about her projects. And then she has 10,000 listeners on Spotify. So I think based on how people talk about some of these artists, I can understand why maybe she should be closer towards the 50.
I mean, but I was reading as I was staring at the screen, I was reading through their justification for it. I mean, she opened up shows for Mobb Deep too.
I didn't know that.
That's kind of a big deal. I'm not gonna
Didn't
lie
know
to
that. So that's what I'm saying. I think that she's one of those that, again, if we were like making a builder rapper and we had a finite amount of points, she probably is closer to maxing out in her longevity and in her cultural impact and influence. Then when we start talking about body of work, I think is where we start hitting like really low points. And then in the lyrical ability is where she starts being revered amongst, again, I saw P Money and Gets his names here. Same thing, she has a cipher. It was her, P Money, Gets, Stormzy, and she was barring, like, no questions asked. Like, she holds her own. I think that because you have to go on YouTube and listen to the freestyles and everything, that's probably what makes it a little bit more challenging. Yeah. So I think Nole is one of those I could understand an argument for putting her further towards the 50 than some of the other artists that we've seen here. But I think that but again, if we look at some of these previous names, we look at Avellino, we look at some of the names that we recognize. If you look at Avellino, we look at K-Coke, we look at Sneakbo, missed, right? When we look at them and we think about them, and we think about what they've been able to do, I don't think they have reached a point of being able to open up for artists like them. So I think in their influence area, they're probably kind of slightly stagnated at like hitting that wall of UK. Versus she's been able to kind of at least slightly breach out of that.
Which is in a separate market altogether.
So I can understand her influence and longevity maybe kind of teetering past some of those previous artists, but I do think that there is room for an argument to put her further back.
And that's a good point too, that the body of work is more than likely going to be a sticking point for a lot of the people from the grime area. I agree, because for example, somebody like a Kano, right? I was introduced to Kano via Top Boy. And when I saw Kano, the first thing I thought was actor, not artist, right? So then when I find out, oh, Kano is actually an artist too, and then I listened to what it is that he was not necessarily known for lyrically, it's just one of those MCs, right? But I don't think that I would go running to listen to a Kano project, right? So I get that. I think because of what grime was, it was very much so like in the basement, very much so like in somebody's crib, grab a microphone, right? And I can see why that is going to be a challenge for a lot of these. So that is a good point to highlight.
I agree. So somebody said Canon concept projects. I agree. So just because I've seen a little bit more of the conversations around it, I understand why his projects are highlighted, because I'm not gonna his projects are, especially his was it Hoodies in the Summer, I believe. Incredible project. But what I need y'all in the comments to understand, Frank isn't saying that Kano doesn't have good projects.
Right.
He's saying that for him, when he's thinking of Kano, he isn't thinking about his projects first. He's thinking about the persona and what he's able to put out and what he's been able to do. And then the energy of grime and the culture of grime precedes him thinking about his projects. Again, even for all of you, if Frank hadn't said that, and if I would have asked on the chat, when you think Canon, what's the first thing you think of?
Top Boy.
No, not even Top Boy. I would even say, even for those who listen to the music, they probably wouldn't have jumped to, he has classic albums. Because when it comes to grime MCs, I don't think, regardless of whether or not they have classic albums, I don't think people talk about grime MCs' classic albums as one of the first things when we're talking about why they're so good. There are some artists, when you talk about them, some of the first things you bring up is the fact that they had an incredible album. You think about Dave, you think about Psychodrama and what Psychodrama meant for his career. You think about J Hus, you're thinking and you're talking about Big Conspiracy, you're talking about Common Sense. Those things are inseparable from their name. When we think about Kano, I don't think we're talking about his projects first. But he does have legendary projects.
Right,
we'll get there though. So that's what I need y'all to kind of think about when we're talking about these things, right? What's the first thing that comes to your mind, and what were defining moments in these people's careers? Were these people's projects defined by the career that they already had, or were there projects that defined their careers? I think that's something that is going to be for a good talking point for later on. And again, we're not saying that Kano doesn't have good albums. I want to make sure everybody understands that. What he was just getting at is that when you want to listen to Kano as somebody who maybe was just first introduced to him, you're probably not jumping to the albums first. You might either be jumping to specific songs, or you might go discovering his grime sets, his freestyles, his clashes, etc. So I think that the projects were what kind of came as a result of him already being such a good MC and such a good rapper.
Right.
Bugsy Malone. I hear it. And you know why I hear it? Bugsy Malone, in terms of, if I had to just compare careers, I feel like Mist walked so Bugsy Malone can run. In terms of what it means to be a non-London MC who isn't just doing grime, right? Who has grime songs, who has participated in the culture, but also has segued into other lanes, has iconic freestyles, etc., and being recognized as someone who is good and not from London. I think Mist should be at the same caliber of Bugsy Malone. That's why I say I see their careers and their overall brands as being very parallel. The thing with Bugsy Malone, and the reason why I understand his placement here, if we're talking about maxing out points, influence is like maxed out at 99. And culture defining moments. Bugsy Malone's beef and clash with Chip was one of the most defining moments in modern grime.
If I remember correctly, I think it's also, it is also mentioned here. Yeah.
And then the fact that we later come to realize that not that the beef wasn't real, but that Chip threw the alley for Bugsy. It was like, all right, cool, we feel how we feel about each other, but I'm also gonna use this as a way to kind of help you go further, because I do recognize you actually can rap and you can spit. We got what we got going on, but I'm gonna still throw that alley for you to further advance your career in the meantime. But I'm gonna still say what I gotta say about you. So somebody said, didn't Bugsy get big before Mist? I could be maybe. I genuinely don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I genuinely don't know. Let's do a quick search.
Odyssey's music is toilet paper goes crazy.
I feel like I could be wrong, but I always thought that Mist was a little bit more of an OG compared to Bugsy. I could be wrong, so let's just see based off of and again, we use these things as super loose measures. I know it's not always gonna be accurate. I just look at it as a way to kind of get a bit of a thing. So we have Bugsy active 2010, and then we have that in terms of when he's active. So somebody say he blew up in 2017 in 2015. Mist. Let's see. So if that's the case, then if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Again, I'll charge it. In my mind, I don't know why I just felt like Mist was kind of like, oh, yep, I fixed my face. Y'all right. But for whatever reason, like, Mist was just kind of positioned in my mind as an older artist than Bugsy. I don't know why. So, it is what it is. But, so then I'll flip it then. So then if that's the case, then we could say that Bugsy kind of walks, so Mist can run then, right? So, thank y'all for that clarification. Right, but either way, my overall point is that I kind of see them as parallel artists.
Yep.
Just Bugsy just got further along because of the beef. But I do agree with somebody said here. The main thing that keeps Bugsy Malone from being ranked higher, despite the fact that I know he has a lot of regular listeners, his projects. He has great projects to me. Couple skippables in his projects. Would I say any of them are bad? No. But I think that Bugsy Malone is another example of one of those artists that his moments, his freestyles, his music videos, all of that is what really defines him in terms of his body of work. And then when those things end up on the projects, I quit on the project. I don't think people are revering Bugsy for his projects. I think he's an example of one of those artists where the project does what it does because of the artist. Yeah. But I don't think that the project did anything for the artist.
And I think in the areas of like longevity and cultural impact specifically, when you see an artist that's like relatively older, like a Bugsy, and people are still running him down for features, it says a lot.
I agree.
Because he ended up on the Body remix. He's still relevant to this day. So, on the list.
My fault. Yeah, I agree. I think the other thing too we have to give Bugsy credit for is the fact that him and P Money, so the Bugsy Chip and then the P Money Rotten, that's really like the tail end. Oh, and then we have Stormzy versus Wiley. Those three are probably like the most relevant clashes and beefs over the last maybe like 10 years or so. Prior to, it was like everybody had a somebody that was like the person that they were rivaling against. And it was for the sake of music. You know, like in the grime era, I felt like it was kind of uncommon if there wasn't like somebody who another person wasn't like kind of having that back and forth with. Then it fizzled out. Then with Bugsy and Chip, like that was such a legendary clash, even though it never reached like the traditional clash stage and clash format. What that moment was as a clash was insane. That was what introduced me to Bugsy. In fact, I would even share with you all too that one of the main reasons why I even got into doing reactions, why I even got into the reaction space in terms of just consuming content was the Chip and Bugsy beef.
Wow.
This was back when that beef was so hard to avoid discussing that there were American reactors covering it. This was the boom in the beginning of reaction videos. When we're talking about Too Blunt, we're talking about Deep Speaks, like the beginnings of and the pioneers of UK reactions. This was the moment that started to define my relationship with YouTube reactions and UK music. So seeing other people diving into it and being like, okay, this is really actually making it to a large stage, gotta give credit.
If you live by the gun,
Yeah. He has, Bugsy Malone has incredible projects. His challenge is just that his projects aren't what define his career. It's the moments, it's the singles, and it's what he's done as a businessman that has made Bugsy Malone who he is. He has iconic freestyles. He has iconic songs. All of those things have a larger impact on who Bugsy is and what defines Bugsy Malone's career than his projects do. So it's understandable why he isn't ranked higher. If we're talking about body of work as a category, and him mostly having freestyles as a body of work, I get it.
And I think it's also worth to note, you gotta remember, he still made it to the top 50. You know, it's a very small pool of artists, especially in like today's market where you can just create an account on a website and start making music. Like, and he's outlived some of the people that you're saying that he started in 2010, right? He's outlived several artists that have started earlier than him. And he's, like I said, he's still being chased down for features.
I agree.
So you have to just acknowledge that he belongs on the list. It is going to be challenging to figure out, you know, whether or not this is too low or too high because, well, we haven't seen what's higher yet. But
yeah.
I mean, I hear it. I can hear like the distaste for somebody who may be like a diehard fan of Bugsy, mainly because I personally am like more attached to his story than I am his music.
Yes.
Because like he does not let he doesn't let those two things live separately. It's like you have to know Bugsy has been homeless. You have to know Bugsy had to fight his way into music. You have to know these things to appreciate Bugsy's music because he still talks about them.
I agree.
So I definitely understand. Like, yeah, I can feel like the frustration that somebody might have when they look at this, considering everything he's went through and how he attaches that to his image now.
Yeah.
And would end up lower on the list. But I still think it's a big deal he's on the list. Like, he belongs on it.
I agree.
And he's still relatively up there when you think about it. 37 out of 50 is not really that low. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Great points. I'm not familiar with this artist, so I'll charge it. British rap has often been a space where artists have pooled their wider cultural heritage and influences into vivid storytelling and lyricism. Roots Maneuver, I'm believing that's how you pronounce it, is among the finest examples of this. Coming of age in the 80s and 90s, he was raised on sound systems and reggae as well as makes perfect sense now. Why he would be regarded based off of the impact. If just based off what I'm looking at, it's likely to do with the fact that his impact in the foundation has him ranked higher. Let's backpedal a little bit. So, somebody said, how is he above K-Coke? Again, I haven't listened to K-Coke enough to be able to have anything to say about his lyricism. But, again, we're talking about specific criteria here. Ability, body of work, impact, influence, longevity. Amongst us two, we're kind of higher ranking. Among Frank and I, we're more strongly considering ability and body of work. From body of work alone, we agree that Bugsy isn't as strong as some of these other artists on here. But for body of work, it seems like he's stronger than K-Coke in terms of how people talk about K-Coke. People aren't talking about his albums. From what I see when people are talking about him, all they're talking about is how cold he is as a rapper, on a technical level, etc. I don't see people talking about his projects. They're talking about his freestyles and what he's done for the culture. Cool, he has the first fire in the booth to hit a mil. Bugsy Malone has several fire in the booths. I don't know how many K-Coke has. K-Coke probably has several as well. There's some artists with several. Bugsy has several fire in the booths. He has his Spitfire. He has several freestyle platforms that he's decimated. So if we have to compare body of work there, it seems like Bugsy might be a little more higher regarded or higher performing in body there.
Yeah.
Now, when we start talking about culture and influence, when we're talking about clashes, which is about as UK as it gets in terms of fundamental aspects of UK music culture, and we're saying that Bugsy had one of the biggest clashes in UK history, again, y'all gotta charge it. We're still talking about what happened between him and Chip years later. And then on top of that, for them to then go and drop 2 songs together, they had the internet in shambles. They had the internet in shambles when they were clashing and when they dropped their collabs. Those are culture-defining moments. So, gotta charge it.
And let's not forget, he's still being chased down for features. 13 years later, still being chased down for features. Like he's maxing out the longevity aspect. You can't knock that.
And then again, when we talked about like our little hidden factor of reach, Bugsy is one of those artists that I can see having that influence and being able to speak to a broader audience too. I could see myself playing a Bugsy Malone song, you know, just finding just that right song for somebody out here, and that being that gateway into the whole scene. Just based off of what I've seen of K. Coke, how people talk about him, the vibe that I get from him and from his strongest supporters, he gives me the aura of one of those, like, once you appreciate UK rap, you will then appreciate K. Cole. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong, but that's the energy I'm getting off of the way people talk, because I hear the way people talk about him, and the way I kind of like, they give me the vibes of like those diehard rap purists out here, and I know the kind of artists that they tend to like and why they tend to like them. So just based off personality, so it's not rooted in anything that I can really strongly measure, you know. But again, as we go back to talking about measure, the reason why y'all see us looking at, you know, the listeners and everything is because you can't measure better. To say, oh, so and so raps better, he has better ability. How are you measuring that? Are you pulling up every single one of their songs, line for line, having some kind of an objective rating for what makes a good line? Like, you can't do that. It's impossible. The only thing you could rate it off of is how you feel, or how listening to that person makes you feel. Admittedly, I can say though, if I was again to charge it, admittedly, I don't even think necessarily wordplay per se when I think Bugsy.
I don't really either.
When I think of his Hot 16, it's his storytelling.
Yeah.
So when you think about somebody who's been able to advance his story while telling his story, I think of like a Jay-Z. Like, I put Bugsy in a category of like a Jay-Z in terms of the brand that he's developed and how he's been able to grow, and the way that he's been able to transcend several different genres, stay within his own lane while other genres are emerging, while still tapping into those other genres, right? Bugsy has done a lot that I don't think a lot of other artists can say. So that's not what Frank said. Frank didn't say.
It's fine. I'll clear it up. It's okay. I never said that Kano's projects were forgettable or anything like that. All I said was my introduction to Kano the artist was via Top Boy. And that means I was introduced to Kano as an actor, and I had to do my research to find out that he is actual artist as well. And the first things that came up when I went searching for him were not his projects. They were his freestyles. They were him on that's what you're gonna see if you go Google Kano now. So that's all I never said that I didn't like his projects. I said I never went looking for them. Okay.
and with regard to the point that I made, I didn't say, I don't even remember what I said exactly. So I'm gonna reframe what I'm saying. My point is, Kano as a brand, as an MC, as a performer, amplifies the impact of his projects. There are some artists where the project is what amplifies the artist. So again, when you look up a J Hus and you hear how people talk about a J Hus, things like A Big Conspiracy and A Common Sense were defining moments for the artist. Kano, being who he was, further defined and cemented why his projects are so classic and why they were so highly regarded. I don't think that those projects were people's introductions to Kano in the broad scheme. There probably were some people who may have just known his name and probably weren't too keen on him and maybe got a little curious. But I think that him already having his reputation, then hearing that the projects are doing well, then made the projects do even better. That's what I'm saying. When I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think that when you throw Kano's name out there, the very first thing that most people are gonna talk about is name dropping specific projects. I know his most recent one is highly regarded. I listened to it a couple weeks ago and I understand why. Incredible project. Beautiful project. And it was very highly acclaimed, etc. But I don't think that if I was to ask somebody out there, tell me something about Kano right now, that they're gonna say his projects first.
Right.
That's just what I'm saying. I could be wrong.
Right.
But that's just based off of the way that I see people talking about the artist. Anywho, right? So Solid, it makes sense. Again, I don't listen to them, but I understand what they've done for the scene. I understand what Asher D has done for the scene. I understand what 21 Seconds has done. Is first answer right there. 21 Seconds was their debut, and that just shook the world. So I don't have much meaningful things to say about So Solid, but I get why they're here, and I think that it's very difficult to talk about UK music and UK's urban music scene without talking about So Solid. Miss Dynamite is a name that I'm familiar with, but I'm not familiar with her music to have anything meaningful to say. If I'm being real, if I had to guess, I would imagine she's probably more highly regarded for a particular point in time. I saw the word reggae popped up, so I imagine she's probably like late 2000s, probably was like a very culture-defining person within that space, if I had to guess.
Yep.
So it makes sense. It seems like what's starting to happen with this 30s thing is we're seeing a lot of people who are very culture and moment defining. I think that's what it is. I feel like towards the top of the list in those 50s were people who were probably primarily culture defining or primarily like you can't deny this person's rap. I think towards the middle we're starting to get towards, as you kind of breeze past them, we started to get more towards people who are like, yeah, you can't deny this person's rap, but maybe they took some time off or they didn't make it as far. It seems like now we're getting more towards people where it's like, you can't deny what they did and they were good. I think that's where we're starting to get here. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because I think also too, when they construct these lists, I mean, once again, never sat in the room, don't know, right? But I know in several instances where you create certain criteria, when it's hard to quantify things, you start forgetting what the criteria is as you're putting the list together. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like some of these names coming up, you're like, wait, but we can't mention so-and-so without mentioning so-and-so. Like, so they may not, for example, from a longevity standpoint, right? I don't know when she started. I don't know I don't even know if she still makes music. I've never listened to Miss Dynamite, right? But as you said, if she happens to be like just one of those icons that you think of because of what they were able to lay the foundation for, it's like you're not going to look at it from a longevity standpoint. You're going to be maximizing that cultural impact.
Yeah. And
it might have gone past 100 points if 100 points was the max. Yeah. And you say, okay, but we have to talk about Miss Dynamite, right? Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a lot of those names just like
start popping up. I agree.
Yeah.
Somebody said that this is a college sister. I see it in the face. I hear it. She's always been in her own lane. One of the few mic wielding, I don't even know what that word is. I'm not even gonna play myself. Revered across a plethora of genres. So this might also explain why maybe she didn't make it further down too, because of the genre bending. She merged reggae influences, delivering technical verses that always slapped when it came to the UK garage. I hear it. Club class. Yeah, so it seems like it's very strongly geared towards her influence on the genre bending and staying within her own lane and having really, really strong, heavy moments. It seems like what it is. They're talking about debut albums, so she has an album here that landed her some awards. So it makes sense from a body of work standpoint. It seems like that's what's really defining her place here. Because when we're looking at some of these other artists, we're not seeing as much, like obviously, stuff, like with So Solid, you're seeing them reference specific songs. Even with Bugsy, I don't think they even mention his projects per se. I see they mention EPs. Bugsy's mixtapes are really tough though. Like they're his mixtapes from before he really started blowing up. I'm talking about like, was it Diary of an Evil Genius? I believe is one of his projects. Stereotyped. Some of my favorite. Bugsy has this one song called Nuclear. It's one of those when I open up my YouTube. It's one of those where when I open up my iTunes, because it's the only way I can hear certain songs because they're not on Spotify or even on YouTube sometimes. It's like I keep replaying it because it's just that beautiful of a song. So Bugsy's mixtapes earlier on, incredible, especially while he was still hungry. Somebody said something about Miss Dynamite. I wouldn't put Lady Leisha above Miss Dynamite. Interesting. We'll see what's up. This may be one of those instances of Miss Dynamite may have walked so Lady Leisha could run. That might be what it is, if I had to guess. Boy, if you don't stop scrolling back to it, now I'm going to do it again. It's because you said something. So the thing about Bugsy as well...
If you live by the gun.
And the reason why as well, why I respect his place in this list too, is he's also one of those artists that really started to cement my investment in the UK scene, personally. I just want to say that because somebody had to say something about it.
Loyal Kana.
Name that I recognize, I don't listen to the music. If I'm being honest. Don't listen to the music. I don't have anything meaningful to say here. 6'7". Okay, so now this is a sticky one. This is a sticky one because if you put 6'7", how could you put 6'7" and then not pull down Harlem and Section?
All right, here's what I can say. The longevity meter is kind of probably teetering the scale a bit here, and primarily because of LD.
That's what I was thinking.
Because
too.
LD, hands down, I don't even, like I said, he follows the scene very closely, very, very closely. I follow it probably like from this distance, right? And like even from the distance that I follow it, LD's name just continues. You cannot avoid LD.
You can't avoid it.
So I'm not saying that he's the one that's just carrying it, but you have to acknowledge, like, when you see that name popping up so much.
Yeah.
And as I said, sometimes the collective overshadows the individual name. This is one of those instances where even though LD is such a great talent and a household name, you're still gonna think you just have to.
You have to.
So
this is a sticky one because I'm not even going to say whether or not they should have been close to each other. But for them to have gotten a number in Section in Harlem, because Canon where it started is regarded as we talk about like anthems.
Yeah.
Canon where it started, that was before my time and my investment in UK drill specifically. I was listening to UK music, but not drill. Mm-hmm. That's one of those that's like regarded as like a anthem and that's Harlem, right? So it's like, but then what Let's Lurk did for drill as a whole, what Let's Lurk did for UK drill, that collab with Gigs, putting drill on a global platform, Big Shot jumping on it, and that creating a whole moment in and of itself. I could understand 6'7" being higher.
Yeah.
For the culture defining. I get it. Longevity, I also get the longevity too because in what I call a revolving door genre of drill, 6'7" is going to withstand because they're so legendary. So I hear it. Bodies of work, I don't even think they have projects like that. I think same thing, the thing that really defines 6'7" is their freestyles and their videos. Let's see, I could be wrong. Also, sometimes mixtapes don't make it on here too, so I could be wrong. Okay, so I'm wrong. So they have several projects. So we're talking about a drill collective with projects. I'm seeing
multiple in years.
Seeing across several years, 1, 2, at least one every year that they've been active since 2015. Not many in drill can say that.
Yeah.
So again, in terms of their placement above Harlem and Section, I hear it. But for Harlem and Section to not get a number and for 6'7" to get a number, that's kind of questionable.
I really do feel like it's the LD effect here. Like because it's not even only the fact that he has the longevity, he still puts up numbers too. Like it's the LD effect. I that's the only thing I could draw. Because like for example, even when you break down the specific names of the members of the Harlem Spartans, there's no doubt
Yeah.
That like in the drill scene specifically, you can't question the impact that they're having on it. But when you think LD, he's beyond just that scene now. You know what I mean? Like even though his sound is primarily in it, you know LD because you know LD. So you just have to give it to him, and you have to chalk that up. You just have to chalk it up.
It's a sticky.
I just think you know what it is though. I think the thing that makes it even more challenging is because of how high they got on the list.
Yeah.
Because had they been like in the lower like 40 to 50 range, maybe there'd be less of a debate because we could say, okay, now it would just be between one of them making it to the list.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like for them to hit the 30s, we're talking about the 30s, almost the 20s, and Harlem and Section that's a sticky one.
Yeah.
That's a sticky one, but damn. Scraps, I'm familiar with Scraps. I don't listen to Scraps. This is going to be another one of those comparisons I'm going to make. If you listen to Scraps, you know Nines. I think there's a possibility that for people, especially now that Nines is growing on an international platform, you can know Nines and not be as familiar with Scraps, i.e. like myself. But I think that it doesn't work the other way around. So I think for that, it makes sense why one, right? Scraps is also one of those artists that the way people respond to him being on songs these days, I can tell he's withstood the test of time, and he's one of those like legendary type. Like when I think like a Pusha T or somebody who's been around for a minute, stuck to their guns, and really like when you see them on something, you know it's gonna be worth listening to. So I get it, I 100% get it. Started on Grime. And then, as I'm reading here, started on Grime, however, a few stints in prison, so it makes sense why he may have kind of been held back from developing a stronger
Nicholas
reputation.
Wiley and Skepta live on stage. That's a big moment.
That's big. I didn't even know that's culture defining. I always knew Scraps more so for the road rap aspect, or just the rap aspects. I didn't even know that. That's news to me personally. And then the fact that they're mentioning his mixtapes. If you have mixtapes that ring bells, like to have iconic mixtapes in rap, you gotta recognize that. Like mixtapes and rap are so synonymous. Like that you cannot have strong albums, but if you have incredibly legendary mixtapes, charge it. K-Trap.
This one's tough. This one is tough. This one's tough. This one's tough. Once again, another one of those that I feel like if lower on the list, maybe easier to say, okay, but 30, I mean, I get it, because I know that the whole, like, the unmasking situation was a cultural, like, shift.
Yeah.
I definitely understand it, but I'm just like, I think K-Trap has a wide range of work.
Yeah.
Right? You could sit down, you could critique it all you want, you could figure it out based on, but I think 90% of the people who are into K-Trap are probably going to be just people who just love K-Trap because of because of the moment that he created.
Yeah.
Right? But if we want to think about it like from a modern standpoint, where he stands, I think in the last year and a half, maybe 2 years, we see more of like, all right, yo, you know, K-Trap's doing this thing like Warm, like whoa, like, you know, and then he dropped the project where Heady's like, whoa, but some of the names that he got put above here,
it's kind of sticky. I hear that, especially if we're talking about people who are pioneers. I don't necessarily see K-Trap as being a pioneer in drill per se, the way that people talk about like a 6-7 and other. So I think you can't give him a pioneer category. In terms of his work, his bodies of work are highly regarded.
For sure.
I could give him that. I think I understand what you're saying about him above certain other people. This might be one of the handful where I'm kind of questioning the position. Even from a culture defining thing, like for me, my introduction to K-Trap was the whole hoopla around him taking his mask off. That was when I really started listening to him. And even from then when I started listening to him, I'm just like, I get it. I understand I think what K-Trap does so well, and one of the reasons why he's been able to hold the position that he has, is the way that he's been able to bend and blur those lines of trap and drill.
Yeah.
He's one of those artists that was able to incorporate the culture of drill to a degree, leaning more into the trap side of it, which then allows you to be able to put more out there, probably keep you more out of harm's way and out of the law's way to a degree. So I get it. But yeah, 30, and yeah, somebody saying above 6-7,
It's tough.
That one is sticky, especially if we're talking about criteria. 6-7, I get it because they're iconic and just off their one song, which the rhythm then reached a global platform, and what that's done for putting eyes on the UK scene. 6-7, I can argue for where they're positioned. K-Trap is harder for me to argue the positioning. I will say though that K-Trap's projects are really good from what I've heard.
They are.
His projects have made me more of a fan of him than his individual singles, even like freestyles. I think K-Trap is an example of one of those artists where the blooming of his career then put more of a buzz around his projects, and then that amplified the projects, and then once the projects were amplified, that then put more eyes on the artist. So I think it has more of a symbiotic kind of circular relationship versus, as we were saying with some other artists, where their brand, their reputation amplified the project, or the projects were amplified the artist. I think these actually worked very hand in hand. I think with K-Trap being positioned where he is in the scene, so many artists kind of falling off a little bit, getting locked up, etc. The face reveal, doing drill during a point in time where drill was really high in terms of the quality of music and the output of music. Him developing that brand, dropping projects that then became labeled as modern classics, and then doing that back to back. I think that's what's kind of created that symbiotic relationship between his projects to his body of work, giving him more recognition for his ability, and then furthermore. But above 6-7 is...
I mean, it's also possibly a product of recency bias. Because you
yeah.
do have to acknowledge, like, he's been kind of on a run for the last year and a half. So
yeah, is what it is. I agree. Charge it there. Koji Radical, another artist I haven't listened to, and I've only put off listening to him because I want to listen to his projects in a group setting with people. But for what I've heard about him, makes sense, but I don't really have anything meaningful to say here, if I'm being honest. But from what I have heard about him,
Fredo, there's nothing even to talk about when it comes to Fredo.
Fredo's kind of like a modern 50 Cent.
Yeah, I think he belongs exactly in that spot, personally. Like, exactly in that spot.
And the reason why I can accept it is because, remember talking about how like there's phases of this list, right? It seems like the earlier phases were like not even culture defining, but like, what am I looking for? Genre defining artists. So the top of this list, the early 50s, people who defined moments and defined the establishment. There we go. The earlier, closer to 50, are more of the establishing people. Then we start moving forward and we start seeing people who maybe built on some of the foundations that were set, or people who really laid strong foundations for the culture, implementing aspects of other genres, etc. Boom, boom, boom. Then we start reaching people who, like, their careers start defining moments. Their songs start defining moments. And well, now I think we're starting to reach, as you said, that recency bias. People who have been able to build upon what was set by some of those earlier individuals. And then because there was such a strong foundation and example set for them, they were able to take it a whole other level. Much faster than some of them may have been able to. And reach a larger stage and everything. So I hear it. I get it. Makes sense. I can understand his positioning here. AJ Tracy, another one I can understand, especially considering the fact that he's one of those that really started out really young doing grime, like championing grime, and then evolving, having moments. Again, we're talking about people who are moment defining. Thiago Silva, moment defining, his wifey rhythm, being one of those artists to really put on as a person of Caribbean descent, being Trinidadian, incorporating that into his music, having projects that I think probably ranked really well and charted really well, if I believe so. So ability, he's up there because he's some of the slimiest flows.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think too highly of him when it comes to like wordplay and lyricism. When it comes to flows, delivery, and putting together everything, he's up there ability-wise. Projects is where you maybe kind of start getting a little shaky with AJ. So body of work, maybe in terms of his
singles more so.
Yeah, his singles are up there, and I think the moments that he defined, and then now we start going into culture, moments that were probably defined by things like his packages, freestyle, some of the other platforms he's been on. He has 5 million monthly listeners, almost 6 million. That has to count for something. You have to recognize that. There are a lot of people listening to him. Flu Game is one of my personal favorite UK projects. I listen to that project top to bottom. Yeah, but he also doesn't have that many projects as well. Because one of the things here is a deluxe. I think he probably has more so towards the tapes. So AJ, I get it. Cass is Dead is one of those where people can't stop talking about him in my comment section. I see his name come up a lot in comments around these things. Never listened to him a day in my life. I have nothing meaningful to say.
Yeah, I wasn't even familiar with the name when I saw it.
Not even the face. I have nothing meaningful to say personally. So he's an artist I'm looking forward to listening to some more to see exactly why he is where he is on this list. Lady Leash.
Doom, doom, boom, boom.
I think this is sticky. I might have put her closer to Nole. And not just because they're women, but because of how far their careers have been able to go in spite of being women, but also probably because they're women too. Like I think in terms of roadblocks and overcoming and in spite of. You see what I'm saying? So in terms of being one of those artists that's been able to hold her own against other in terms of being an artist that's been able to hold her own in a room with other people, doing the sets, she's up there. 25 though?
All right, wait.
It's sticky. I could hear it. I could understand it. Let's see if you're going to say what I'm going to say.
She is the equivalent to what I was mentioning before we even started.
Talking about Gateways?
Soulja Boy.
Yes, and that's the point I was going to make.
Her Queen's Speech series, you have to understand, for people who did not even know that there were female rappers in the UK.
Yep.
They were all familiar with the Queen's Speech
speeches.
series. You just have to acknowledge that.
And you know what? You know how y'all say in the chat, it's a UK US perspective thing. So the same way how there's certain things that and ways in which my perspective is limited as an American. I think for some of y'all too, y'all may not realize like Lady Leisha did a lot for the UK scene in America, bro. Like I'm talking about scrolling through Facebook and that's being randomly posted. I'm just like, what?
Random, bro.
Randomly posted on Facebook. When people were actually posting videos and music on Facebook for whatever reason. Now, I don't mean her page. I mean like a random person sharing it. She went viral globally. She had what I would say is like a Big Shaq effect, where you find this gem, it's entertaining. It also has some technical aspects to it. Then you dive deeper into the artist to realize, okay, and then Big Shaq is an actual artist, right? But in terms of like the gateway into the scene, to then kind of realize, wait, no, there's something here to look at.
Yeah.
Lady Leisha, I think, is one of those that did that for the scene as a whole. So that's why I get it. Because now, as I'm saying, we're getting towards people who they're culture defining with good music. We also can't deny that she's pretty high in terms of her ability too. Body of work is where she laps. Like I don't really listen to Lady Leisha to listen to her podcast. I listen to her freestyles. I listened to her sets when she was doing the sets, stuff like that. If she was, I think she was one of those artists that used to do like Ladies Mic and stuff like that, like Ladies Night Mics, if I recall correctly. But as an MC, undeniable. Culture defining moments.
You just gotta like
you gotta try. But 20, I do hear that 25 is kind of up there.
Well, here's the thing, right?
25 is kind of up there.
Here's the thing. Like I said, one, I do have that idea in my mind that, remember, when you're putting these lists together, sometimes it's easy to forget the criteria. Just how someone who's reading the list now, because I'm sure there's probably people watching us right now that are forgetting the 4 criteria that built this list out.
Yeah.
And they're saying certain people don't belong in the spots. But the 4 criteria are what are determining who is above who, right? That's our assumption. But then we're also taking into account that some of the people making this list probably completely forgot it at some points, right?
Yeah.
When you think about the global impact, as you already pointed out, that she had, it's like, it's very easy to forget that her body of work is probably not as extensive as somebody like K-Trap, right? But K-Trap, for example, was not globally viral across the internet between teenagers and adults, right? This is her.
Yeah.
Like, so I understand lyrical ability, whatever else, body of work. It's very hard to compare her to some of the other people and say, okay, all right, you belong above them. But just those moments specifically, it's like it's hard to forget what they did.
Yeah, I agree. I still think 25 is a sticky one, but I will not deny what she's done for the scene. I agree. Yeah, you can't deny that. So that's the top 25, which was supposed to be a comb through.
It's kind of tough to do that with these names, though.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to be at a glance, and then they were supposed to actually do the thing. But so as we look at the 25 to 50, regardless of position, would we say that the names make sense, regardless of where they are? Do these names make sense from 25 through 50? Regardless of where they are, do the names make sense?
I want to say
Of all time.
that at least 15, maybe 12 to 15 of these names, I haven't even like fully listened to their catalog to confidently say if their music would determine that they belong there.
Yeah.
But what I can say is, as you read through like the justification that they provide, it's like, okay, you kind of have to just acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I'm shocked so far with some of the placements, for sure. I know you said, I know positioning is something that we disregard, but I think positioning is probably one of the things that's really drawing a lot of that like anger from people.
Yeah.
But so far, like somebody like a K-Trap, he belongs there. Somebody like a Lady Lee, she belongs there. Like I understand like her being in the 25 and then being at 25 is like whoa for some, but I think anything higher than that would have been a little bit of a head scratcher for me. Like I think she's in the right pool of people from this list. So like those two names specifically, Bugsy, you know, we already acknowledged like his body of work is where he really starts kind of you know, slipping up and down. He has a slope when it comes to that, but like his cultural impact, who he is, the persona that Bugsy is like if you did not mention him in this pool, it'd be very challenging. But then if you were to put him above this pool, it'd be even more challenging because of that body of work aspect. I
agree. Yeah, I think that regardless of placement, because there are some placements I'm just like, I think regardless of placement, that 50 to 25 makes sense. It makes sense. These are people who, if their body of work is kind of shaky, put it this way, if their albums and their discography is kind of shaky, their freestyles make up for it. If they're maybe not necessarily too strong in the area of body of work, or we don't necessarily know them too heavily for their projects, moments that they defined are extremely undeniable. If they maybe haven't had too much of an impact on the development of genres, the reach is undeniable. So I get it. And then beyond then, and then even if you're not too familiar with them, the fact that some of these names have been able to withstand the test of time as well. So I think that the 50 to 25, regardless of whether or not the placement, the names make sense. The names make sense. Go to 11. All right, 24 to 11. This is what I think is gonna start getting kind of, because I've seen a couple of the 24s to 11. So I let's see what I want. So things to keep in mind as we look at this. So are these people really just outside the top 10 range? And what's the criteria that we think is keeping them from touching the top 10?
Okay.
So think about those things as we're looking at.
This is gonna be fun.
So especially so we can try to get through this a little bit, because we're supposed to go through the last segment faster. But for this one, looking at the name, right? Let's lean more specifically towards what do you think is the criteria keeping them out of the top 10?
Okay.
I think there's gonna be more names that I'm familiar with, so I think I might have something more meaningful to say here. JME. So what's keeping him outside of the top 10? I think JME is one of those artists where if you know so-and-so, then you might know JME. But if you know JME, you definitely know so-and-so. So if you know Skepta, you might know JME. The reason why I say might is because of the global reach of Skepta. But if you know JME, you obviously know Skepta, and boy better know. He doesn't not wear his brand whenever he does anything. So I think the main thing that might be keeping JME out of the top 10 range might be towards the, not even the influence. I might have to say body of work.
I was about to say that too, yeah.
I'm gonna have to lean towards body of work, because influence, he's in that legend range. It's undeniable. You can't deny his ability. That's not even something to question. It might be the body of work, and I'm gonna say longevity, but more so longevity in terms of being able to maintain that reach over time. He's been able to maintain his relevance, but I don't think his reach has grown over time. So I think that's probably the main thing keeping him outside of the top 10.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Honestly, I was gonna touch on that longevity thing too, because I would say that for whatever pocket he filled, I'm sure he filled it with like the highest regard that you can have for any artist of his caliber. But what I'm seeing, and we haven't really gotten to the next people, but in comparison to probably some of the bigger names that we know that have been around for as long as somebody like a Skepta, is that there was some more versatility associated with those names. And JME he's not one of those that like you directly associate that with his name immediately. Like, lyrical ability is there. He has the body of work that is still like reputable enough for him to make that kind of list. But comparing him to somebody like a Skepta, for example, it's like it's tough, because Skepta he's just filled in so many pockets.
I think the main thing too, looking at JME's discography, at least the ones that made it to Spotify, I had to backpedal on my point about the body of work, because Famous, I remember that was a big one. Blam, that was a big one. History, Integrity, these names, these are names that it rings bells for me. These are projects where when you think about these titles, you cannot separate it from JME. It's you can't even separate it from what Grime was at that point in time. I think what it is, somebody just said it right here. He has a core fan base and not a lot of new fans.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's the perfect way to put it. I think that's the main thing keeping JME out of that top 10. But definitely not denying ability. And I think that's the main thing. Nux. I'm surprised Nux made it this high, not because I don't think he deserves it, but compared to some of the other people in the 50 to 25, I would have assumed he would have been more positioned in people's minds closer to some of those. Especially him being a little bit more of a niche artist, I think. I think it's undeniable he's talented. Nobody's questioning his pen, his production. I think Nux is also one of those artists where, despite the fact that he isn't as spoken about, it doesn't seem, his projects, whenever they drop, are highly regarded. And then when they do manage to slip outside of his kind of usual niche range, people can acknowledge Nux is tough. I think the main thing that might be keeping Nux out of the top 10 is the cultural influence, and is influence and impact. I think that Nux is one of those artists that has been able to build upon such a strong foundation that was left for him, and then start building his own lane. And because he has such a unique lane, you can't necessarily say that he's influenced or impacted anything, because he owns his own lane. We can't say Nux emerged and therefore everybody started rapping on jazz beats and doing this kind of like what they started, like cloud rap. It has emerged significantly more, but I don't think that it's boomed to the point where we could say, Nux has, as of right now, reached that massive critical acclaim that he will deserve at some point. I think he just needs more time to build it up. I think that's the main thing. He's one of those where it's like, if Nux started making music in the 2010s, or if there was a Nux in the 2000s, he would probably be further down the list.
See, I don't really have much to say about him, because I don't follow him closely enough to have an actual objective opinion. What I can say is, from what I've been exposed to, I can understand, because his creativity, from how he creates the project, the tracks down to the visuals are just like beyond me. So I have to give him that much, but I would have to look into him more before I can give you an objective opinion about his placement here.
Same thing, and he's also one whose projects I've been avoiding because I want to listen to his projects with you and the bros. So, but just from what the singles that I've heard and how I've heard people talk about him and what I understand about him,
he's meticulous. I can tell that he's very meticulous with how he picks everything.
I agree. DBE is one. I think what keeps them out of the 10, impact and influence, is through the roof. It's undeniable. The fact that, first of all, they're an extension, as they're saying, they're an offshoot of D Block, the D Block. When I first heard them, I was like, I wonder if it's like they're just inspired by D Block or no. Jadakiss acknowledges them. Just off of the fact that you get a cosign from Jadakiss. Impact, they hit 99. They maxed out their points on impact and influence. The sound that they have, they're like how we look at artists like a CB who keeps putting out drill, but it's like you can't deny, it's like you own this space. They're like that for the trap wave. Like their sound, they own that. Anybody who does that sound, you automatically attribute that sound to DBE. Even if they weren't even the first to do it. So, there's that. Bodies of work, they drop projects like flipping candy. It makes no sense. I blink and then I'm just like, yeah, DBE dropped a new project. And it's the fact that they do like the Jay-Z and Kanye thing where they don't even have a build-up. They just start dropping singles. Oh yeah, by the way, we have a project dropping. There's another one coming in 2 months, by the way.
21 million.
21 million listeners. From 2018 to now, they dropped at least one project a year. 18, one project. 19, 3 projects. 20, they dropped one project. 21, one project. So they drop projects consistently. Can't deny DB. I think the main thing that keeps them out of the range of the 10, lyricism. We don't really think about lyricism. We think DBE. We don't. They're also very niche. But when I say niche, I mean rap fans probably not gonna like them. People who like Migos might like them. People who like certain kinds of like super chill, feel good music. That's what it is. DBE is fun, feel good music with a touch of trap for the people who have their ears to the streets, but they make music for the women. They make easygoing music that you can enjoy. So that's what I think keeps them out of the 10. But it's like you can't not have them in this 20-ish range because of the fact that they've been dropping projects consistently for the past, 2019 to now, 4 years? Maintain that and continue to grow. And as somebody else pointed out too, they keep selling out O2. O2 is like, to be able to, it's like the equivalent of being able to say you keep selling out Madison Square Garden or Barclays. If you, in terms of how people talk about it. So to do that consistently, then it's got to charge it. One.
Yep.
What keeps Heady One out of the top 10 range?
This is
it's a sticky one.
This one is
Still.
tough. I think, you know what?
It's a sticky
This one may just have to be chalked up to the fact that there may just be bigger names than him in that range. It's that could be the only thing I could think of, because from a longevity standpoint, he has it. From a body of work standpoint, he has it and he's still building it. Like, from a cultural impact standpoint, from the fact that he already did a freestyle with Drake and we got people over here listening to it, like, I can't think of a single thing that he's getting red marks on. It just has to be that somebody else probably is just getting that much more in those spaces than he is.
I tell you what it is. He's reached as far as drill can take him. That's what it is. He's reached the pinnacle of how far drill can take him. That's the reason why he isn't in the top 10. As he continues to expand beyond drill, and he continues to maintain that relevance, he's going to ease his way further into some of these conversations. But just off the fact that he's defined, the fact that I've been saying is that's a sticky one still, that's heady. The fact that he started to pioneer the notion of doing the on drill songs. No Better in and of itself is a song that other drill artists reference. The fact that people reference the one all the time, that he's gone as far as drill can take him, but he's also shown how far drill can take you. So I think he deserves where he is, but he does need to continue to expand beyond drill in order for him to be considered in his top 10. I think also, if we're going from the top in terms of our most highly regarded criteria to the lowest, ability, I'm not thinking lyricism with Heady. He has like cheeky punchlines. His delivery kind of is off-putting for me, but I've gotten used to it. It's like, all right, cool, that's just how Heady raps. It is what it is. Bodies of work, they're growing in terms of, again, somebody who's the name of their projects is starting to develop a life of its own alongside the artist. I think maybe some of his earlier projects did what they did because it was Heady. And then again, now it's, it's like Heady dropped this project and the project does well. And like Edna, one of my favorite UK projects of all time. And he started transitioning away from the drill. It showed me what he can do on just rap. So yeah, I think that's the main thing. I do need to listen to his recent project with K-Trap. Yes, his storytelling. So his storytelling in terms of ability is up there. And then being able to do stories in microcosms. I don't think he has like whole song stories per se. I think he has like very vivid moments in how he depicts things that puts him up there compared to other drill artists. And again, because he leans a little bit more towards the trap side with the drill, I think that's what puts. But again, he's going as far as drill can take him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the highest ranked drill rapper on this list.
And then the other thing to add to it is that from the lyricism standpoint, he made drill a bit more digestible.
I
in his
agree.
Delivery. Like, yes, he has his moments where he's being rude too. That's just part of the culture of it. But like, I think I can listen to more heady tracks and not have to be feeling like I shouldn't be listening to it.
I agree.
Than several other artists that come out from that scene. So
yeah, that's the main thing keeping him outside of that 10. Let's start hitting Sench.
I mean, I think this one is an easy one.
What keeps him out of the 10? He hasn't been doing it long enough.
Yeah, he just needs some time. That's all it is.
Yes, he hasn't been doing it long enough. And the thing with Central C, I feel like Heady walks or Sench can run in terms of putting digestible UK drill out into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And then Sench was able to build upon something that was already starting to grow. I think if Central C was trying to emerge the way that he is now, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, he would have had a harder time. But the foundation that drill set as a genre in terms of becoming a recognizable sound globally, I always say drill created a sound that the world understands. And in doing that, it made space for somebody like Central C to attack that market. So it makes sense why he's outside the 10 range, because while he blows several artists on this whole list out of the water in terms of his reach and his impact, lyrically, he's one of those artists who you have to listen to his projects to really understand what Sench can do. The songs that he's most known for don't accurately represent what Central C can do, in my opinion. And I think even the songs that do represent what he does best, there are other artists that do it better, especially some on this list. And I would even go so far as to say, I think Central C fans are probably very fickle. I don't think Central C fans really love his music. I think they love some of the moments that he's created. And I think they love some of the viral songs. Like, I've had people who I know, they say, oh yeah, I love Central C. And then you play Doja and they lose their minds. And you play like Obsessed With Me and then you start playing like Gang Biz and like 6 for 6 and Loading. And it's just like they sit there kind of mute. And it's like, don't you love Sench? You see what I'm saying? Then you play something like A Day in the Life. It has some familiarity because of the viral moments on TikTok. So I think even Central C fans aren't even really Central C fans. I think they're fans of the persona. They're fans of the superstar. They're not a fan of the music. And I think that to me is an example of like how, yes, you have the massive numbers. What does it really translate to? When I think of like a TikTok, people who are on TikTok and have other platforms, almost undoubtedly TikTok is their largest. And sometimes it's not even close. Like for me, I have just under 70K right now on YouTube and I have almost 100K on TikTok. And I post the same content. There are people who are massive on TikTok and they can't touch 100K on YouTube. And it's the same person, but they can't translate that fan base. I think that's where Central C is right now. So, and I also recognize the fact that the UK don't, I shouldn't say the UK don't rate him. People in the UK are loud about how much they hate Central C, and those who love him aren't loud about how much they love him.
That's probably like more of the unpopular opinion for it to be the other way around.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. Like, Central C fans aren't loud about how much they love Central C. Central C haters are very loud about how much they hate him. So that's why it's tough. It's tough. But that's why I think he's in the 20 range and not in the top 10.
And the thing is too, he also just started, I mean, like outside of the criteria, just him the person, he just started learning to market himself very well. Because now it's like when you look at Central C, you think of the color orange, right?
Yes.
Because like that whole project, the way that he marketed, everything was orange, and it's like you started seeing a couple of other artists are doing the same. I'm not gonna say that he's the first to do it because I can't confidently say whether or not he was, but I can say that he did it very well.
Yep.
Right. So somebody that's just starting to market themselves, he's still learning the business behind the music, and he's learning it quickly. So I think eventually, if this list was to come out again next year, he'd probably be, I don't know, maybe 3 spots higher already.
Yeah, maybe.
He just needs more time.
Somebody said, I think the problem is he isn't the best in any category. Exactly. He's a good all-around. I agree. He's one of those, when you talk about build a rapper, flows, he hits that 7 range. Wordplay, he hits that 7 range. Beat selection, he probably hits closer towards the 8, 9. Replay value, he hits closer towards the 8, because some songs are just like, you have to listen to the project to really appreciate it. You have to really love rap to appreciate it. And if you do love rap, then it's still not the best within that lane.
Yeah.
But then the ones that are super catchy are super catchy and replayable. So I agree, he's a very all-around artist. He doesn't necessarily do any one particular thing extremely well, with the exception of market himself and have very good sounding music. I agree. And he does have the best management. It's not even... It's really just him and his manager, by the way. It's just them two. Him and YB's, it's just them, and they've blown him up to where he's at now. So cultural influence, impact, again, you break the scale. Longevity hasn't been around long enough to... Actually, here's what I can say. He is one of those that was around during the SBTV, F64. He was on those freestyle platforms, just on a different sound, doing the sounds that other artists at the time were dominating on the grime beats, on some of like the times when people would do hip-hop beats that were kind of big here, and then they were freestyling over it there, and then like the grime MCs over there were murdering that. He was like just building himself up there. And then as drill emerged, he really became what he is now. So it makes sense why he's outside the 10 range. This one is sticky, but I get it. So we're not going to debate whether or not he should be 19. Right now, what we're debating is why
is he not?
Why is he not within top 10?
I want to say, all right. So for Central C, it was that he needs more time. Now, Digga D, he's had some time.
Yep.
But I think his digestibility, right? Like when it comes to his actual catalog, is the tough part. Where people who are general enthusiasts about drill, they're all going to say, yo, Digga D is like top 5, top 10. And like, I get it, right? But once again, like if I was to give it to you specifically from a US perspective, right? I'll just do it like that. His body of work doesn't strike me as a body of work that would last long out here.
I agree.
And we just have to acknowledge that, right? And one of the things that I'm seeing from the people that we at least have seen in the last like 5 bits or so have been a bit more globally known.
Yep.
Okay? And Digga D is globally known, but I just don't know if his body of work will give him a solid foundation in other areas than the UK specifically.
I agree. Digga D, I think, is also an example similar to Hetty of somebody who's gone about as far as drill can take them. I think the reason why he inches a slight notch above Hetty is because he's younger, so he makes that music that's more palatable to the fun, younger, earlier 20-somethings. So Digga is closer to your age range while Hetty's closer to mine. So he also, I think, was able to reach a little bit farther of an audience because of his documentary. When I think about a lot of artists who have been able to blow up in drill and why they've been able to stand out, unfortunately, it's been jail. Why? Because famous drill rapper, jailed for blah, 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 puts you in the news that expands your reach and your brand awareness. That becomes promo inadvertently, unfortunately. So I think artists like Digga and Hetty who have these moments that put them in the news were able to reach farther. And I think it's even farther for somebody like Digga who has a documentary. Bro, Jarrow, one of our fraternity brothers, he doesn't even listen to this music. He randomly mentioned watching the Digga D documentary. I haven't even watched it yet.
Wow.
And he's from Grenada, doesn't listen to this music as far as we know. So the fact that he could be like, yo, did you see that documentary? And I could be like, nah, that says something. Also, the fact that he has been teetering outside of drill and tapping into the earlier 2000 type sounds.
Yeah.
He has the potential for longevity because of that. But I think the challenge with Digga D is that he's currently existing within a moment that's fickle. He's existing within a moment where artists are in and out, where artists are struggling to maintain their relevance, where it's so much harder to maintain people's attention. You have to be constantly churning out music, and that's not a fault of his own. But I think that's one of the main things keeping him out of that 10 range. And as somebody else said here, because he's so unfiltered and so unapologetic with his drill and he's not gonna be able to cater to certain people.
It's not easily digestible.
So I think that's what's keeping him outside of the 10. Blade Brown over K-Trap kind of
That's irking me right
kind of
now.
confused me a bit, but the reason why I understand it, Blade Brown is an artist who I haven't listened to much, admittedly. But again, he's one of those where once the name started becoming more consistent in my DM, once I started seeing Blade Brown's name more, and I started reading how people talk about him, I kind of imagine he's positioned very similarly to the Scraps, the Rimsies, like those people who did that street trap rap kind of music.
Yeah.
I would imagine maybe he didn't end up in jail, and if he did, maybe not for as long as some other artists, so he's been able to stay consistent throughout the time. I think he probably, based on the way people talk about him, I think he also is one of those pioneers in defining the trap sound, like that sound in between road rap and that gray area of drill where they're talking about certain things, but it's more from the trap side. I think Blade Brown is one of those from the way people talk about him. I also think that maybe he has a lot more time in the game. Yeah, 2007.
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah, bro. Like that's time.
Yeah.
That's time. Along the likes of Gigs, that's time. And people saying, no, bags. I've heard of Bags and Boxes. I've heard of that. So again, especially if you're a rapper and you have an iconic mixtape that people still talk about to this day, in rap, that's gonna boost your credibility up a bit. I think what keeps him outside of the 10 is because he's so specific to that trap side of things. He's not gonna reach certain people. He's just not. This is what it is. When you're within a particular lane, talking on a particular set of things, you're just not gonna tap into certain markets. I think that's the main thing keeping him outside of that range.
Yeah, I think with me, I'm personally not attached enough to the name of the catalog for me to even speak confidently on this one either. Like I was shocked to see his name above others, but when he put it, the fact that he's been around for 20 years,
yeah,
I can't even argue with that.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's been rapping since 2004. Yeah, I didn't even know that. He looks type young too.
Yeah.
So the fact that I agree. For longevity, he's one of those like you have to max out his longevity points and his influence points, and then he has projects that seem to be iconic, and then he really mastered the trap sound. So I think somebody like a Blade Brown walked so K-Trap can run type situation. Makes sense. I already know the direction this is about to start going. This one shook up the timeline as well. Admittedly, I have not listened to much.
I was about to say that too.
I haven't listened to much. One of the most recent things I've heard from him, he was on Clavish's most recent project with several names on this list. There's a song called 4 of Us. It's him, Clavish, Tiny Boost, and I'm missing someone. I'm tweaking. I know once I remember the name, I'll be tight. It's Clavish, Rimsey. Boom. Clavish, Rimsey, Young Steflon, and Tiny Boost. Right? All names that appear somewhere within this. I think he's one of those, again, as you've seen the 2000s, he's one of those that's been able to stay relevant and at least somewhat of a name. I think what happens is because he seems to be one of those like rapper type artists, he also hasn't been able to tap into the broader market. I think he's reached about as far as being a street certified and very good technical lyricist has gotten him. I think he hasn't been able to tap into putting out consistent like global bangers, putting out something that is like highly regarded by the masses as a whole.
Yeah.
I think he's highly regarded within UK rap, which that in and of itself is going to get you, but so far you're going to hit a ceiling. I think he just hit a ceiling in terms of where his audience could take him, and he maybe hasn't been able to transcend past that. Based on what people are saying about him and what I've heard, ability-wise, he's up there. Undoubtedly up there. Body of work, I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what he has, how much he has. I wouldn't doubt if he's one of those where maybe his bodies of work is more within the realm of mixtapes. Wouldn't be surprised. Right? 500,000 monthly listeners. So to stay at 500,000 for around 20, or just around 20 years, that's worth noting.
He's on a track with Trapo too.
Yep. He has, what the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 8. Yeah, 16 projects from 2000. And this isn't even including tapes, assuming that his tapes aren't all uploaded to Spotify. So they have 16 projects on Spotify. And this doesn't even include the EPs. I don't even want to check the EPs. Yeah, nah. Body of work is definitely not what's holding him back. 100%. So ability, I think, is up there. Body of work is, I think, where he starts lagging now is being recognized beyond the UK rap circles. And longevity, I think it's where he's maintained a steady longevity. I don't think his longevity has been able to rise. Or not rise. His longevity is maintained. I don't think his brand has been able to elevate with his longevity in terms of staying a name. So I think that's what's keeping him outside of the top 10. Crepton Cone. What's keeping them outside the top 10?
Keeping them outside. God.
I think it's the body of work.
It is the body of work. They reached a point where that versatility started to slope a little bit. Where they have very memorable work. Like, don't waste my time to this day. Like, you can't mention them without mentioning that track. So it's kind of tough to say that they don't got the work to show it. I just think that over time it just started losing its steam.
Yeah.
I think that's really what's causing that to happen. Their body of work just started losing steam.
Yeah.
And then, as you can see, they haven't dropped the project since 2019.
Yeah, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects from 2010. So in terms of how many projects, that's probably what it is. If I'm being real with you as well, I think that they probably have a lot of culture-defining song. I Spy, cultural-defining song. As you said, don't waste my time. Cultural-defining song. I don't think that their projects have been culturally defining. I don't think that their name has been... Sorry, I don't think that the names of their projects are as big as their names. Like, I'll be real with you, I couldn't say the name of a single Crepton Cone project. So I think that's... Okay, they've had label issues keeping it from drop, so that also explains it. So I think that might be what it is. I think that they may have reached the ceiling of where mainstream UK rap could have taken them. I think Central C is doing what they would have need to do to be higher on this list. So I think if they were doing what Central C is able to do right now in terms of reaching people and creating more of those songs and moments amongst a wider age range, that would probably push them further down towards the 10s. But I think for the lane that they occupy and how far they were able to go with putting out, I think on the flip side, with the amount of projects they have put out and having label issues, to reach as far as they did and to define as many moments as they did, I think it makes sense why they kind of hit like just outside that 15 to 10 range.
Yeah, because I feel like if they still had, I mean, not gonna act like I've caught every track that they've dropped in the last few years, 'cause I'm sure there's still something that come out, but I feel like if they were still dropping some heat now, you know, it makes it a lot easier to make the argument for them to just be bumped up a bit.
Yeah,
But
I would say they've been kind of inconsistent.
memorable that's come to me that's
over the past couple. They have some good features over the past couple years, and I think they're one of those that when they drop something and the name pops up, you're just like, oh, they dropped something.
Yeah, for sure.
But to say that they've been consistently doing that, I think that's probably some of the. And then again, if what people are saying here about their label issues is really, then it makes sense. So that's what's keeping them outside of the top 10. It's D Double. I'm not gonna lie to you. Considering where certain other artists landed, I'm surprised he made it into 15. Not because I don't think he deserves it, but based on how some of the other artists have been placed, I would have thought they would have put him further up. I think he's definitely one of the most iconic in grime. He has, beyond just moments, he has an iconic brand. He's recognizable. His face is recognizable. His voice is recognizable. His ad-libs are recognizable. What he's been able to do for other MCs over the years. You having a D Double feature is like a stamp on your career. Yeah, you're certified. You're going to go somewhere. So it makes sense why he's here. I think what's probably keeping him from hitting the 10, he didn't have a Tiny Tempo moment.
That breakout.
I think if he would have had a Tiny Tempo moment, he would have hit the 10s easily. I think that's the main thing, because he certified himself in grime. He's continued to drop quality music. He continues to drop grime in general. He's been able to adapt to other sounds effortlessly. I think when we're thinking D Double too, he has some iconic lines and everything, but I think the main thing for him in terms of ability is his flows and his ability to glide on anything. I don't think we think lyricism, like heavy wordplay itself when we think D Double. So that's probably what's keeping him outside that 10 range. Somebody also pointed out the fact that he hasn't had a body of work till 2015. That's something to note as well. A lot of these MCs they were really eating off of having these iconic grime sets, doing clashes, doing these freestyles, mixtapes. So same thing. I imagine that's probably been a challenge too. So I think he just hit a ceiling based on his output. If we're talking about his project output, and also just not having that breakout Tiny Temper type moment. I don't think he really has many or one of those like super mainstream massive songs that, like when I think about some of the other grime MCs that have gotten a little bit further on this list, they had those massive breakout songs. I think he just didn't have any of those to put him in the 10 range. Potter! I know people wanted him further up. I understand exactly why he ended up.
For me,
how you feel?
Same thing. Body of work again.
I agree. Body of work. His Training Day trilogy is very highly regarded. And I think despite Potter Paper having such a highly regarded body of work with his mixtapes, the fact that he has around 10 plus years in the game, and it's really just those 3 mixtapes plus Thanks for Waiting, which had commercial success but was very strongly rejected by the culture, and then just dropping his debut album this year, that's what's keeping him outside of the top 10.
Yeah, it's the body of work, yeah. Ability,
nobody's denying that. But I'm going to get into that in a second, though. Body of work, iconic body of work, but limited for the amount of time that he's been rapping. Also because of jail, etc. Influence and impact, he's one of those, he's a rapper's rapper. Other rappers reference Potter Paper. You know what I'm surprised isn't on here? Let me see if he's later on. Before I say something. Other rappers reference Potter. Other rappers cite Potter as their influence, especially young drill rappers. So that's undeniable. The fact that he's been able to maintain his position despite all the years, the ups and the downs, he hits longevity. It's body of work. Furthermore, what I would say about his body of work, and it ties a little bit into his ability, I know people are going to eat me up for this one, but it is what it is. The thing with Potter is, I think he has trouble packaging songs. What do I mean by that? He raps incredibly well. But if I pull up a Potter Paper playlist right now, right? If I pulled up any Potter Paper mixtape, look at a list of his songs, and I said, yo, what is this song about? It's trapping, depression, life, drugs, junkies. What is this song about? Trapping, depression, jail, my friends. Every single song. In a way that it's not ownable to those particular songs. Gangsteritis is an ownable. You can't pull certain things from Gangsteritis and put it in another song. Because the line, it's such an ownable moment. The fact that it's a word that he defined himself. He says Gangsteritis. He gave a definition to it. So it's like, you can't pull a Gangsteritis verse and put it somewhere else. But you could pull verses of a Potter song and put it somewhere else and it's not going to feel out of place. So I think that's his main challenge, that he hasn't been pushed and challenged to do that yet, I don't think. So I think that's where his bodies of work struggle. And as you say, where it can be really overwhelming to listen to a Potter project, I think part of that is because when you listen to a Potter Paper project, there isn't much incentive to go from track to track. Besides just hearing him rap some more. But I think when it comes to choosing why you listen to one Potter song over another, it's just mood. Or maybe what beat you prefer.
Yeah.
But in terms of the content and what he's saying, they're all basically saying mostly the same thing.
You know, like, one of the things that I think needs to be taken into account when you say, like, cultural impact and influence, right? It's like, that is something that's already so ambiguous that it's kind of hard to define exactly what they mean when they say it, right? But one of the things that come to mind for me is, okay, now, is this someone who, where you hear a certain specific sound, right? You think Potter. I don't necessarily have anything associated with his name like that. Like, I can say that Potter is hands down probably one of the best rappers I've ever heard, period, right? One of the best I've heard, period, right? But I can't say that there's a Potter style of rapping. I can't say that there's a voice that I can associate with Potter, that if I hear somebody else try to do it, I'd say that's Potter, right? So, like, I think we have to acknowledge that he strikes the marks with green checks everywhere, except for, like, really defining what it means to be a Potter song, right? Or defining what it means to have a Potter sound. And I think from the cultural impact and influence perspective, that's one of the things that I find that he'd be lacking too, right?
I agree.
One of the things that I can confidently say out loud is, oh, somebody has the Kanye effect, right? that can mean a multitude of things, but it means something when you hear that, right? I don't know what the Potter effect is yet. So that's another one of the things that I think is kind of like just pushing him down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
It's very hard to identify exactly like if you were to do a voice change on one of his songs, if it's still Potter.
I'll tell you what it is. So we've been talking about ceilings, right? I think
Yeah.
Potter has hit the ceiling that his style of rap can take him. I think Gangsta-ritis, Johnny on the Spot, those kind of songs have started to show us what can happen if he does tap into like make something a little more commercial. Just this much more. Now I'm not saying to dilute your sound. This much more commercial in terms of have that one thing as you're saying that makes it a super ownable, fun, unique song. If he does that more consistently across projects, and if he can pick subject matters on each individual song more often and then focus on that song by song, which he started to do with his most recent album.
Yeah,
I think the other thing that keeps Potter from touching the top 10 range too is because he just dropped his debut album this year. He's been out for over 10 years. Debut album. Somebody else just said here too, Training Day mixtapes have great tracks, but I can't listen to 18 versions of the same track in one sitting.
I'm telling you, it's tough. That kind of approach that he takes to music is always gonna be tough because he's so talented lyrically. But then you listen to a Training Day and it's like, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Like from track to track, it's like, okay, what's next? Oh, more of this.
Yeah. It could be a lot to take in. And again, it's one of those things where it's like you just decide you want to listen to Potter one day, you play some songs, and then after you get your fix, you move on. I think that if he's able to find that perfect marriage of Thanks for Waiting in terms of range and production, the right features, while also incorporating real back-end style in terms of being authentically him, not diverting from his story, trying to force anything that's not him, he's going to be even higher on this list and even harder to ignore in the conversation. But again, I think that he's reached the ceiling where his style of rap can take him, and that's why he hasn't hit 10 yet. Dizzy. Again, Dizzy is another one. So it's strange, right? With a lot of these MCs that are more known for grime, this is where I kind of start scratching my head at the placement of people. When I look at the placement of Dizzy, some of the other MCs, somebody like D-Double, some of the MCs that didn't make it on this list, it's just like, it's so difficult to really kind of understand. It's so difficult to understand. Because it's like, all right, Dizzy is definitely a pioneer in grime, point blank period. He's also one of those, as I said before about artists whose projects either have a bigger name than them or they have a bigger name than their project. Boy in the Corner is one of those projects where, although I haven't listened to it, I've heard people talk about it. And the moments that it's defined, GRM did a whole tribute to him where they replicated the album cover on a set so he could perform those songs.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's that iconic. You look at that cover, you know that's the Boy in the Corner cover. Even as somebody who hasn't listened to it, I know that. So that's impact to me. Again, as somebody who has his defining moments with his feud with Wiley, apparently recently making up with him, you know, and rectifying some of their challenges, all of that. I think the thing for him, and this is a question that I had for people in my comments, was as somebody who is predominantly known and regarded for his work in grime, has he diverted far enough into rap to now be ranked higher in a rap top 50? And as somebody who hasn't listened to Dizzy Rascal albums, I'm not sure if he's done enough in rap to be higher regarded in a rap top 50. So if we're talking about ceilings, I think this is the main thing that really defines the top 24 to top 11 list. All of them have hit a ceiling somewhere.
Yeah, it's true.
They've either hit a ceiling in how far they can reach. So look at somebody like Central C. He's reached a ceiling in terms of how far. You can't reach farther than Central C right now. But now his ability what he's rapping and how he's rapping needs to go up. Right? You can't surpass Central C right now in terms of reach. Some artists, you can't surpass what they've done as rappers, what the types of things they've said, the way that they've done it, like a Potter. You can't surpass that, but now your palatability is now what's keeping you from reaching higher audiences. Being able to package a project is what's keeping you from. So I think with Dizzy, he's done everything that he can do for grime. Has he done everything that he could do for rap? Has he done a lot of rap features? Has he done drill in a way that's authentically him? Has he done features with younger artists to put them up on a little bit of a higher pedestal, like some of the other rappers that we've seen on here, in order to now inch him into the rap conversation? I think that's where Dizzy starts hitting this ceiling in the grime space. Sorry, I think that's why Dizzy Rascal is hitting the ceiling in terms of just being outside the top 10. Yeah, but again, in terms of somebody whose projects have a life of their own, Boy in the Corner, as somebody who hasn't listened to it, I understand why he's regarded how he is. Boy in the Corner is an extremely highly regarded project. So I think he just probably needed to do a little bit more than just that in order to start becoming higher in a rap list. What you said? The answer to most of your questions is actually yes. I don't remember what question I asked, so sure. Thank you for the clarification. I'm not 100%. Oh, okay. So I guess did he do songs with other artists? Yeah. Cool. So, but then furthermore, now it's the matter of if that's the case, then outside of me, are other people questioning it? If other people are questioning it, or if there's a broader, widespread lack of awareness of these things, then that also still speaks to, right? For example, I haven't heard Boy in the Corner, but I can't deny the greatness of it from how I've seen it being talked about and revered. So that's just through paying attention to other people. I haven't seen other people talk about his contributions to rap, despite me not hearing. So I could not have heard him on other rap songs to know it for myself. But because I haven't heard other people revere it, then that may say something, is what I'm getting at. Nines did what I think I was saying Potter has a challenge with. What do you think about Nines? Why do you think he's outside the 10 range?
I want to say, due to my exposure to his more recent works now, I think it's the body of work again. The reason why, though, it's not about how much work he's done. It's not necessarily about the quality of it either. I think it's another one of those like Digger situations where it comes down to the digestibility, but it's not because of the things that he raps about. I think it's just more so the fact that the versatility of his style is a bit limited at times. And if you're the average listener, if you're not necessarily a fan of Nines or a fan of the type of music he creates, it's going to be very difficult for you to just grab him in like right away and say that this is something I want to listen to. That
makes sense. Yeah. I think, as I started to say before, Nines has done what I was trying to say Potter could probably push himself to do. Stay authentically you while also finding a way to create something that's very palatable to a broader audience. So I think the ceiling that Nines has touched, if I'm being real, is his challenges with the law. So being able to stay consistent there. And him being able to be consistent with music. The fact that he talks about in his music, he always has one foot in, one foot out. He's not really a rapper. He just happens to make rap. You know what I mean? Like the way that he talks about himself. I think that's part of what it is. I think he's also one of those that he's probably hit a ceiling in terms of what he can do for the UK scene in rap. I think he's probably one of the rap superstars of the UK. In terms of his bodies of work, I think despite what you're saying, the way that I've heard people talk about projects like Churchill Road, etc., some of his older projects, again, things that I admittedly haven't listened to, the way people talk about it makes you want to listen to it, but I also can't deny.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much echoing the sentiment that I'm saying, though. Like, if you listen to more of his recent projects, though, because I know that you're catching up on, I think, the last two, right?
Yep.
I listened to the second to last one, right?
Yeah.
Like, top to bottom. And listening to it, I'm like, not everyone's going to love this, right? But I'm not saying that the people who are fans of this genre are not going to love it. I think, as he pointed out, when it comes to mainstream, it's like that mainstream appeal is not there. You know what I mean? So that's really going to be the challenge when it comes to his body of work.
I agree. And furthermore, I would even go so far as to say it's not even that his mainstream appeal isn't there, it's that he has a hit and miss mainstream appeal. Not even hit and miss, I shouldn't even say that. When he tries to put out the hits, they hit. So it's not even that. I think it's that the ratio of mainstream appeal, and furthermore, the funnel that the mainstream takes people into, I think people get bottlenecked at the mainstream stuff. I think if they were to try to go a little bit deeper into like what he's really more highly regarded for, they might kind of, I'll stick to the other stuff. I think that versus there's some artists where you're introduced to their, right at the top of the funnel, and then you end up down this rabbit hole that you can't stop, and it's like, Like for me, that was Potter. When I listened to Gangsta Writers, when I heard Johnny on the Spot, when I heard Science, I was like, okay, hold up. It's 2020 freestyle. I went down the rabbit hole and I discovered more of what people already loved about him and more of what I loved about those songs. I think for Nines, it's like, if you're just discovering him, you may not, it might be harder to stick with some of the, it might be harder for some of those other songs to stick if you're comparing it to what you were introduced to with him. That might be what it is. Wretch 3-2. This was one of the ones that I saw, and I understand why.
I can't confidently say why he's not in it.
I'll tell you why. Wretch 3-2 is another example of one of those where I was saying, if you know X, you probably know Y, but it's because you know Y doesn't necessarily mean that you know X. If you know Wretch 3-2, you know Getz, you know Kano, you know Wiley, you know Skepta, you know Dizzy, you know Young Steph, you know all these rappers, you know Abilino. But if you know Gigs, if you know Skepta, if you know Stormzy, if you know some of these other names, it doesn't necessarily mean that you know Wretch 3-2. But if you know him, you 100% know all these other artists. I think the one thing with Wretch that kept him right outside that 10 range is just being able to tap into the people that the top 10 have been able to tap into. That's the only thing. It isn't ability, right? It isn't longevity, because he's been around just as long as a lot of these other artists. He's been around. It isn't even his impact, because he's been able to do every damn genre under the sun. He's done grime. He has a body of work within grime, which is his freestyles, all legendary. He is a little bit lacking in his projects. Not in the quality of them, but when you start looking at the output of even some of the people that he's ranked above, and then you start looking at some of the people in the top 10, and you look at their output, it's like, oh yeah, nah, I'm not gonna lie. Compared to that output, it's a sticky one, because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects, right? That's a lot of projects in general, above some of the people who we have here. But when you start seeing how many projects some of these other people have dropped, it's like, oh yeah, there's that. Has Wretch defined any cultural moments? I'm not sure. I think his freestyle defined cultural moments for the people who are diehard Fire in the Booth, Daily Duppy, F64, warm-up session. People who are within that space defined the hell out of that. I think he hit the ceiling. He hit the ceiling of what those platforms could take him. Music quality, beautiful. Undeniable. He could do everything. The quality of the bodies of work that I've heard, incredible. I do think he's also another example of one of those where his brand and notoriety carries the projects. If I had to guess, versus I'm not sure if, let's say for example, if I heard a Wretch 3-2 project and I told you to listen to the project, that would be the thing that would sell you. It might be putting you onto his freestyles, so that might sell the average new listener. And I think who he is what sells his projects more. Tell Me is top 5, one of my favorite UK songs.
Same.
Period.
I was just thinking about it as I was talking about him.
Tell Me is one of my ever. When is the other dude gonna say something? Frank doesn't talk when he doesn't know what he's talking about, so he knows to not say something.
Been speaking a lot for the last few hours. Like,
it's also not his channel. Just putting that out there. But yeah. Yeah. So why do you think Wretch might be just from your point of view? Why do you think he's right outside the 10?
Yeah, I mean, when you take me down that rabbit hole where I'm able to actually see how much he's actually produced, it is lesser than you would expect from a top 10 artist. So that I can acknowledge. I think that the impact is there, the influence is there, the lyrical ability is definitely there. There's no questioning any of those categories, but to be in the game for that long and to have, what you said, 8 projects, you know, it's kind of tough, especially when you have people that are younger than him that are producing a lot more of that, and then producing quality plus quantity. So
that's a fact, 100%. Yeah. So that was 25 or 24, I believe, or 25 to 11. Frank hasn't seen the top 10 yet. I have.
Oh, boy.
We're gonna dive into this top 10.
I'm scared, man. I feel like something's gonna make me like jump out the seat and leave the room. I'm scared.
So here's what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna watch it. We're gonna look at the top 10. I'm going to show you some of the data that I've compiled that I couldn't do for 50 people. It's too much.
Yeah.
Then we're going to watch the complex video. We're going to try to like not talk too much through it. Just kind of see what their rationale was as they were picking them. Because these are the people who actually decided who were in the top 10. It was a different set of people who picked the top 10 versus the others. So we'll watch that after we look at the list. and we see how you feel about it, how we feel about it, and then we'll see if some of the things that we say are kind of echoed through that.
Okay. Oh God, this is gonna be tough. Because I already saw one name, and I'm like, okay, he belongs there, but I just don't know what the rest are gonna look like.
Yeah, man. So before we get into some out, that makes sense. Somebody said he had the commercial success. Now he's working on the business. That makes sense. I've been seeing him working on his business a lot more. All right. So before we get into review, I'm gonna hit the record. Before we get into the top 10, right? What did I stop? What did I just stop recording? Tell me what you want. Yeah. Let me just check how long the last recording was.
Kingston, why didn't you hit it?
Alright, this was the boom. I just didn't hit it before. Alright.
Why didn't you why didn't you got it?
Now, here's before we get into this, right? Word, whoever that was outside, facts. Alright.
Why didn't put it?
Now, what's undeniable when it comes to having any kind of conversation around top anything as it pertains to music is whether or not we want to weigh the feeling. What's undeniable when it comes to any kind of conversation around top anything, especially when it comes to music, is what matters more, the numbers or the opinions and feelings of the culture. So, especially when we look at this top 10, I think that we have to factor in both just as much, because we're talking about, first of all, a set of criteria that's very hard to measure, but also people who are so evenly matched in certain regards that at some point you have to start factoring in the things that are measurable and quantifiable. But before we get into that, let's kind of talk a little bit about whether or not the numbers matter, but more specifically, what matters more, right? So as it pertains to the air quote, the culture, the approval of the culture, and how well a person performs, what matters more in terms of ranking them?
So, if I was to think of this in the context of just U.S. artists for a moment, Eminem is the first name that comes to mind. The reason why Eminem comes to mind is, even to this day, there are still debates about whether or not he belongs in the U.S. top 10, right? These debates are not around his lyrical ability. Debates are not around, the awards he's won. It's all just a question of, when you walk in the street, do you hear anyone playing Eminem in their car out loud? Right? That's not something that can be measured. That's always going to be anecdotal experience. But it is a valid question. Because someone like a 50 Cent, for the time that he was active, and even to the time that he isn't now, right? We still hear people listening to 50 Cent.
That's a fair point. Yep.
50 Cent's music plays in parties, right? So when it comes to that question of the culture versus the numbers, Eminem ends up in the top 10 every time because, hands down, he sells at arenas.
Yep.
His albums sell. His album sold. He's gone platinum. There's no questioning the numbers with Eminem, right? But in the barbershop, there's always going to be the debate, because you don't hear anyone playing Eminem's music out loud, right? So now, in the context of the UK, I do see that some of the truer, or I guess like the more roots-defined parts of hip-hop in New York, right, come from these arguments about, okay, who's a rapper? Who's really delivering the heat and blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't matter if this person is getting 100 million streams. It's like, no, like, do you still have that essence of what we birthed this with? Yeah. And in the UK, I see that. Like, a lot of those people that comment on certain tracks or comment about certain artists, they're like, oh, wait, but he was like the craziest Grime MC from it. Okay, but like, he hasn't sold anything, right? But you have to acknowledge that the culture accepts him and reveres him so highly because of the fact that he had this lyrical ability, because of the fact that he had this impact on the people that came after them who have the commercial success now. What I would say is more important, in my opinion, does have to be the culture, but slightly, right? because the numbers don't truly define the talent all the time. The numbers don't truly define if this person actually carries out the essence of the pure form of the art. Oftentimes, it's those debates in the barbershop that really make you scratch your head and think about the person's ability.
That makes sense. I think that it's tricky because the knee-jerk answer is, yeah, obviously, is the culture. Like, can you rap good?
Yeah.
But then, as we keep saying, is how can you measure that? And as people like ourselves who we've done so much school, we've done so many projects, there's so many things in which we have to rationalize our decision making, and we can't just say, I'm doing this and I think this because I feel.
Yeah.
And having to root why something is, oftentimes that comes to something that's measurable. So yes, you can't measure how good a rapper is, but if people want to listen to them, that to some degree speaks to an ability. Even when I'm looking at some of the artists that are on here, a lot of them are artists who may not have the same amount of monthly listeners, but the better rapper is ranked further down.
Yeah, sure.
But the better rapper has a harder time relating to people, or making music that people want to listen to, or making music that people have less negative things to say about. Oftentimes, what the numbers may represent is, are people willing to skip your songs? Are people only listening to specific songs? Are people invested in you enough to care about whether or not you drop something else? These are things that numbers can kind of start to help define. So that's why I understand why things like influence and impact on culture are important, because let's say, for example, like social media followers. If somebody wants to know when you're going to drop something else, they're going to keep up with you. If somebody enjoys your previous album, it's going to reflect in how well the current album performs earlier on. Or if the singles did well, it's going to reflect on how well the album does early on. So you have to look at these measurable things as some kind of way to reflect an objective reality, or to kind of somewhat more solidify an objective reality out of these subjective feelings and opinions. So you can't ignore the numbers, not because it's like, oh, just because it has 1 million views, it's good. But no, there's something in that you have to look at to then measure and ask, okay, well, why does it perform like that? Furthermore, why do the ones who rap better not perform as well? After a certain point in time, it isn't always just going to be, oh, well, the industry. It just is what it is. So I think that in terms of what matters more in ranking, I think I lean more towards the measurement, because it's a measured conversation.
That's fair.
Now, if we're saying who is better, then we got to start talking about, all right, cool, well, who's made more songs that are of substance, air quote, who am I more likely to skip? Because that's something I can kind of measure a little bit more. But if we're talking about ranking people, you have to weigh the numbers as a way to solidify the rationale behind something. I also think that having these numbers can also, on the inverse, in the instances of artists that may not do as well, in the instance of rappers who are really good, right? You can look at certain other numbers. So like, have they been nominated for things? Are people keeping up with them, etc.? Are the biggest songs on their projects, like the singles, are they like significantly overshadowing the rest? Like, are you putting a single with 10 million listens from the release before the project, and then everything else is like 300,000? Like, you could look at that and measure, cool, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why you kind of have to look at a little bit of both. But
and I think an exemplary name that comes into the conversation is somebody like T-Way, right? You cannot question T-Way's ability to make songs, period. You can't. But then he also has the Digga effect, where it's like, is it digestible enough for a mass audience?
Yeah.
Right? And then the numbers show that, right? And you just have to acknowledge that. It doesn't say that he doesn't have talent. It doesn't say that he shouldn't be in the conversation. All those numbers show is it just hasn't reached a content category that people can look at and say, okay, yeah, anybody can listen to this. And we do have to acknowledge that the numbers do reflect that. So I agree on that.
I agree, yeah. And the last point to make too is that if nothing else at all, what some of those numbers can reflect, regardless of whether or not we want to talk about shady practices in music, at the barest of minimums, it reflects people's willingness and likelihood of sharing the music. If something is good, I'm going to want somebody else to hear it. Or if something is good, but I know it's gonna be off-putting, I may be hesitant about sharing it. That says something about the ability of that artist to make music as well. So some of these things can, reflect those things. All right, let's get into this 10.
Top 10, top 10, top 10.
And there was some other points on it. Do nominations and awards matter? We'll talk about that as we go through the list itself. Because I was gonna touch on like one of the points I had here. Street icons versus niche audience artists versus mass appeal audiences. So when I say street icons, I'm about like you have like the Potters, the Nines, the Scraps. Like those are street icons.
Mm-hmm.
How does that weigh compared to the niche audiences like a Nux, who's undoubtedly good? The Diggers, and then he's like Essential, who's a mass appeal. But as I said before, maybe his fans are a little more fickle, whatever. Maybe I might just do that part of my own. Who knows? Top 10. You ready, Frank? Now, we're gonna go through the 10, right? We're just gonna go through it, just so you can see who they are. Then we're gonna look at the numbers that I compiled to see if we can rationalize some of these things, right?
Oh boy. My heart is jumping on my chest right now because, oh God.
Top 10.
I'm more concerned about the order. That's what I'm scared of.
All right, so we don't get into. So let me see what some of the talking points. Regardless of positioning, does it make sense? Yeah. So we're gonna go through it. Regardless of whether they're numbered, does the 10 people make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Should any be repositioned based on the criteria? And then we'll watch the complex video to see what they had to say.
Got it.
All right. So at number 10, we have. Oh yeah, it's not on here. So I have to do it from the from the thing that I made because it's in the video.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom in on the dock and scroll down to number 10.
I'm not gonna be able to. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just look at it.
All right, fine.
Just look at it.
What?
So we're gonna sort this from 10 down, right? Little Sims number 10.
What?
Wiley gets Stormzy, Chip, J Hus, Dave, Giggs, Kano, Skepta, right? Now, considering the criteria that we were given, what I did was I did some super surface level digging for some of this quantifiable information. And then I highlighted things that are noteworthy to kind of guide some of the conversation here. So Little Sims at number 10, right? So something that's worth noting about Little Sims,
Okay.
regardless of how anybody feels about her. Actually, no, let me, I have to make this. Oh, snap. Ha! They weren't seeing all of this. Let me, share this tab instead, and let me make the, hold on. Because you're about to have a damn heart attack.
Cause why?
Let me maximize the thing. Alright, move this over so we can look at some of the data that I was able to compile, just to kind of contextualize some of these decisions.
Understood.
Right, so Little Sims, she has 59 nominations for her music, doing music for 13 years, right? Of all of the top 10, she is one of 3 whose nominations have touched. Well, all right, so one of 5 whose nominations touched the double digits. One of 3 whose nominations have surpassed 20.
Okay.
That's the count for something.
It does.
Right?
It does.
She dropped 19 projects. We're talking about body of work. 19 projects over 13 years. Her highest charting project in the UK general charts was number 4.
Okay.
Number 1 if it's just UK hip hop.
All right, I'm gonna fix my face. You got
Right.
it.
Her highest certification so far is silver. 2 million Spotify listeners. Talking about social influence, impact. Almost 1 million people follow her on Instagram. And then, the 138 Twitter. Right? So, again, just things for us to think about and look at, right? Let me try to I want to try to pull the. Let me try to pull the chat. So I want to be able to see what they're saying. Here.
I mean, to be honest, you could probably just leave that other screen open because you can see it very clearly.
What?
If we go back to this, the screen where the chat is.
What do you mean?
Just click on that.
Oh, so you're saying just like go here?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, smart. See, you're a smart guy. Fredo, yes, Fredo was in the top 50. He was like 20 something, by the way. Right. So Little Sims. So right now, 59 nominations.
Yeah, I fixed my face because she was the one that made me go, "What?"
Yeah.
Like
59 nominations. There aren't any other of the female rappers that have done what she's done, as far as I know, in terms of being regarded and celebrated and recognized. You know, highest certification is silver. One of 2 to have silver on here, right? Others I couldn't find. So if they're not here, that means I just couldn't find it. Where's my mouse? Boom. And then now we go to Wiley. Now Wiley is a sticky one for me, because I'm just like, if you have Dizzy in the within the 15s, it's like you have Wiley that much farther down. The thing with Wiley though, we're talking about years in the game, 25 plus years, supposedly, right? I highlighted that because again, it's just Wikipedia quick at a glance information. So we have 2 different areas. One reports active since 94, another one says since 96. So at least about around how old I am, and then some experience in music. Over 30 projects. The reason why is because if you include projects where he was with Roll Deep and BBK, it's an additional 11. So if we're talking about body of work, which is one of the categories, nobody on this list is surpassing him in terms of bodies of work. And then, 1.3 million on Spotify. You can't measure his socials because his whole social media presence got destroyed, right? Got eradicated. So, boom. Makes sense, though, if we're talking about somebody who's godfather of a whole genre, which then
literally
trickle down into all these other, and somebody who has constantly evolved and dabbled into other sounds. Yes, he stayed very grime, but he has done a lot of stuff that kind of teeter outside of grime a little bit. So I get it. It's one of those that still kind of has me like, it's sticky to have like Dizzy so much farther away from him. I didn't look into this kind of data for some of those people in the 11 to 24, so it's sticky, right? Gets.
Yeah, I think Gets is probably why we're seeing so many of those people say that we can't use grime MCs, because I want to say that, his recent works, they're quality. Don't get me wrong, and this man could man could spit, bro. Like, it's disgusting how well he could spit. But like, if I was to really just look at him in comparison to the other names I'm looking at on this list, it's like I really feel like what got him here was probably the past with like his grime experience specifically. Because the body of work, I mean, he makes good music. I just don't know if it speaks volumes enough for it to overshadow just all of the grime, right? I really do think like the grime is the foundation for him being on this part, and that's why this one is a bit of a question mark for me too.
Yeah, it's sticky for me when we look at how many other grime MCs, some of which didn't even touch the 20s.
Yeah,
but again, if we look at the data though, we have 20 plus years in the game, so longevity. He's one of the few grime MCs to withstand and evolve beyond grime.
For sure.
And apply his skills in grime. Because let's look at Conflict of Interest, right? That project in its totality was in grime. And it peaked at top 2. So, again, that's where I kind of start being like, it was a bit of a let me look into it to see if I could justify. So I can justify it based off that he has a project that hit top 2. He's also, though, one of 2 people on this list to not have at least 1 million monthly listeners. So that's what kind of starts having me like, top 10?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like catalog, at least in recent years, the catalog isn't as like, in comparison to just the other names that we're looking at here, it's just not. It's just not that.
Yeah.
It's not. it's not a big conspiracy.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a, you know, we're all alone in this. Like, he doesn't have that. Like, Conflict of Interest is a beautifully curated project, but I think that's also from, like, the bias of, like, the taste that you and I have for music specifically, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if there were any moments, even looking at those projects, even some of his most recent singles, where I'm just like, yeah, top 10 him. Like,
Yeah.
he's definitely up there, but...
Yeah. I would have to hear, once you watch the Complex video, the rationale. But just at a glance, the 20 years, the fact that he has continued to put out genres outside of grime, and he's been doing other kinds of music parallel to grime and genre bending outside of grime for the duration of that time. Legendary freestyles, we're talking about bodies of work there on top of 11 projects, so over 10 projects. You know, peaking at 2. I wasn't able to see the chart for hip hop rap, but if he hit 2 in the UK overall, that means that album probably hit 1 for hip hop rap. Yeah. Well, I just couldn't find out over there. But then, again, in terms of the amount of people listening to him, that's what kind of has you a little bit, kind of like top 10. So let me hear what people have to say about it. Stormzy, I was a little bit surprised that Stormzy wasn't lower, not because I wanted him to be.
Really?
But not because I wanted Stormzy to be lower, because I figured he's one of those names that might have been harder for people to not put. Sorry, when I say lower, I mean like closer towards the 1.
Oh, gotcha.
Towards the 1. But I understand why he is where he is. Why? Talking about nominations, he has the most nominations out of everybody on this list. 60 plus nominations. 31 awards. They gotta count for something. You have somebody who's been recognized on a global scale. Crazy that Gets is the one that you picked. So it's not because I don't think Gets. So like, boom. Now let's backpedal this a little bit, right? With Gets, lyrically, I think that he kind of. See, it's tricky because all of these artists, it's like you can't say, oh, this one spins that one. These are all people that we start reaching that point where we're not necessarily saying that people are spinning anybody drastically. Lyrically, Stormzy might be the weakest on this list. Ability, right? Lyrically.
Maybe Huss, actually. Maybe
Huss?
Maybe Huss. I don't know, cause like Stormzy when he gets in a bag, he gets in a bag. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if maybe I just haven't heard Huss in that bag yet to know. So I don't know. But when Stormzy get in a bag, he gets in a bag.
Yeah, I hear it. You know, the Vasi Bop moments, the Wally Flow moments, the Mel Made Me Do It moments. I hear it. I feel like they're a little too few far, whatever's the phrase.
Too few far between.
Yeah. Versus with Huss, there's a level of consistency from everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I think that's probably where the ability thing, where it kind of gets tricky. Bodies of work, Stormzy has he's the only one on this list that has a project that went double platinum, worth noting. But going back to Gets, right? So Gets goes bar for bar with everybody on here. I think everybody might have to kind of pull their teeth a little bit to kind of match Gets just a little, bar for bar. The reason why I point out him is, again, because of the average listeners and just mostly the average listeners thing, the fact the amount of people that keep up with them, again, the social, not because because you don't have X million followers, you don't deserve to be in the top 10, but I'm looking at that from the standpoint of people wanting to keep up with the artist and caring about the artist enough to want to keep up. That's why I point that out.
I do feel like...
But it's also because he has an older audience too, so they're probably not on socials. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I feel like his lyrical ability is probably what's also driving it too, because if you look at the 40 beneath this, I can't confidently think of 5 names that I would put in a versus against Gets, and they just had to spit. Yeah. And I could say that they're going to beat him. You know what I mean? I probably have to look back, but I don't know. I think it's still challenging. I just still feel like his placement in the top 10 is still questionable to me. But then I'm also going to be honest about the fact that I don't have 100% familiarity with all of his work. So that's fair. You know what I'm saying? But if I was to just look at recency bias, because I feel like a lot of this list has come from recency bias, if I'm honest. I don't know. It just feels... It feels off.
So boom. The same thing I'm gonna ask you what I'm gonna ask everybody as these things keep coming up, right? So, as it pertains to, to Kevin, right? They did Wretch 3, 2, and 9's dirty, not putting them in top 10. Based on the criteria of lyrical ability, delivery, etc., bodies of work, impact and influence, and longevity, right? Formulate your argument around those criteria. That's what was used to measure in order to create this, right? So let's talk about ability. Gets goes from the top 10 through 25, if even that far. Gets he's wilding on all of them, right? Wilding on or with all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think as you start passing 15, it's gonna start becoming a little bit more of a kind of bullying a little bit more. So ability is up there. Bodies of work is where I kind of start being like, because Gets doesn't have that many projects, albums. I had to look at his mixtapes to be able to add more to this list. So but in terms of his albums, I feel like Conflict of Interest, I think Ghetto Gospels, I believe, are two of the ones I think where the project has a life of its own alongside the artist. Again, we talk about like a big conspiracy, a psychodrama where the name of the project itself holds weight. I think Gets doesn't have as many of those, especially if we're talking about the projects. I don't know what I was saying, right? Cool. But then when we look at longevity, again, we have somebody like Gets, who, when he drops something, it's still turning people's heads. It's still making people talk. People are still reacting to it. So
Absolutely.
Longevity. If we're talking about cultural impact there, again, you're talking about Gets, Grime, to go from Grime through all of these different genres and to do all of them so well. Have to acknowledge that. What else is there? And then, but yeah, so from the influence, that's where it kind of starts getting like, that's where I started raising my eyebrows. That's where my eyebrows raised, was on influence. Has Gets influence more than Wiley? That's where I'm just like, I'm at 100%. But Wiley is, but Gets has done more outside of Grime, I think. I don't know. Hopefully this light stops blinking. I'll drop it to 70. Drop it to 75. So that's where it's. But I do agree that Gets raises an eyebrow for me. Not because I don't like him, but I'm just like, compared to what we've been measuring so far, it seems the most inconsistent based on the metrics that we've been looking at. Stormzy, based on the metrics, I'm a little surprised he didn't touch towards the 5.
I'm kind of surprised. Once again, not familiar with Kano's work. Make sure I make that clear again. Not 100% familiar with Kano's work. All I've heard was his freestyles when I went digging down a rabbit hole. Stormzy, from commercial success alone, I mean, I'm not going to say that Kano shouldn't be as high as he is on the list, but I think maybe Stormzy should be somewhere a step above, in my opinion, because, I mean, even the numbers are there, they kind of speak for themselves. It's like, I can't confidently say he belongs under Hush is still even challenging for me.
Right, we'll get there, right? So let's look at Stormzy. 60 plus nominations, 30 plus awards, 6 plus projects, with 14 years in the game. 14? Yeah, I guess in terms of how long he's been making music. But I think Stormzy has been, because he's been around since since I was in high school. That's been 14. Rotted. Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. Like, wait, has it really been that long? Then you have, he's the only one on here whose album has gone double platinum. And somebody who, if I recall correctly, an overwhelming majority of his audience is also from the UK. That's something that a lot of these like big artists who's like, oh, how can they not be higher or whatever. When you look at like who's listening to them, sometimes it's a little bit of people outside of where they're from, right? 500,000 of Stormzy's main listeners are from UK. 270,000 Australia. Then it's UK, Australia again in terms of its top 5 regions. So the UK listens to him. Now boom. Now, and I'm going to get to Chip. Because Chip is also another one who, it raised a bit of an eyebrow, position-wise. So I'm going to get there. So for Stormzy, I get it. If we're talking about ability, when he wants to, he can. He just doesn't as frequently as the others. Body of work, all of them are highly regarded. Heavy is the head. When you look at all of his,
Literally everything.
All of his projects are one of those where the project itself has a life of its own, a life, a brand, a reputation of its own. Every project, Gang Signs and Prayer, all of them. So bodies of work on top of having his freestyles. Longevity is where it kind of starts making sense why him not even
No, because he's
because based on longevity, some of the others should be a little bit further up, and he should be closer towards the top fives or whatever, because he's been around longer than Hussin Dave, right? But yeah, but then again, if you're looking at influence, who's keeping up with him, etc., he's also kind of up there. Again, I'm not saying so Instagram matters. No, it's just that you have to ask yourself, what does that mean, right? What does that translate to? We fix this light. It's gonna be tight. Because it's plugged in and everything, and it's still.
Yeah, Stormzy is a tough one right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like if
Oh, the whole light is gonna come off. I say that. That's
done off.
It's ghetto.
Don't you have, this is a backup here?
I could put that one. Yeah, you're right. That's actually a good point. So we have a Frank. Let me. Talk to the people then while I'm. Hold on, me.
I thought you were trying to kill a fly just now.
Let me and this recording just remind me to put back.
But with worst projects, what were you referring? Which argument were you referring to when you said this, Shippo? I don't mind your argument, but I don't get how it doesn't also apply to Chip, who is the same as Gets, but with worse projects.
I didn't even get to Chip yet. How you know if it don't apply yet? I didn't even talk about Chip yet.
Yeah, I'm still staring at this list and still trying to figure out where I'd put Stormzy, because I do feel like he is above at least two of these names.
Yeah, like I think as of right now, as of like at a quick glance, just based on where we're at, Gets raises the first eyebrow for me. The first one, not the only one, but the first one. That's why I also want to hear. I'm interested in hearing the points of view.
Yeah, Little Sims was the first one to raise an eyebrow for me until I saw the numbers. I didn't even realize she was around that long personally. So
Yeah, same.
I had to give it to her. I just had to just fix my face.
Just gotta chalk it.
Yeah. If you don't get at least 2 platinum plaques, then I don't want to hear no.
So we're at. So now we're at Chip. Now, sticky one, but I'm gonna. First, I'm gonna try to defend the position, even though, yeah, I'm gonna try to defend it first. So when we look at Chip, right? We look at somebody who's been doing this since he was like 13. First of all, Chip is 33 right now. He's been around for over 20 years. Oh wow! Just about. He's been doing this. So he was rapping alongside Skepta, Wiley, all of them when he was 13. So not rapping, MCing. So keep that in mind. And I don't even just mean like, oh, he's that little kid that's like, oh, look, they brought the little twerp. No, he was like on the sets, going back and forth, gassing everybody else up, like legitimately, almost like a damn prodigy. Also, something that some people said in the comments that while it doesn't really mean anything to me because I don't think it really went anywhere, he was also picked up by T.I. at a point. He was signed to Grand Hustle. He has a song with Chris Brown. Right, so that's why some people were just like, "Chip," like it makes sense. The reason why it wouldn't have been my go-to arguments at first is because I don't know how much of the whole Grand Hustle thing really translated to his success over there. I know when I was kind of somewhat keeping up with what people were saying around that time, people weren't respecting it. Like when he started returning to the UK, people was giving him flack. Like it was like, "Oh, nah, stick to the Oopsie Daisy" is one of his like commercial songs. Like he was holding some corn. I'm not gonna lie, he was holding corn on the internet for going commercial, going pop. So you know we say commercial now. They used to say going pop. So he held a lot. So for people who were trying to For those who are trying to leverage the the Grand Hustle, T.I., the Chris Brown thing, sure, but did that really translate to anybody over here knowing or caring about him? No, let's be real. When UK artists collaborate with American artists, it doesn't really go that far. Nobody really cares generally. Yeah. The biggest one I could think of that really mattered was Heady One and Drake in recent years. Other than that, it's kind of just like the UK and the US artists collab. The UK artist is pushing it the most. The US artist is posted on their story once, twice, and then it just dissipates. So that one, I don't even really think that one really translates to anything meaningful. It's worth noting, but I don't think it was meaningful. That's one. But again, we're talking about longevity. Gotta throw that up there. We're talking now. If you go back into influence and impact, we're talking about one of the only people, one of the three most noteworthy clashes over the last 10 years. Again, it was P Money, it was Chip, and it was Wiley and Stormzy. The only three clashes like super noteworthy, like at the top of the headlines, even if you weren't really invested in the music, like the culture was invested in it. What Chip and Bugsy did for the culture at that point in time was insane. Bro, I'm talking, this went on for like clean over a year. Cause there was a point in time where like Chip didn't respond for like 5 months, came back and dropped like 3 back-to-back, like one a week. Just, he was at Bugsy's neck that year. So culture defining. One of the only, and then we're talking about somebody who when you see a Shell a Shell gas station, you just say, man, it's going down. To the point where it's become a thing for people who aren't even clashing anyone, that Shell gas stations mean something. Culture and influence. Talking about like when Quang and PS did petrol station and they went to the Shell. That may or may not have had anything to do with Chip, but the fact that when you think of a Shell, it is synonymous with Chip is about to put a lyrical pen through somebody's neck. So defining a moment, defining a culture. So that's why I had to be like, he starts teetering more once you start factoring in the culture. Being one of the first people before it was cool and somewhat acceptable to listen to UK music. He was one of the first to already start dabbling into the US market. So I could understand it. Another thing to note as well, while he doesn't have the most, he has the second least nominations. He has the highest ratio of nominations to award winning. The highest ratio, right? 6 to 8. So that's another thing that we gotta factor in a little bit. 22 projects. Talk about bodies of work. His highest charting project, top 2, highest certification, gold. So if we're okay with like Sims being up there at silver, then gold got to be recognized.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't looked at some of these other artists to know the ones prior to the top 10 to see how theirs ranked. But just as a quick at a glance metric, if you have a gold project, you got to count for something. At least top 15. And then something else that was worth noting here was that he's the only one here who has more followers on Twitter than Instagram. What does that mean? I don't know. I haven't really sat down and tried to reflect on like social behavior and like social media culture to see if I can translate that to anything meaningful. But it was worth noting. Furthermore, he has the closest ratio of IG to Twitter followers. Whatever that means, I don't know. It was just worth noting.
And then to touch on the longevity thing when it comes to Chip again too, is like, I know even when we like hear he comes out with something now, you still want to run and listen to it. And it doesn't matter whether or not you care to like the song or if you just want to hear Chip rap, right? And his rapping ability
it's through the roof. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to the ability thing, if I'm being real, it's all a bunch of 9s and 10s. 9, 10. Like, it's 9, 10, 9.5, maybe 8.9. Like, it's
unquestionable.
It's almost negligible in terms of ability. So, you throw that out the window. Sort of, kind of. Now we got to start looking at, well, who had more culture-defining moments or who brought more awareness to the UK scene. There's so many more things that we have to try to weigh in now if we're looking at these categories. Who's lasted the longest? All of that. Now we look at J Hus, right? Hustler, baby.
Oh man,
it's worth noting he's the only one in this top 10 who his at least initial or primary or the genre that he's the most noteworthy for is Afroswing. That's worth noting. Just something that jumped out at me. With 9 years in the game, he has 7 nominations, 2 awards, Cool, whatever. 6 projects, so that's in terms of ratio of years to project, that's pretty good. A lot of these artists have like 1-to-1, if not 1-to-3, or like 3-to-1. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere upwards of 1 to 3 projects a year their whole career. That's kind of insane. All of them. Right? You have Huss. Right? Huss is one of the only ones on here with a platinum album, with a fraction of the years in the game. Skepta at number 1 doesn't even have a platinum album. So if that's the case, then Huss gotta count for something.
It's so tough with Huss. The reason why it's so tough, Huss belongs here, right? He belongs in the top 10 because the commercial success cannot be questioned. The commercial success is a product of those criteria, right? He does have the cultural influence and impact. He does have the body of work. Not necessarily the quantity, but the quality and consistency of that quality. He has that hands down. And to be so young in the game and be able to deliver that at that level of consistency, can't question it. But because of the fact that he doesn't have the quantity, it does raise that question of like, do you elevate him above somebody? Like I said, the moment I saw Little Sim's name on here, because of my unfamiliarity with how much she's contributed to the game in general, I can't question her being here now.
Yeah.
But in comparison to others on the list now, I can look at somebody like a Huss and say, I love Huss. But 59 nominations for Sims. But I love Huss. But 19 projects for Sims. Like, I mean, now your barrier of entry into this list is starting to become questionable. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But, and this is a good point too, though. Huss has had a cult following of 2 projects. He I'm talking about like Common Sense. Common Sense put him up there because again, Afroswing really put him up there. He's a pioneer. He's one of the only people still doing it, doing it well.
Yeah.
Comments. He's one of those where every single project has its own cult following. Common Sense has its people who will die by Common Sense. Big Conspiracy has people who will die by Big Conspiracy.
Projects, yeah.
And keep it in mind, Big Conspiracy dropped Big Conspiracy went platinum after being leaked. If I recall, I believe it's either Big Conspiracy or I believe it's Big Conspiracy. After already being leaked, it still went platinum. No music videos. He dropped maybe 2 singles in the album after being leaked. That gotta say something.
Yeah, it does. It's not like it doesn't. But I'm talking about for me now. I know we're gonna get into the conversation of placement later, but it's like the numbers also speak for themselves. Like one of the things that we were talking about, like the culture versus the numbers, what's more important, right? Yeah. I definitely can see an argument here where like the culture is what's driving his positioning on this portion of the list, right? I cannot argue with him having cult, bro. What? You know what I'm saying? You gotta give him that.
We're a part of it.
We are a part of it. Like Big Conspiracy, I still spin to this day. It's one of my favorite projects. Period. Yeah. But like the quantity, bro. It's like that. That's where it becomes a bit sticky because you can't look at a resume of somebody like a Stormzy, and say, I would definitely throw Huss above. No, I can't do that.
I hesitate. I have to throw another curveball at you now, right? Bodies of work also includes freestyles, videos, etc., right? Huss has one of the best, one of the most highly and critically acclaimed daily duppies. Also, well, I'm not going to spoil this one because it was mentioned in the video, so I'll leave this alone. He has one of the most highly acclaimed daily duppies. I believe he has one of the most highly viewed black box freestyles. If you go on black box, he's one of the handful of artists that blew up not blew up, but really built a strong platform off of Black Box, right? So 2.5 million on Black Box, which is really meant to be an up-and-comer platform. So we look at the most popular Black Boxes. Huss is within the top 6. It's top 6 most popular Black Box, with Dave being at 14 mil. Jay Huss's is at 2.5. So you're talking about platforms. No, this Daily Duppy is up there, so it's sticky. It's sticky, but I can understand it because we're talking about bodies outside of just the albums. That's the other thing too. Yeah. Culture versus numbers is a problem when you think of how young the UK scene is. Radio wasn't pushing black music. We have these, that's a good point. But I think that's also part of the reason why the culture in this specific moment holds so much more weight, because it's like I think the UK is very protective of their music. it's one of the biggest exports. On top of the fact that it's one of the things that really defines their identity from what it seems like. It defines a lot of their identity, a lot of their social media, a lot of their most famous people, their largest platforms. A lot of it is really geared around their music from what it seems like outside looking in. So I think that's why there's even more protection of it versus like in America, I think there's so much more protection over hip hop because of what it means socially, politically, and what it did socially, politically. I'm not sure if it was the same level of impact. I'm not sure if the UK music scene means as much from a political standpoint as it does in America. I think it means a bit more, this much more from a cultural standpoint, maybe. I don't know, but that's it's a lot. It's a lot to factor in. Yeah. So you know, but again, Huss is one of the only ones, one of 3 on this list to have a platinum thing. One of the only ones to be above 5 mil in terms of monthly listeners. One of the only. I don't know how much followers he has on Instagram because it's currently deactivated, but he doesn't have that much on Twitter. So, Sticky. If we're talking about culture defining, I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being honest. I just know his Daily Duppy was really shook the scene. I know his Black Box really shook the scene. But yeah, there's that. Dave.
I don't really have.
I hear this, you know. You know, in a way, I kind of feel like I might have swapped Chip and Stormzy. Just off of projects, off the projects. Because in my mind, Stormzy, Dave Huss is still big 3. I feel like Stormzy, Dave Huss are like our modern big 3, kind of a thing. I don't know, but
yeah, I think I was the one that sent that in when you asked. Yeah. Those 3 for me too. They're kind of carrying that. I want to say that pool of artists from the UK right now. It's kind of hard to define what that pool is, but you know what I mean. Like,
yep.
I mean, Dave. He's also one of those where you know you're looking at him in comparison to some of the other names on this top 10 list, and if you were to just look at the quantifiable measures, you would be scratching your head a little bit. But I do also understand like the whole culture aspect when it comes to Dave. It's like we've been to his concerts here, and you can't walk. Like when you get inside, you can't move. It's just
lines wrapped around the corner. They had Dave concerts in America sold out during pre-sale, and they had to upgrade the venues. Let's be real.
There's nothing to say about Dave. Dave belongs there. I think he belongs exactly in that spot. Like I said, I'm still a little questionable about some names above his right now, or like where they're placed specifically.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would put him above like the number 4 range. I think he's exactly where he belongs right now. And once he releases more projects and they continue to get the commercial success that they already have, then hands down he may be in the conversation of like best to do it long term.
Yes, I agree. When we look at Dave, 8 years in the game, with 8 years in the game, 5 projects, I think maybe even more now that I'm thinking about it, but 5 projects. I think it might be 6. I think I didn't count an EP here, but let's just say 5 projects for now. 40 nominations. Again, he's one of the 3 on this list to break 20.
Yeah, 40 nominations is
insane. I think he performed at the Brits, if I recall correctly. You know, so Black got him on a high. I think it was Black that he performed at the Brits. I could be wrong. Spidey will correct me if I'm wrong. He has a number 1. He's one of 3 artists on this list to have a number 1. Note that all of the ones that charted number 1 aren't even in the top 3. He's one of the only ones with a platinum album with, I believe that was Psychodrama, I think. 23 million listeners on Spotify. Like, yeah, I think Dave is probably one of the only ones that I think people generally might not have an argument with his placement.
You just can't.
Yeah, I think most people might be shuffling around and scratching their heads at top 3 and who they think deserves to be a top 3. But I think a lot of people might look at Dave at 4 and be like, yeah, I can accept it. I think so. I could be wrong. There's a point made about Sench clearing all of them in terms of numbers. Now, it goes back to the point that I was making earlier, in case you missed this point, right? In terms of the amount of numbers, yes. I think, again, though, does the amount of attention that he received, does that translate into a following that's actually invested and loyal to Central C? I think they're invested in the moment. I think they're invested in specific songs. I don't know if the numbers that Central C are clearing right now mean as much as some of the numbers that some of these other artists have. So, for example, I make this analogy all the time. 100K on YouTube is more impressive than 100K on TikTok. People get to 100K on TikTok just doing absolutely nothing. Just existing, being maybe somewhat funny, maybe somewhat informative. You can hit... I'm almost at 100K on TikTok. It doesn't really take too much to go viral on TikTok to hit 100K. But 100K on YouTube is like... That's a milestone. There are less than 1% of people hit 100K on YouTube. It's the same number. They're both a following, but one is weighted more. It's objectively weighted more in brand deals, etc., etc., etc. So yes, Centra's clearing numbers over everybody. But if you were to ask the people that say, I love Central C, name 5 Central C songs. You ask the people who say, I love Skepta, name 5 Skepta songs, they'll do that in their sleep. They'll probably name 5 Skepta projects. You see what I'm saying? So like that's why I can understand why Central hit where he did in terms of the ceiling where he was at in terms of his placement. Gigs was the one that immediately raised an eyebrow. Gigs and Kano immediately raised eyebrows, but I can justify it when I think about it. Gigs, we talk about people who hit ceilings. Gigs is still breaking his ceiling for his genre. He's just linked up with Diddy. He's still accomplishing things. He's done what none of the other road rappers have been able to do yet. And he's probably opening a lane for them. Even more so. So you have to, even somewhere in the 10, we had to give him credit for that. He's a pioneer in the road rap scene, influential in the road rap scene. He has at least 2 songs, Talking the Hardest and Pain is the Essence, that are highly regarded as UK anthems. So we're talking about influence culture. We're talking about 18 years in the game, 25 projects. One of the only ones on this list to clear 20 projects, let alone 15. 25 projects, and unlike some of these other people too, it's not even joint projects either. It's just gigs. He just got mixtape at the 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 mixtape. His peak charting at 2, peak certification silver, 2.1 mil for somebody in the road rap range. He's for all the people who occupy his lane of music, he's within a comparable range with Potter, Nines, all of them. He's within a comparable Spotify range. And then whatever the followers.
And in the same point that I gave for Bugsy is he's still being chased down for features.
Yeah.
To this day.
It still means something to have a gigs feature. And that means something. So, in terms of reaching the pinnacle of his lane and his genre, it makes sense why he's there. Kano, I'm not gonna lie, that one I was like, huh?
I'm deferring to y'all because I have to listen to him first.
Not because I don't believe it, I had to think about it. I wanted to understand it before I just like, this is wrong. Let me think about this a bit. What's worth noting and kind of raising an eyebrow at, he has the least monthly listeners on here. Right? So that's, in terms of following or whatever, it's like, okay. 22 years in the game, 11 nominations, 4 wins, 15 projects. So he's averaging maybe like 1 project every other year or so, just about. So, think about Kano. Ability, again, in terms of rapping, all of these people, they're all 9s, 8, 9s, and 10 out of 10s in terms, so we're not questioning rapping ability, fine. Projects, he does have a very highly regarded project, right? His highest ranking gold, his highest certification gold. However, highest charting, he peaks at 8. I think that might have been a timing thing, if I'm being honest. I think it was around the time when that project dropped. But looking at the fact that you have somebody like Little Sims, for example, who's charted higher but has a lower, highest certification, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. What else? We're talking about Kano. Now we're talking about influence and impact. We're talking about somebody who, put it this way, I visited my high school last week. One of the science teachers from my high school, she wasn't my science teacher, but she was there when I was a student. She's from the UK, I forgot exactly where. Pulled up, we're doing a panel talking to the high schoolers about what we've done after we've graduated. So, I'm a part-time YouTuber, content creator, primarily focused on UK music. The teacher asked me, oh, like, any of the artists from Top Boy? It's like, like Sully. She's saying names. I'm talking about a grown white woman, bro. Grown. and not even one of those like hip. Like she's what like. She's cool because she didn't give people trouble, but talking about somebody who recognizes that name, that face. Top Boy in and of itself, what Top Boy has done for the UK scene. Single-handedly, what that character has done for the UK scene. So we're talking about culture, we're talking about influence. He's one of those, he's breaking the scale on the influence side and longevity side.
This is what I was just saying like an hour ago. I'm like, I did not know Kano.
Yeah.
I knew Sully.
Yeah.
Right? And like when most people at least from what I've seen, right?
Yeah.
Are introduced to Top Boy, they immediately just fall down the rabbit hole of trying to find the music. Right? But it's not just Top Boy that's driving that interest. It's the acting that they experience from people like Kano. Right? Because the way that he plays that role is just so raw and so gritty. And it's like, does the music reflect this? Is this what it's like out there?
Yeah.
Because he does it so well. Beautifully.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, so he said Kano in the UK had a classic album in 2005. So between that album and then also between, I believe it's Hoodies in the Summer. I don't want to misquote it. Right, but let's type in Kano real quick, right? So let's look at the projects. Bodies work. So we already know freestyles. He's done Lord of the Mics. He's Hoodies all summer. Sorry. So we already know what Kano has done in terms of his in terms of platforms. He's done them all. Home Sweet Home is the one that's being talked about right now. In 2005, I believe that was probably his debut album. Looks like P's and Q's iconic flipping song, iconic in Grime, right? Like yeah. I'm looking at this track list. I don't know any of these songs on the track list. I have to listen to them, but they're all doing well. Hoodies in this one, bro. If you haven't already, this album, and mind you, Kano's most recent album is performing better than his first one, the one that had more time to generate those numbers. So that's something else to factor in. When you get a chance, just play this album top to bottom. One of the most beautiful things you'll ever listen to. Right? Hoodies All Summer is an incredible project. So I get it. I get it. I understand why some people might be like Wretch needed to be higher, some other people need to be higher. Because if we're just ignore the projects, factor in how long they've been and how good they are. Wretch, Kano, Gets, they're all contemporaries. They were all parts of the same and similar crews. They're all like highly regarded. They've done Lord of the Mic. They've done everything that there is to do in this culture. They've gone international. They've done it all. Where Kano starts to tip is, I think, in his cultural influence. I think that's where it really started to push him.
It's unquestionable.
Skepta, boy better know.
I mean, is there anything really to say about Skepta?
You'd be surprised, man.
Really?
People don't love what people love, man. People hate what people love.
Skepta got...
Yeah. Skepta, you know what it is? This whole debate and some of the stuff I've been seeing online about Skepta made me want to go revisit his albums. Like, dogs, I was in like high school rinsing Blacklisted. Like, Skepta has so many moments. The social media, the whole underdog psychosis moment with the YouTube. I don't think there's anything really to question about Skepta. We're talking about somebody who people recognize the face, the name.
Globally.
Even if they don't like his music, what he's done for fashion. The fact that on top of that, in terms of all of these artists lyrically, he might be one of those that slightly hits a little notch below lyrically. In terms of the things that may wow people. But his storytelling, the grittiness, the delivery, all of that is where I think, like, if we're talking about ranking, Skepta's the one that hits like the 8.9 or the 9. Like, where all these other people hit like 9, 10, he's the one who's at like 8.9 for me. Right? So I get it from the ability standpoint. But bodies of work, this man has dropped 13 projects, 19 nominations. Let's just be real. He's one of the only ones on this list. He's the only one on this list with over 1 million followers on Twitter. Yeah, let's just be real.
You gotta just give it to him, and the longevity is there too.
Just charge it. Yeah.
He still makes tracks to this day.
Just charge it.
You still want to hear them.
When Skepta drops something, it makes people blog, and it makes people want to like charge it It is what it is. Skepta, he's earned that. He's earned that. All right, so now we're gonna watch the video, explaining the rankings, huh?
How long is that?
It's 35 minutes. So
Link.
yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, do you think I'm about to do the same thing, right? So we're gonna watch the video now about the people who voted, who ranked the top 10, right? So we want to hear exactly why it was that they said what they said and why they ranked what they ranked. So we're gonna watch that next to just to kind of gauge their rationales. That's really it. And see if there's anything that we said that made sense, that aligned, or there's anything that they said that we maybe didn't know or we didn't factor in. And yeah, man. But in the meantime, how y'all doing in the chat? Thank y'all for rocking with us. It's been 5 hours. This is about an album reaction and a half. So thank you for sticking through. Let us know. Let us know in the how you rock it with the stream. We're gonna check out this list and we're gonna see if we agree with the rationale behind it. My bad, I'm just clicking this to see what's going on here. We'll see if we agree with some of the thinking. It's nice to be in an environment that isn't super reactionary. Appreciate that. What do you mean by that? Just so I can understand from your point of view. Even when people don't agree. Word. But yeah, just from like your point of view, like, what do you mean by that? Oh yeah, word. No toxic chat. I hear that. Yeah, I mean, okay, you're trying to understand context rather than flipping. Yeah, I respect it. I appreciate that. Thanks for sharing. But yeah, we're gonna try to really steamroll through this next the video. So I got places to be. Frank has people waiting for him. Right, so we're gonna steamroll through this this video so we can see what the thinking behind this list was, and then yeah. Yeah, word. So we're gonna swap this in a sec. We could watch it here. Yeah, we could just watch it through the yeah, we watch it through the StreamYard so we can also watch the comments. Yeah, the people basically saying that they appreciate the conversation. That's dope. I'm happy y'all enjoyed yourself.
Word.
And that's part of the reason why I did this too. I felt like the conversations was so emotional and so like, as somebody said, I think measured is really the perfect way to put it. It just wasn't measured. People were just saying things without any real rhyme or reason. So I'm glad that y'all value the approach to the conversation.
I think it's also worth noting that I think the average consumer, when they see lists like this, they don't read the description at the top that tells you what the criteria was and everything. Yeah. They just go straight to the list and like, how is he number 40? Yeah.
I hear it. Damn, I'm trying to hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, people can't debate problem. That's a fact. I'm gonna go do the same thing. So just engage with them for a little bit. I already started the recording, so it is what it is. I already started the recording, so you just talk to them a little bit. I'll be right back in there.
Got you. My first question though would be, considering that Hetty was on this list, I'm more interested in hearing if there were any other OFB members that came to mind that you feel like belonged in that top 50. Doesn't matter where they were placed, but what are some of the artists from the OFB collective that you think should have been in here? Because I know how influential they were on the scene when they first started breaking out. People can't debate properly. Yeah, they always getting their feelings. I don't know how many barbershop conversations you guys have actually had the opportunity to sit in, but they always get loud. Probably only Abs. I mean, I guess I can see that because, to my knowledge, is he the only one that's won a Movo?
Who, Abs?
Yeah.
For drill?
No, from OFB specifically. Other than Hetty.
Oh, OFB?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. I don't know if Hetty's won a Movo. You would think that he did. I'm not sure. The thing is that Abs won that Movo off of... Oh, Frank, you know what snack we do have?
What?
We got some breadsticks.
Breadsticks?
I can throw some of these up in the toaster. Some breadsticks from Trader Joe's.
Appreciate it.
Huh?
I said appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll just put all of them up.
Yeah, saying only Abs. I guess I can hear it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Abs not getting honorable mention is kind of crazy.
Do you think it's a numbers thing, potentially?
I don't know. Because it's like, if Unknown T can do it, then Abs could. That's my whole point. If they could put Unknown T in an honorable mention, then they could have put Abs in honorable mention. Yeah, my bad, I'm off camera, y'all. I'm just trying to sort out some food. But basically what we're saying right now is like, if they could, what I was saying off camera is if they could have put Unknown T in an honorable mention, I can't understand why they wouldn't put Abs in honorable mention. That to me is like, that's kind of jarring. I'm not gonna lie.
Did I disagree with Rakim being top 10 on the U.S. Billboard top 50 list? You give me something to Google. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna, bro. A U.S. top 50? I'm never. Don't even ask me. That's. You think this is an impossible feat? Trying to do an American top 50 is even more impossible. I'm not even gonna play myself.
Let me see. Is it top 50 hip hop? Oh, you know, that's top 50 rappers. Okay, let me see. Best rappers of all time.
Rotted.
I'm gonna skip all the way down to the top 10.
To the top 10?
Easy.
Top 10 American rappers of all time. We're in a detour, folks. I hate flipping ads and the way that they make things so clunky.
Move. Okay, so they got Jigga up there. Don't know how to optimize.
It's a
websites.
sticky one still. Ugh.
Because before I tell you whether or not I agree with it, I need to see the reason for putting him there.
Word. Sorry for the delay in starting the video. Yeah, this is gonna be the last portion of the live stream. We're just gonna watch over the explanation.
Rakim is not number 10 on this list. Nicki Minaj is. Rakim is not even in the top 10 on this list, actually. Did I scroll past him? No, I didn't.
Got all these dang notifications to look at once I finish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout outs, yo. We've been at over like 15 people the whole time.
For 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been consistently rocking at around 20 something the whole time. So shout out to all those of you who fell asleep and still tuned in. Those of y'all doing your daily rounds and stay tuned in. We're gonna try to eat a quick little snack before watching this because we're also recording this to be its own video. So I don't really care for us eating breadsticks to be to be the YouTube video. So we could probably eat like 1-2 of those and then we'll finish the rest after we watch this. I think they're done.
That works. Almost there, almost there.
Right there. In a way, I think what might have made more sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
That made sense, but what might have helped us would have been if I would have watched the complex video and just pulled some key, what you call it, some key points. Like timestamps, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
That actually might have made more sense. But pick a sauce. You want marinara sauce or this habanero?
Marinara. Marinara. Thank you.
There's 3 more in there. We just deal with these ones first.
It's lit. Thank you.
Yeah, we deal with that first, and then we'll eat after. I think I'm recording on this, like a flipping bing bong. It's only been 6 minutes.
Did you want some marinara too?
What has called? Doing this for 5 hours without eating? Crazy to me.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know either. Maybe not. I have 6 minutes worth of nothing in there. Let me start the recording again. Down to 15 yet. My bad, this is a eating stream. What? We won't come out once you realize we're watching the video.
Just give us like 45 seconds, y'all.
Yeah, legit. We have not eaten for the last 5 hours. We apologize. I think about people like Kai Cenat who do 24-hour streams. It's crazy to me.
Bro.
And then after this, I get ready for Crimson Christmas.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. I'm just strolling a little hard away. How's your evening, your weekend going?
Alright.
Let us know in the comments.
Maybe a dipping sauce?
Yeah. Just put them in the fridge. All right.
Reloaded.
Nah, yeah, we're in there. All right, y'all. Boom. Started that recording.
You said we were gonna be just running through it, so we could probably mute the mic while the video's playing.
Calm. Yeah, so we just mute. We're gonna mute and let us know how it sounds with us muted. Cause it says that it's sharing the audio.
Oh, remember, change the tab.
Oh yeah. It says that it's sharing the audio. So we're gonna mute on our end. Let us know how it sounds once we're muted. So muted now.
Yeah.
I have a question for everybody. Do y'all think Stormzy would have became Stormzy if he emerged 3-4 years prior? I feel like now that I'm thinking about it, I think a big part of what helped catapult Stormzy was his timing. The whole decline of grime in terms of its mainstream reception and all of that, and him kind of being that resurgence and being a part of that resurgence era when it was kind of starting to come back, and him kind of owning that whole I'm the king of grime. And so I'm wondering if a big part of what really helped catapult him was being at that particular moment at that particular time. And would we have received him as well had he still been in the mix with all the other artists that were like really prevalent during grime, or would he kind of got drowned out? I'm wondering if that would. I'm just wondering. Sick. You got copyright claims.
Make a list for people to talk about and then shut down the stream for people talking about it. That's hilarious.
So annoying.
Yeah, so that means we're gonna have to pause as we go here.
Yeah, is there anything we would probably do? We just watch on the side and be like, all right, well, if you wanted to see our reaction to the top 10, yeah, we would just have them. Can't even just watch video. I don't understand if it was music. Yeah, once we're able to talk to them again, I'm gonna be like, yeah, nah, we'll lock it off. Thank you for your time, and then we'll just finish watching. Well, if you want to see our reaction to the thing, again, alright, calm. I'll be real with y'all. I hate playing this game with YouTube. So, as it pertains to reacting to this, right? What we're gonna do, Frank and I, we're gonna react to this off stream, and then I'm gonna just edit it, upload it just straight through. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe I'll try. Can't make any promises. So, for now, thank you to everybody who tuned in. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, I'm just not playing this game with YouTube because it's gonna be, I'm gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna play it. It's gonna mute, or it's gonna cut us off. We have to wait several seconds. It's gonna do a lot. So, yeah. So we'll probably just end up, recording it on the side. Thank you to the 20-something of y'all who stayed locked in this whole time. This is exhausting on the other side of things. I'm an introvert. I don't like people. So the fact that I've been able to stay here and interact with y'all, thank you for making it a worthwhile experience. And yeah, man, don't do drugs. Don't speak to strangers. Live always before you cross the street.